Hi everyone, welcome to the Cloud Lunch Learn Marathon. I'm your host Stephen Simon, and I'm really excited to have you here today. It's a really exciting event that runs for 24 hours, multi-tracks, and this track is going to be for 7 hours, where we have amazing speakers talking about some really important topics. And in fact, to get started for this track, we have a really interesting topic by Kil Walker, who will join us very shortly. But before we do that, the quick updates that I want you all to know is that the event website, if you want to go ahead and check the entire schedule for this 24 hours, multi-tracks, 6 tracks that we are streaming, please visit cloudlunchlearn.com/marathon and you'll find all the details over there. And you can just click on those and watch any session that you like. Also, since this is live, you can feel free to drop your question in the comments. We'll be taking all your questions. And to get started, it's also very interesting from which location you're joining. So feel free to also do that. And one very important thing is to follow code of conduct. Please be very nice to the fellow viewers, respect everyone. Yeah, and that's what we want you all to do. And one final thing is that we are very active on Twitter. Right, so tweet us with a selfie, how you're watching, your setup. Just share your experience at Cloud Lunch Learn, and don't forget to use the official hashtag that is CLL Marathon. Having said that, I already see many people joining. Hi, Karina, thanks for joining in. Hi, Deepak. Good afternoon. Hi, Andrew. Good morning. So I see people joining from different locations of the globe. And one final thing before we go ahead and actually invite our first speaker of this track is I'm going to drop a super important link in the chat, and that is okay. I think I need to do it again. Yeah. All right. So this link that you see over here, you need to actually go ahead and register for this session. And why would you anyway like to do it? The reason we want you to go ahead and register is that we are giving away many swags and goodies throughout this event. So if you want to go ahead and grab those free stuff, definitely go ahead and visit this link. I'll be dropping this link after every session, and in the beginning of every session, this link not only gives you a chance to win some Microsoft certifications, swags, and goodies, but also you can go ahead and give feedback for the session, which is super important for the speaker. Having said that, I won't take okay. having said that, let's go and invite our very first speaker. It's Jill. I hope I say that right. Jill. She's going to talk about education is a key part of project. Let me add it. She's going to talk about education is a key part of project success. Education is far more than end user training. Quite an interesting topic to start this marathon. So without any further ado, let's add our speaker. Hi, Jill. Welcome to the Cloud Lunch Learn Marathon.
Hello, Simon, and it's great to be here, and even greater now I realize that I'm the kickoff person. And welcome to Jonah from Sweden. Where are the rest joining from?
Yeah, please go ahead and drop your location.
Fairly early, I think, to join me, so thank you.
Yeah, thank you everyone who has joined. So Jill, how are you doing today? How are things at your place?
I'm doing absolutely awesomely, helping people sort out and achieve success in CRM and Dynamics projects. That's where I play. But much of what I speak about is applicable really to certainly any line of business software. Some of the lessons that I may share with you today have come from my experience with my own website. Andrew, welcome. I lived in Stockport for about 10 years before I moved over to sunny Sydney. So not that far from me at all.
Yeah. So Jill, I won't take much of your time, right? Feel free to go ahead and get started with your session, right? But everyone who's watching, I highly suggest that feel free to drop your any questions or any thoughts in the comments, right? And Jill, next 40, 45, 50 minutes is all yours.
Thank you. So before I throw it open totally to people and start taking your questions, I thought it would be beneficial to look at some absolute generalities of education and training, particularly in regard to CRM projects or CRM, ERP, and similar projects. I'm focusing there for two reasons. Firstly, it is where I work from day to day, usually night to night and over the weekends as well. But also, embarrassingly, I have to admit, as a member of this profession, CRM projects, ERP projects generally, and I do want to emphasize that this is a very general statement, have about an 85% failure rate. 85%. So I'd like to ask you, if you needed to have a medical procedure done and you heard that the doctor, the surgeon, the hospital, some other aspect of that procedure had an 85% failure rate, how would you feel about going ahead with that procedure? I'm guessing that you would at best have a little trepidation. But perhaps you would then drill in and start asking some questions about what failure means. If we stick with that medical example for a moment, the chances are you are thinking things like, I've only got a 15% chance of coming out alive. Or maybe you're not quite that dramatic and you're just thinking, my recovery time will be a little bit longer than I'd anticipated, or something else. I don't intend to dwell too much on the medical scenario, but I use it to highlight, because I, and probably many of the people who've taken time out of their day to join me, would, if they did receive that message, they would be a little bit nervous at least, and would be thinking, how important is this procedure? Before we go in any more detail, I'd like to start to think about that definition of failure. So in the medical sense, I talked about, well, maybe you think you've only got a 15% chance of coming out alive. Or maybe it's your recovery time, or maybe you'll have a scar, or maybe. Let's not worry about our hypothetical medical situation, but let's start to think about what failure means in the context of a CRM project. So I'm going to give you a short amount of time to drop into the chat what you think we mean by a failed project. So we've got this well-researched, if you care to do the reading, 85% failure rate. If we were to go and to drill into that in more detail, what do you think we would find as people who are saying that their project has failed? So C# Corner, whoever you are, thank you for clarifying my question. What I want to know from the participants on this session is, if I were to say, over here, I've got all of the reasons that 1,000 people have given for a CRM project failing, what do you think we're going to see in that box or whatever it might be? So has anyone got any ideas about why people might say that a project has failed? You're talking to a member of your client's staff, or maybe it's your boss if it's an internal project. What sort of answers would you get for why that project has failed? I know from talking to my clients and prospects that there are a few reasons that come up time and time again. Probably the biggest reason is that the users are complaining, and maybe that complaining goes as far as they refuse point blank to use it. Maybe it's just that they find it harder to use than whatever they were doing before. The vast majority of our end users were doing whatever role they're now doing prior to CRM or ERP going live. How they were doing it previously, we don't need to worry about. But we do know that they were doing their role in the main. So a lot of them will be saying it's harder. Some may even go as far as therefore refusing to use the solution that has been provided because their own way in their mind is easier, better, quicker, or in some way better. Another common reason, and I'm helping a client where this is definitely true, they were given an estimated budget of, let's say for the sake of argument, $25,000 for the project, 25,000 any unit of currency if you don't come from one of the dollar using countries, and the actual project didn't cost 25,000, perhaps even didn't cost 50,000, 75,000, but was even higher than that. So obviously, all of that additional money has had to be found from somewhere. At the very least, somebody senior has probably had to go and grovel to a board of directors or a shareholder or the shareholders or whatever to get that money, because the sort of money that we're talking about is not easy to come by. There are times when I am talking to technical members of a deployment team, and I am led to believe that they think that just outside the office is a money tree. And regardless of what happens with the project, somebody just nips out to the money tray, pulls off a few more dollar bills, and there's the extra budget found. And I hate to disappoint the techies on this call, but I have never yet seen a money tree in any of my clients' offices, inside the office, outside the office, near the office. To the best of my knowledge, my clients do not have money trees, and I suspect it's the same for your clients too. So those are probably the two biggest reasons. So we've either got issues with users using the solution, or we've got massive budget overrun. Another common issue, although less common than either of the other two, is that once the solution is bedded down a little bit, it's actually quite good. But in order to get to that bedded down state, there was some massive disruption. So maybe the organization had an extended period of time when they couldn't invoice. That is not a good situation. And that also has financial implications. Maybe if they're more manufacturing, there were some issues with meeting their commitments to their clients because something went awry with the overall process. So lots and lots of reasons why potentially this is deemed to fail. However, I now would like to share a slide that looks at when we drill in to why we get to those failure reasons or others, what we actually find. So let me have a look. Is this going to work? Yes. So if I go, so can you now see my screen?
Yes.
This comes from a survey that was done last year and looks at the reasons given for CRM project failure. And as you can see, the one at the top, lack of user adoption. So that's where users just do not use the solution, or maybe don't use it in the way that it was expected. We've also got lack of vision and a whole heap of other reasons. One that I find particularly interesting is this no measurable objectives. That is probably because the project was kicked off and implemented, but there were no aims. When you go into a project with no measurable objectives, you are absolutely setting yourself up for failure, because down the track, you will be in that situation of investing a large amount of money into this project. And then when you get to the point where you end the project, and in a no measurable objective scenario, that even in itself is interesting, because how do you end something that didn't have any criteria to begin with? And there are still some issues in the business. And those issues could be absolutely anything, but the CRM project or whatever can get blamed for it. And it's very difficult to not blame them because we didn't have any objectives up front. And so when someone says, oh, but the toilets haven't been cleaned for a week, well, why can't we blame the CRM project for that? There was nothing in the objectives that outlined what it should do. So a user thinking that once we finish this project, the toilets will get cleaned a lot more frequently is not something that it's that easy to highlight as being unreasonable, because we didn't have the reasons up front. Now, the reason I flag this is because all of these 25 reasons actually drill into a lack of understanding. So if we go through and analyze those 25 reasons, we get this chart where 44% or 11 of them are fairly obviously a lack of understanding somewhere. 20% or a further 5 come down to the people involved in the project. Another 5 reasons are the project objectives. 2 reasons in that list relate directly to data, and 2 are a lack of customer focus. But all of those are actually a lack of understanding. And of course, education is the best insurance we have to avoiding or for minimizing the damage that a lack of understanding brings. So does anybody now have any further questions? Okay. So where I want to go to now is to start to look at all of the different types of education that you probably want to include in typically a CRM project, but the vast majority of what I'm saying could apply to almost any other software deployment type projects. And I think that we could drill in and break all of the different training and education and methods of training into 4 different types. And this is where my title comes from, because end user training is only one of the 4 types. So that slide there is what I think are the 4 types of education that we should include in a project of this nature. Awareness raising is an aspect of training or a type of training that I have never seen anyone else talk about. And it is a wide range of education, and it is probably the biggest area of project success. So that would include making sure that people understand the importance of scoping of a project, making sure people understand the importance of roles and responsibilities within a project, and for those individuals on the team, making sure that they understand what their individual role entails. There's lots of other things that might come into there. Technical training is the detail, the nuts and bolts of how to do a wide range of things within the selected technology. So this is the training that is primarily targeted at your development team, technical team, or your power users. And it's how you might make changes to the application, how you manage or administer the application, how you enable the application to support a new or a changed business process, for example. Lots and lots of examples of what might go into there. Another topic that is frequently omitted is tester training. And tester training is training the testers so they know what they are testing and how they should do the testing. It's also important, particularly for end user testing, user acceptance testing, as it's usually known, or UAT, to make sure that they test not only the pass situation, but that they test all of the outlying processes as well. The example that I like to give for that is, imagine you were training somebody to take a credit card payment. If all you showed them was how to use the credit card machine, how they logged onto the machine, how they swiped the card, how they entered the amount, and so on, you've probably trained them to deal with 90% of the people going through and wanting to buy by credit card. But that final 10% will have a wide range of variance in it. So that 10% will include insufficient credit available on the card, damaged card, stolen card, card reported being used for fraud, and a whole heap of others. Those need to be dealt with in very different ways. And now is not the time for discussing how we should deal with those situations. What is important, and what I would like you to think about, is how or what would happen if we didn't go and train those people in all of those exception scenarios. What would happen is, the short version is, we would have chaos at the checkouts. So that should highlight the importance of teaching not just what's going to happen most of the time, i.e. how you accept a perfectly good credit card, but the importance of teaching the rare but not zero probability other outcomes. And then, of course, we get our end user training. If you were to look at the project plan for most of these projects at the beginning, I would be prepared to bet $1 to a donut that end user training would be there. But is it there correctly? So what might go wrong just at this project plan level with end user training? Any ideas? Anyone, any ideas? I will mention some of the commonest ones that I see. First of all, it may well be done far too early. So let's say, for the sake of argument, that we've got a go live date of the 1st of September. But we've got some free time in early June. So we'll put the end user training there. Well, if you do that, you'll have a whole heap of problems. First of all, you will have very little engagement with the end user training because it relates to something that's happening so far in the future that it doesn't get on people's radar screen. Secondly, by the time the go live happens 3+ months later, people will have forgotten what they learned, so it's largely a waste of time. I firmly believe that end user training I'm not quite sure what happened then. Am I back?
Yes, Jill, you're back.
Okay, thank you. What was the last thing that I was heard to say?
You're giving me a tough time.
Okay, so things might go wrong. If training is done a long time in advance, people have just completely forgotten about it. Other things that might go wrong as far as the project plan is concerned is how long is dedicated to the training on a per user basis. A long time ago, I was working on a project for a global software company, and one particular division of that company were told that the course that we were offering was a one-day course, and we needed groups of about 10 end users per session. This particular division decided, nope, we can't afford a day for each person, so they scheduled it as a half day. And then, out of the generosity of their heart, they said, well, since a half day or 3.5, 4 hours is a bit tight, tell you what, you can do 2 half days per day, and we'll make each session 5.5 hours long. So from the trainer perspective, we were asked to start at, I think the first session was supposed to start at 7 in the morning and run for 5 hours. And then we got half an hour off for lunch. And then the other session ran until 5:30. So there was problem one, that it was a very long day. A bigger problem when we look at the overall project is that a fairly large number of the attendees on that training, although they were told that their training began at 7 in the morning or continued until 5:36 at night, they argued that their working day was 9 to 4:30 or whatever their normal hours were. And so they came in 2 hours late or left an hour before the end of the training, because the schedule that had been decided by, I suppose, management didn't suit them. So we've got a similar problem, that the majority of staff members hadn't done all of the training. Another problem is allowing enough time for the training. And that's understanding how different people learn. If I had $1 for every time a senior person has said, right, you think a day of training is what you need, I'll give you a couple of hours. Well, is that okay? Because my people are good and my people are busy. Well, even if you can fit all the material in, which itself is unlikely, the probability of people having learned and understood is extremely slim. So they're things that we can think of at the project plan level. What about the training itself? If we think about designing training, this is without going into the detail of what this course ultimately is. But what I'd like to do is to step way up above the fine detail and think, what are the key things that we should include in training, even if I'm not giving you the detail of what the training is. So what ideas do people have about what should be included? So as the moderator has said, thoughts about what we should include in end user training. I'm going to share my screen again. And I argue that there are always 4 things that should be included. And I will show you what those 4 things are. So if we start at this top right-hand corner, the most important thing of what we should include is why. And that comes through at multiple levels. So if we're focusing on end user training, why are we doing this project? Users will function far better if they can see the big picture value in the reason behind the project. But the why is not just the why of the project. Imagine you're teaching a very specific concept. So I'm going to use an example that I'm sure all of you can relate to, even if you're not Dynamics 365 people. And that is, we are teaching our end users to create a new contact. It would be very tempting to just jump straight in and say, in that field, you put the first name because it's called first name. In that field, you put last name. See, it's called last name. This field, you put the company name. This field, you put the job title, and so on and so forth. Most users could figure that out for themselves. But what we should explain to them, why do we create a new contact within the particular business model that that user will be working under? Then we'll go through the what, so the key concepts of creating a new contact. Only once we've bedded those 2 down do we move on to the how to create a new contact. The click here, type this, type that, so on and so forth. And then finally, we should look at this what if, and it's also sometimes known as what else. This model is called the format learning model. And it comes from an American lady called Bernice McCarthy, one of my heroes. And one of the things that Bernice argues or discusses is, if you cover off all of those points, within each concept that you're teaching, your users will have a much, much better ability to take the method, whatever it is that we're teaching, on board, and also to understand a lot of the what could go wrong. So if we stick with that very simple example of creating a new contact, one of the things that may very easily happen is we create a duplicate. How should we deal with that? How do we know that a record that the system is telling us is a duplicate really is a duplicate? After all, there is significantly more than one John Smith in the world. So if you've just entered the contact, first name John, last name Smith, it shouldn't be too surprising when the system tells you that there already is a John Smith in the system. So what should a user do to confirm whether that John Smith is the same as the John Smith that they're not creating? Now, right at this point, I don't expect to get a specific answer for that. But I hope I have sparked some thoughts around how we should go about developing end user training, and of course, in the interests of eating my own dog food, why we should include these 4 aspects of the skills that we're teaching. So again, I'm going to throw it over to people on the call and see what questions you've got, whether it's about the format learning model or anything else that I've spoken about, or anything else to do with training, education in this sort of situation. Any thoughts? Anything you would like me to cover? So I think the key point to take out of this segment is for every single skill that you're teaching in really any training, not just end user training, but definitely including end user training, needs to include all of these pieces. So what I'd like to touch on for the final few minutes that I'm with you is how do we do all of this? So let's keep our focus on that same idea of using end user training and creating a new contact. The how segment is reasonably straightforward. That is where you want to give detailed instructions. I see the question from Andrew, and I will come back to that one. Great question, thank you. So the how segment is the easiest, and this is the one that is always there. So that's the bit where you click on this icon, you type this, whatever, whatever, whatever. That's reasonably straightforward. The harder ones, and therefore the ones that tend to get omitted, are the why and the what if, what else. With those, I will include, first of all, I introduce every segment that I'm doing with why this is important. So in that particular scenario, I might tell a story about duplicate data. And that would position why we need to deal with duplicates and so on. The what if is a lot harder. So sometimes you can include what if in the practical component. So I might, in this particular example, get people to create 2 identical contacts and then get them to think about some of the ramifications of that and then step them through how they resolve it. But the why and the what if will take usually far longer to develop in meaningful ways than the how or the what. So we typically wouldn't develop them in the order that the format model includes them, but we would train them in the order of starting with why, then what, then how, and finally what if. Andrew, you were asking about tips for people moving into a leadership or a project manager role. I suppose the short answer to that is yes, I've got a lot of tips. Where do I start is possibly the challenging bit. So I would certainly highlight what I was talking earlier about planning of the training, about the 4 different types of training, so that there is a lot more education that we need in our project than just end user training. I highlight, as I did with you earlier, the challenges created by doing end user training either well before go live or something that I didn't mention earlier, even after go live. So I've seen people do that. Go live on Monday, people can struggle and manage, and then a couple of weeks later, we'll do some end user training. Well, that one also isn't going to work because, well, people have had that period of time to discover that they don't like the new application or to work out their own ways of getting through this challenge and curveball that management have thrown at them. And if you're now trying to train them, educate them to use it in the way that the system was designed to be used, it will be a lot harder to undo those habits than it would have been to just train them so they learn how to do something with, of course, the why, what, and what else around that, and then to just go forward and use it correctly. Andrew, could you be a little bit more specific, or let's drill into this one in a little more depth and see how I can help you? Are you still there, Andrew? Okay, I think just to wrap with this session, I've only got about 5 minutes left. I'm going to end with a story. And it is a story that, to me, illustrates the difference between training and education. So I would like all of you to imagine that you've got a 10 or 11-year-old daughter. And giving away my age here, one day your daughter comes home from school with a letter from school. And in that letter, the school is saying how in the following few weeks, they're going to run a sex education program. And they want you to give permission for your daughter to participate in that program. I'd like you to think for a moment how you would feel about that. My guess is that you would be perfectly happy and you'd have overall positive thoughts about the school and the fact that they are A, including that in the curriculum, and B, asking parents' permission first. I'd now like you to rerun that scenario through your head and replace one word. Replace the word education in that letter with training. And now tell me how you feel. Stephen, you've just said the school's doing a great job. I presume that that was on the education, not on the training. So what are your thoughts when you reread that letter and substitute the word training for education? And the reason I like that story so much is it's, as Stephen has said, training is practical. So most people are not going to be happy about their 10 or 11-year-old daughter or sister or whatever getting sex training from school. So education is big picture. Training is when we drill into the detail. But even that detail needs to keep itself reasonably big. It needs to include a lot of different forms of information. For sure, it needs to have step-by-step, click here, your screen will look like that, and so on. What it should also have is questions. And questions are the best way to focus on the why. So continuing with that very simple example, why do we now have two contacts called John Smith in the system? Why might having two records for the same person be a problem? And they're just two examples. I think it's probably time now for me to give you one final chance to ask me any questions. After all, this was an Ask Me Anything session. So I will take any further questions and then I will hand back to Simon, our moderator, to close us off.
All right, Jill, I think we do have one question that you would definitely like to take. That's from Stephen Again. Says, how long it took you to prep this session?
In terms of direct prep, probably a couple of hours, but it's something that I've been working with for years. So yeah. Does that answer your question, Stephen? It's this session certainly was not rehearsed, as in this is exactly what I'm going to cover. But
Wow.
I have a lot of resources. So the majority of the slides that I've used, I've taken from other presentations or presentations that I've done at conferences and similar. But why are you asking, or where are you drilling into? What would you like to learn from that comment?
So I actually that's me, right? That's me asking the questions there.
Okay.
Yeah, so the reason I saw it in last 45 minutes, there's a lot of content that you covered, right? Usually coming from a technical background, people have many different resources to go online, just grab the content from there, create some demos, and just come up with presentation. But your session looked like there was a lot of experience dropped in there. So I was kind of very interested to know, because these are not something that you go and find something on Google, right? You don't find these out there.
No, it does. It comes from, well, to put it into context, I gave my first formal technical training course in about 1990. So, and I've done one or two since then, across wide range of topics and so on and so forth.
Yeah, that's great, Jill. Absolutely amazing. The way you ended your session with the story was absolutely great. I really loved it, and I believe everyone watching right now and after this live is available, they would love this session too. Any final thing you want to say before we move to the next session?
I hope you all have a great time with your education and training, and happy to help further if anybody would like me to.
So yeah, feel free to go ahead and connect with Jill. You can find her details on the Cloud Marathon, cloudlunchlearn.com/marathon website. Go ahead and connect with her. And thank you so much. Jill, really appreciate for your time. I, on behalf of entire Cloud Lunch Learn Marathon team, would like to thank you for your valuable time. And we would love to host you again whenever you're available. Thank you so much.
Sure, love to. Thank you.
Bye-bye. All right, what an amazing session by Jill. As I said, pretty interesting topic to go ahead and start with the very first session of the day, which brings us to the second session of the day. That's by V. Murugan. I cannot say the last name. I'm really sorry. I'm going to have to ask the speaker to help me with the last names. He's going to talk about Azure Preview setup. He's a Microsoft certified trainer, data engineer at Cloud Street Consulting. But before I go and invite our next speaker, let's take a light moment and play a little music, because I know that was a lot to take in from the previous sessions. But before even I do that, one super important thing is that definitely go ahead and I've dropped a very important link in the comments. It is this one that you have to actually go ahead and register for this session. And when you register it, you get an opportunity to grab some Microsoft certifications, vouchers, some swags, giveaways, and many more. And it also has a speaker feedback that really helps speaker. So I'll be back in just a minute with our really exciting session on Azure Preview setup. Hi, V. Welcome to the Cloud Lunch Learn Marathon. And you're muted. You're muted. You'll have to click on unmute. V, you'll have to. Yep.
Yeah, all good.
Hi,
Thanks,
V.
guys.
How
Thanks
are you?
for inviting. I'm doing good. How about you, Saman?
I'm doing great, V. Thank you. Glad you just added your first name, because last time was very challenging for me to say. By the way, where are you joining us today from?
From Australia.
You're joining from Australia. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
What time is it there?
So it's going to be 6 o'clock in the evening. So I'm not sure what I'm over there for you.
I'm from India. So it's almost like lunchtime, 1:30.
Oh,
So
1:30, yeah.
I'm
How's
already.
everything there?
Yeah, I live
I
in
know it's
Delhi.
late.
So it's already
Yeah,
1:34. I think we're already 4 minutes in your session.
yeah,
So feel free to go ahead and share screen and you can
yeah,
start with your session. And after that, I'll quickly run to take my lunch and then I'll come back.
yeah. See you, man. So I
Once
just start my screen and then keep going.
yes, I see a screen. Let me add it to the stream. Yeah, you're inside StreamYard now. The moment you move to the slides, I'll add it. Yes, I see your
Yeah,
slides. Maybe you want to click on that pop-up that says height.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So we next 30 minutes is all yours.
Oh, thanks, man. Okay, so let's start with the second session for the day. So it's Azure Purview setup. So I'll start with about myself. Like I'm from connecting from Australia, just working as a data engineer for a couple of government enterprises, and then now with CloudStream, we're doing a pretty good stuff over here for a lot of organizations. And for today, I'm MCT as well. Just not to forget that. And for today, I'm just going to cover about the new application within Azure, which is Azure Purview. So this is a pretty cool stuff, which going to help something like Azure has been adding a lot of applications, and the one is which is Azure Purview, which has been started couple of months before. So since we got just 30 minutes, I'm just a little bit walk about what I'm going to do for the next 30 minutes is just about Purview and why and how it is different from the traditional governance and how this is modern governance and how it's going to take all the organizations and then the prerequisite to kickstart. That's the key point here because that's why we struggled a lot for a couple of days and now uh, that particular piece is a very good takeaway from this session. So let me go and start with Azure Purview. So Purview is actually a unified governance tool. So let's say you imagine you have an on-prem multi-cloud or SaaS applications that whatever that you have in your organization, you can you can connect that under one studio that's called a unified platform wherein you can do all your governance and it also has the ability to discover your data from when I say multi-cloud it can be any not just the Azure but you have the connection capability to connect with multiple sources so and it also has the ability to build your data landscape and automate all the data discovery sensitive data classification and the end-to-end data lineage from where exactly the source of the data is and how it's moved from the source with a lot of storage layers and until the reporting layer as well. So what Azure Purview brings here is the data map. So that's the foundation for data discovery and the effective data governance. So it's basically a cloud native PaaS service which captures the metadata the from the source where you register within the Purview. So it has the power to catalog and build your in data insights within your Purview Studio. So just before we end the session, I'll have a walkthrough within the Purview Studio so that you can have an idea of what I'm really talking about and how it's going to help most of the organizations. So let me tell you a bit about the catalog and how it helps the SMEs and data stewards or even any kind of data consumers or producers. So first is the data catalog. It's like something that gives you a detail about the glossary terms and the different data classifications or even a sensitivity labels. So when I say sensitivity labels, like most of the organization have a personal identifiable details of a customers, which they don't really want to show it. They really do a masking. So you have the ability to do all that of classification and just mention that particular column is a PII, and then if you're a SME like subject matter experts or data stewards or officers, data catalog will give you features like building a business glossary management and just automating your data asserts within your data glossary terms. So if you are a data consumer or a producer, it's like you have a layer of building up data lineage starting from your on-prem or multi-cloud, as I said before, and all the way through the transformation and enrichment with wherever it's stored or wherever it is processed, either it is cloud or on-prem, or you can even bring all your Power BI reports as well onto the Purview and see exactly what are the sources used within the Power BI. And the next thing before I go to the next slide is like you, for a data officers or a kind of a security point of view, you can get a glance of uh, how it's actually scanned and how the sensitive data is stored and how the metadata is being annotated. So the next thing is I just want to cover quickly about the traditional data catalog governance. So this slide and the next slide is going to be a kind of a distinguishing way where you can understand what exactly in the traditional way, what are we going to bring for us. So when we talk about the traditional, so what challenges existing data consumers face, what challenges does the data producers face, and then the security administrators. So let's just start with the data consumers. So firstly, there is no central location, or let's say if you have a lot of data sources on different platforms, you don't have any unique or centralized place to store or register all the data sources and see exactly where the data lineage is. So what existing happens is you just want to make a note of exactly where the data is, where it comes from, and where is the location of the data, and what it is used for, what is the metadata actually is. So it's mostly manual, or you need to use a couple of tools. And the next thing is the data connectivity. So in any existing tools, there is a very rare data connectivity platforms that able to connect multiple sources. When I say multiple sources, Azure gives you capability of connecting even AWS, or even it is a SAP, or even there are a couple of connectors that are being added, and they do have a ability of Azure ecosystem as a source even inside. And when we talk about the data discovery and documentation, as I covered before, it's a very difficult for any data consumers. Even if you understand exactly the information asset or information about the data, it's very difficult to point the location, and requesting any access to that location is difficult. And the next thing I want to cover for data producers is something like you manually, or you need to use some kind of a tool to document and keep syncing of every changes that happens. For example, if you move a source from one particular to other, you need to keep a record of that, where exactly it's moving. So I'm just talking about the existing cons so that it's easy to understand how Purview incorporate all of this and gives us a unified experience. So the next thing is like time consuming. So when I say it's ongoing documentation, we need to talk about the time consuming as well. So the one thing is like doing a work is recording each and everything is tough. If you miss anything, then that's a very big issue to and it takes a lot of time for you to understand exactly where it's located. And in terms of security administrators, governing sensitive data is very much important, and it's very difficult as well. So when we talk about the security admin, I just imagine about a recent project with a government where even if it is just the surname, or even if it is a small thing of personal data, they are very much concerned about showing even to the data producers, like developers to us. They just do the masking. So it is very difficult for them to every time just to find out whichever sensitive data is. So in the reality, you may have a a number of columns where you can't just go and search which one is sensitive, and you need to have an expert or you need to have a person to decide whether it is a sensitive or not. So these are most of the cons that or most of the difficulties that existing or a traditional data lake, a data catalog and the governance happens. And one last thing is like complying with the CSP is a challenging task as well. And when I go to the next one, is like about the Purview. So I'm just whatever the cons that we have discussed before, we're gonna have it completely in a unified portal, which is Azure Purview. So when I say let's just discuss something deep about the Azure Purview. It's something like it's a cloud-based service where you have a where you can able to connect a multiple hybrid sources, and it address all the issues that we have discussed in a traditional almost. And there are a few other things. It's still in preview as well, so they are doing a lot of things behind it to keep it going in a unified platform. So first thing what you will be doing is registering all your sources from a different all your sources within the Purview. And then when you register, when I mean you register the sources, you will not bring all the data, but you will bring the metadata of all the data sources. So metadata is something like when you bring the metadata into Purview, it just brings the location as an index, like bring all the where exactly the source belongs to and all its schema, and it builds the data lineage capabilities within the Purview Studio. And you have a capability of describing what exactly the data source is. You can add a tags, you can build your own description within the metadata. And it gives it has a features like data glossary building, and then uh, data cataloging. It's something like you quickly find the data, which, for example, you have a searching capability which will split the data into data discovery, classification, and different tags. So which we all going to see in a moment. Like I'll just quickly walk through the studio as well. So and finally, I just want to touch like when you place a data within a Purview, it is an in-region data residency, which means that your data is deployed on that particular location and it will not be moved to any other. And the key piece that I would like everyone to take from this is the prerequisite. So not like other application within Azure, it's like you can't able to even myself, I need to remember exactly what before I log into Purview. It's that secure. So to start with the Purview, we as like other resources, we need to have a Azure account with a subscription, and again you need to be on your Azure Active Directory tenant. And the key thing is here is you need to have a permission to create the resource. And so I'm just speaking in, you are a person who's going to create a Purview. So in that point of view, you need to have a subscription and the tenant ID which you may have before creating, and you need to have a permission to create the resource. And the important thing is a policy exemption, where let's say if you want to create a Purview, you simply just can't create, because you need to have a managed, because Purview will create a managed resource group. For that, you need to have a policy exemption of ensuring your storage account and even hub is registered within that. So that's a very important thing. You need to make sure within your resource provider, you need to make sure your storage account and even hub is registered. So there may be a policy if you're working on a big government organization, they have a policy block. So you need to make sure you are getting an exemption for that. And yeah, so the next thing is like the steps to deploy. As like other resources, you need to configure your subscription and then check your resource providers. When I say resource providers, you need to check that your storage account and even hub is registered. And the next thing is Purview resource instance and adding a security principle to data plane rule. So that's another important thing. So two important things. That's very big uh, thing that you need to keep in your mind when you're creating a purview. It's like you not if, let's say if you create an account, you become the whole owner for the particular resource. You have the ability to view your portal, view your purview studio, but let's say if you give an access to another person simply like a data reader, he can't able to view the portal. So that's where the purview is so secure. You need to give him more than one access to view his purview portal. So I think the next thing will be over to the Azure portal. So let me just share my Azure portals quickly. So guys, yeah. Okay, so as like other resources, we need to just have a resource group. We will have our own tenant, and I'm just logged into my one of my account, and I have created uh, within my tenant. I have a resource group. So I have a resource group Cloud LL, which I created a few minutes before. Since it's a 30-minute session, I just want to quickly just show instead of not wasting time just loading on. So within this particular resource group, I have created a resource group, and I have a Purview account created. So if you see, I didn't create any storage account, but when you create a storage Purview account, you will, as I said, it will create a managed Purview. I'll just show the hidden it. So, okay, the first thing when you before creating a Purview account is just like just go to resource groups. Yeah. So within your subscription, just check your resource providers. Yep. Just check your storage is registered, and the next thing is your event hub is registered. So this is where this is where you mostly fail creating a Purview account. So you just have to get this registered. The next thing is let's go to the okay. Let's go to the resource group. I have created a Purview account. Let me show how we can be able to create that as well. So it's very straightforward. Okay, so okay, if you just notice, it took a couple of seconds to load the Purview Studio. So it means that you have since I'm the owner who created this, I can have the ability to view the studio. If I give any other person, let me go and create a read access, that person will not able to view this studio. So you need to have one or more access. When I say one or more access in Purview, the important access that you have to keep in mind is data curator, data reader, and then the data, I think that's the administrator. So these are the three important roles within Purview. So okay, so now I have all set. I have created an account. I have made sure that both of the resources are registered. I made sure. Okay, I'm just open the studio. Okay, so okay, it's taking. Oh good. Yeah. So this is how the studio looks like, which is pretty much same as that of if you have seen before the Synapse Studio. It's same as that of the Purview. It looks pretty similar. Okay, so I just refresh to see the scanned assets for you guys. Okay, while it's getting loaded, I'll just show one more thing. So you will be registering each of the assets within Purview Studio. So few of the tabs here is like sources, glossary, insight, and management center. I'll quickly walk through the sources that I have registered. The first thing you have to do here is the register sources. So okay, so what happens is you just register. You can see a lot of connectors over here. When I said the hybrid clouds and all the SaaS services and everything, so you can find everything over here. So now what I have done here is I have a couple of I just scanned one of my data that is within the Azure blob storage. I just click register and I have searched for blob storage and I have did the scan. So three important key things here over here. Just you want to scan here, just test the connection. What happens here is the important thing that I said here. You need to make sure this you can see that here as well. You need to copy this particular managed identity name here and just go back to your portal, go to access control IAM, just give add that as a role. So what you have to do here is just I'm just going to give a curator purview data curator role and I'm going to select, just copy this. You can see here. So this is something like allowing Purview to read your data. So, okay, I'm just keeping here. Oh, sorry. So you have to give this within your storage account, not in your Purview account. Within your storage account, where you allow asking your Purview to read the data. Here it is blob storage. I'm just going to give LL Purview demo within this storage account. So if you just see here, access IAM, and then role assignments, you can see here LL Purview demo. I'm just going to, we need to have this particular role assigned to let Azure Purview to read your data from the storage account. So now if you test the connection, it will be fine. So I have done scan the data set before. So I'll quickly come here and I can show you browser search. So it has it successfully scanned and I'll just show you what exactly it will scan. Okay, if you see here, it just give you a hierarchy and the overview. So you can write the description. As I said, once it get the metadata, you can classify it and you can mention the schema where exactly at the moment here, and the hierarchy of where it comes from the storage, sorry, from the storage account, blob storage, and then to the container, and then the flow that it comes from. So one more thing before we close is management center. So you have a ability to rename your account name, so like you can change it anything, and you have the credentials and access control. This is where you can uh, IAM, for example, this is where you can give access to the other users, can be any as I said, data stewards or any SMEs or any just the readers, just to any analyst or somewhere. Depends upon that, you can give a to access something like data curator or data reader. So I'm just it was a very quick session, guys, so I'm just stopping here. By just I hope I have given some overview of how Purview portal looks like, and about Purview, how it differs from the traditional governance. So there are a lot more to discuss, but still for now I just leaving to you guys to ask if you guys have any questions at the moment. Yeah, I'll come back to the comments and I can share a few of the important links. And there is a Kickstarter link as well from the GitHub. So you can make use of that particular link to start your Purview journey, and it will be easy for you to see in your give a try with your existing data that you have stored everywhere else and see how Purview helps you down the line.
All right. We that was great session. I don't see many comments here, but definitely I
Yeah.
believe will definitely have some questions and definitely reach you out. What is actually your social handle? Are you?
Same, you can just search for V in LinkedIn. So just
That's
VI Purify in it. Yeah,
you on
it's
LinkedIn?
makes
Would
it.
that do?
Yeah,
Let me give it a try.
it's easy for
Uh,
anyone. Yeah,
okay, I just entered VI. Oh, you bet.
it's easy.
You bet. Yeah, I just sent you. So definitely go ahead and connect to V. I'm also gonna drop his LinkedIn in the comments. So I just added that. You can go ahead and connect V on LinkedIn. So V, before we move to a next session, right? How's things in Australia? Is COVID okay? Everything's all right. How are things going
Yeah,
on?
everything's good here. No COVID. People are just
Yeah,
enjoying life here, not like
man.
in India. Yeah, hope everything will be good in India
Yeah.
as well. So now
When was the last time you were here?
it's been 2 years, man.
Oh my goodness. Those two
Yeah,
years you better stay away from this country
yeah.
and the coming years. All right, we.
All right,
That's great. Thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it. We would love to host you back when you are available, right? And
definitely.
yeah, thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks,
Bye
man.
bye.
Thanks for calling. Bye.
All right, that was an amazing session. Now, before we move to our next session, a quick announcement that please don't forget to go ahead and actually give feedback for this session. For that feedback, when you need to give a feedback, you also register, and when you register, you also get a chance to win amazing giveaway and swags from the organizers and the sponsors and the partners. And there's some really exciting one, and I'm personally excited for I can grab some of those. So definitely go ahead and yeah, it's just go ahead and tag us at Cloud Lunch Learn with the /CLL Marathon, and I'll see you in a bit. I see. All right, I'll see you in a couple of minutes.
Hello. Simon, you just activated me.
Yeah, I was really missing you, so I thought let's just pop in and talk how things are going on, Hugo. How are things at your place?
All good, all good. So I see everyone watching this session. Please, we are facing some issues with the speaker. He is a bit late to join our session. So in the meantime, right, I would like to share a few things with you if possible.
Yeah, definitely. And the other session, Hugo, was really amazing. He did talk about the Azure preview setup. He did talk about what it is, how to get started, and came up with some amazing demo. And we are really enjoyed it. And I think, Hugo, you definitely want to go ahead and check the very first session that was by Jill Walker. What an amazing session to go
Yeah,
ahead and
Jill,
actually
Jill
start.
is amazing. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and ended her session in a very unusual way. Where did she share one of the story and put up us in a hypothetical situation, and did ask us some couple of questions. So a really great start for this event. And yeah, for everyone who is joining, we have this contest going on. For every session, we are dropping links in the comments, and please go ahead and register there and give your feedbacks and get a chance. I don't know, Hugo has too many things to give away. I don't know what he has in his magic bag. So let's ask him, Hugo, what are you giving away?
Well, we are giving a lot of prizes provided by, of course, by our sponsors. So a big thank you to our sponsors. We have Microsoft Swag Kits available. We have also C# Corner Swag Kits available.
Yeah.
And yes, right. And we have Sticker Mule vouchers as well that allows you to get amazing stickers. And also we have other prizes that we cannot reveal for now. Okay, so it's a surprise.
Yeah.
But
All right. That's great.
in the meantime, I would. Yeah, go ahead, Simon. Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to say that we have also some all like 5 more parallel tracks going on, right? We have many more parallel tracks going on, some on Twitch and all. Would you like to go ahead and talk a little more about that and how people can join it?
Yes, I just want to share a few things with the audience, if possible. I'm going to just share the screen. Hopefully, you can see my screen.
Yes.
Yes. So first, of course, please, if you can, Simon, can you just share the link of our YouTube channel in the chat in case? So essentially, in case you did not subscribe to our YouTube channel, I would like to kindly ask you to subscribe to our YouTube channel because apart from the marathon, of course, we deliver weekly sessions related to the cloud. So that means you can actually receive notifications and get up to speed about the content that we are releasing. We have plenty of sessions. We have been see the Cloud Launch and Run is celebrating this month 1 year of existence, and we have plenty of videos there already. So videos of different kinds related to certification, videos related to different topics, including machine learning, blockchain, and DevOps, and so on. So you can always go here to the videos and also to the playlists and get the links related to a specific topic. So in case you want to learn more about containers and orchestration, you can always go to the playlist of the containers and orchestration and watch the videos that we have there available. Most of these videos is related to, as I mentioned, to our weekly sessions delivered in context of the Cloud Launch and Learn sessions, but also we have amazing content delivering content of in context of our Ideathon as well. So yes, ultimately I would invite you to just go to our YouTube channel and if you can subscribe, so then you get notifications and get informed anytime that we release new contents. Another important topic to talk, of course, is our marathon websites. So again, As you know, today we are just kicking off. We started at 6 a.m. UTC time. We are already 2 hours running the event for 2 hours, but we have already yet 22 hours left. So one thing that I would like to share with you to ensure that you can find the proper content and you find the sessions that you want to attend, right? Accessing our website, so www.cloudlunchlearn.com/marathon. You can come to the marathon page. If you did not register, please register. You have still time to register to the events. And again, you will have a chance to win prizes, including the swag kits that I mentioned before. In the first section, we have here the links to the different channels that we are streaming content live. At the moment, the active channels is the YouTube and the Twitch. If you go to the Twitch, you are able to see the other parallel track that is going on at the moment, okay? And of course, if you scroll down, you will access relevant details related to the conference and also details about the registration. As you know, we are donating money to a charity, right, to the Masaka Kids Africana, and consequently, by registering to these events, you allow us to basically collect €1 per registration to donate to this charity. Okay, so that's why it's really important as well for you to register to these events. And then, of course, you can come to the Azure Heroes Learner and claim your badge. Okay, so this is a nice way for you to have a digital badge provided by Microsoft and claim your badge. So basically confirming that you are attending the events, and consequently you are collecting the badge. And then, really important, marathon sessions, right? So the section where you can find all the content that we are delivering. Okay, so you have filters here on top that you can select the language, you can select the different tracks that you want to attend, and you also can select the session formats if you want to attend. And also you have the search box that allows you to search for the sessions that you are looking for. So imagine that you are looking for to a session of a given speaker. You can just write the name of the speaker, hit the search, and you can get the session. From here, you can, of course, add to calendar. Doesn't make sense now. Maybe it makes sense in case you want to attend the session in a few hours' time, but the join session allows you to basically go directly to the link of the session. Okay, so then you can attend the session. So that's pretty simple. And if you expand, of course, you have as well more details related to the session. So you have the level, you have the tags related to the different tags associated with the session. So it gives you some kind of knowledge about the categories where the session fits. The speaker, you can get details about the speaker, and you have here the links to connect with the speakers in case you want to connect. And also you have a description of the session. Okay, something that's maybe it's not so relevant to you because I assume that pretty much everyone understands English, but we also provided some versions of the site in different language. So we have the language here, the Portuguese version of the site, and the Chinese, to enable people, if they don't understand English, to enable them to access the site and understand the content there, you know. So in case it's one of your cases, you can always select one of these language and access the content. So given that, I don't know, Simon, you are there? Are you still there?
Yeah, gentlemen, I'm still there. I mean, I'm just looking at this entire ecosystem that you and your team has built. What just looked like just one session, a live show coming every week or the other day. What you guys and girls have did is like you have collected this great minds from across the globe, but brought them all together on the same platform, multi-tracks, running 24 hours. Let me quickly ask you, Hugo. When did you or your team members think that, all right, we're going to do this mega marathon?
Yeah, so see, as you know, right, we started last year, and the idea initially was definitely let's go with the cloud lunch and learn sessions, right? So we can enable people to learn about the cloud while they enjoy the lunch or break. Because
Where's
in my case,
mine? Where's
yes.
mine? You're supposed
Because
to send me some lunch.
Bill, where is your lunch? We need to cook. It's 9:46 a.m.
Oh
It's
my god!
not
Oh, I get it. I
lunchtime.
get it. All
It's
right,
not
I'll wait.
lunchtime. Yeah, but yeah. So see, I don't know, depending on each person, but in my personal case, I prefer to learn about and watch technical sessions during lunchtime instead of in the evening. After a big day of work, you feel tired and you don't feel so much motivated to join sessions. And so yeah, we kicked off last year. We decided to go with the lunch and learn sessions. It was pretty good because we had great speakers. That's why I suggest everyone go to our YouTube channel, have a look to the content there, because definitely you have great content there, especially if you want to get certified in the cloud. You have plenty of content there related to different certifications on Azure. Okay, and then pretty much we decide, okay, let's try to find ways to step the level up, right? And try to do something different. And then we decide, okay, see, you are learning about the cloud, right? But only learning is not enough. As you know, nothing like experience. So put your hands on and experiment the different technologies. So we decide, okay, let's create a challenge, community challenge that the community can jump in. We provide a problem, right? And then the community can try to figure out a way to design a solution to fix the problem, right? To solve the problem. So we created the Ideathon, right? And the Ideathon is pretty much based on the hackathon, but the main difference is typically on a hackathon, right? You know that most of the time you will be spending implementing the solution, right?
Yeah.
And not everyone has the coding and the development background. So
Count me out.
that means it's not really inclusive for non-tech people, right? So we decided, let's create something that will be as inclusive as possible to everyone, independently on the background, right? So we decide, okay, let's go with the Ideathon. So the Ideathon is basically a challenge similar to hackathon, but it's only focused on the design of the solutions. So that means you can go and design with your team the solution, and you don't need to care about the implementation. So consequently, anyone can participate, right? And provide their ideas. So we did the first edition last year. We had an amazing project in the challenge, and that's another good thing about these community initiatives. So we are able to as well deliver value to the society. So we had a project in Ireland from a person that is doing a PhD, and basically she has a project on her PhD that is meant to create an application to help people with dementia, okay, to overcome their challenge. So that means ultimately the application does a lot of different things, including, for example, helping slowing down the memory loss on the patient. So the app has some features available that allow the people to remember names and remember face of people, including their family, and all these different things. And another vital thing and important thing of the app is as well, the app is able to track real-time vital signs, and consequently report those vital signs to a centralized system, and then enable their doctors to monitor them in real time. So as you know, potentially what happens is a person with dementia has a huge risk of heart attack, right? And consequently their doctors need to be conscious and stroke actually, and so consequently their doctors need to be constantly monitoring them. So as you know, during this pandemic, it's not feasible to have the doctor visiting the patient or the
Yeah.
patient visiting the doctor
Either
constantly,
way.
Yes. So the idea is the app collects the vital signs, including the heartbeats, and reports those vital signs in real time. They have thresholds defined on the vital signs. And if they see some anomaly in terms of the pattern of the vital sign of the patient, then there is an alert kicked off and the doctor receives immediately a notification. So then they can act proactively and save the life of the patient.
Wow.
So, given that, right, the person was so the owner of the project was facing some challenge in relation to this piece of reporting vital signs, real time, and all these things, right? So we decided, let's create the Ideathon for this, okay? And we created the Ideathon. We shared this challenge with the community participating on the challenge. And basically the community were organizing teams and they were participating to just design a solution to fix that challenge, that limitation that everyone was basically facing. And it was great, honestly, because it's those kind of moments that you feel that something that you created, it's actually creating value, because the solution design, the winner, was actually giving ideas to Evelyn to proceed with their app. And actually Evelyn, just to as an FYI, Evelyn recently received awards for European awards for the project that she is doing.
Wow.
So what I'm saying is it's definitely something that may come up quickly to the society and start to help people with dementia. So it's a big deal, and that's essentially what we want. Anything that we try to do is we want to also try to create value, somehow.
Yeah. So Hugo, that sounds very promising to all that you have been doing in the past year and all that Ideathon, marathon, right? With so much happening 365 days, right? How can one be updated or be updated on what's happening next when are the new episodes coming up? I know there's definitely website, but what would you suggest the best way one should keep themselves updated? Definitely follow Hugo and Lisa, I would say that. But what more are the best ways?
Yes, so important thing, align with this, we have been using, for your awareness, right? We have been using an internal channels on Slack
Okay.
with the community to basically support these initiatives. But we are, as you know, in context of these events, we are using Discord. Actually, it will come up something on the site during the day to allow you to join Discord. But essentially, we want to make Discord public to the community. So then, even after the marathon, people can join Discord and they can actually participate and connect with us, because see, not necessarily the opportunities need to come from us. Sometimes the opportunities come from the others as well. So the important thing is connecting the community, because by connecting, we have more minds to think about things and make everything fabulous to everyone. So we will have Discord available. Maybe if you can share the link on the site, in the chat for our Discord. I'm going to actually share here. Just one sec, please.
I think. All right. Having said that, Hugo, while you do that, you did say that, hey, there's definitely a way you can go ahead and connect with other community members who are part of Cloud Lunch Learn, and you can interact with them even after this event ends, and also throughout the other events that you do. So what would be a place that people are watching, right? People may not be able to watch all the content here because some are streaming on Twitter, Twitch simultaneously. So what best place or link or resource you would tell that, hey, if you want to go ahead and watch all the sessions for Cloud Lunch Learn, please visit here.
Yes. So see, all our contents. So we are delivering two types of content all the time. So live sessions or sometimes we have some recordings. So that means for the live, of course, usually we use our channels. So I would invite you to follow us on Twitter, follow us on LinkedIn, follow us on Facebook, so and and subscribe our YouTube channel, because ultimately, ultimately we stream live content to all those channels. Then
Yeah.
all the content at a certain stage will definitely be published on our YouTube channel. So in case you cannot attend our live sessions, you can always watch the content on your own sorry on your own time there on YouTube. Okay, so and of course it's always good to all the updates we do, all the initiatives we always publish on our social channels, including the Twitter and Facebook and LinkedIn. Yeah, so you should actually receive notifications there if you follow us.
Yeah, so wherever you are, Cloud Lunch Learn is there. Maybe Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube. Let me ask you, are you guys and girls are on Twitter or on Instagram?
No, not yet. To
Yeah,
build
that's something you should do it.
yes, yes, we need to do it. You know, the problem is we are kind of we are a quite small team, and
Yeah.
most important is all of us are young professionals. We have our daily jobs that we need to do. So this is what we are doing here is actually on our free time, and consequently our given our limited capacity, sometimes it's unfortunately it's not possible to do some stuff, you know.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Everyone has a full-time job. They're working, and all
Yeah.
that you guys, the girls, are doing is for the community. So we really appreciate it for bringing up this amazing platform. Having said that, I feel that this session was by Shruti, but she couldn't actually make it. I feel it's gonna have. I'll need your more time, Hugo, because I don't.
Don't be nervous. First of
Next.
all, First of all, okay, to everyone attending this session,
Mhm.
we are here chit chatting with you,
Yeah.
but I want to officially apologize. We are doing, the team is doing the best as possible to ensure you the best experience. Unfortunately, there is here a factor that we do not control. It's the speakers, and consequently, see, we are depending on the speakers to be on time, available to deliver the session that they committed to. Okay, unfortunately, this speaker did not show up, so consequently, myself and Simon, we are here to try to help you and entertain you. I hope
You're
we
putting up a
can.
good content, Hugo. I would say you're putting up a great content there. This is something, this video would take the YouTube channel exponential growth. It should be doing that. That's great. This reminds me. Uh, okay. So we do have. Uh, what's next, the upcoming sessions. So Hugo, it's when
Mhm.
it does say cloud lunch and learn, but right, it's not just about cloud, right? I also see people talking about the education, people talking
Yes.
about ethics, people talking about technology, but that not just cloud, even from other ecosystem. So what's the idea behind this?
Yeah, so see, I would say anytime that we create, you try to create an initiative or even a brand, right? It's always a challenge to come up with a name that represents the full scope of your initiative or your brand or company. So it for us it was really in the beginning was the name was reflecting what we were doing. So delivering sessions mostly related to the clouds during lunchtime. That's essentially the story of the name. But I can say that's definitely, you see, we are not limiting the type of technical content that we deliver here, because we delivered in the past plenty of topics not necessarily related directly with the cloud, but actually related with other backgrounds. So non-tech people and even business people can attend our sessions and learn more. As an example, we delivered topics related to Office 365. We delivered sessions related with Power Platform and so on. Yeah. So
and the following sessions, we do have following sessions by speakers. They're definitely going to talk about Power Virtual Agents, as you just said. We also have Microsoft Teams. I definitely need to set up my Microsoft 365 tenant. The other day I was having some issues, so I also need to go ahead and fix that. So these sessions will definitely be helpful. We will have a speaker joining us now, not the Akhilesh, I believe. I think he's not reachable, right? So we may have some of our team members joining in now. Who can you guess who that person would be?
No. Lisa, maybe?
Yeah, that
No,
it's Lisa's birthday
Lisa
today,
is
right?
what?
Oh
Yes,
my
yes,
goodness!
yes.
And
It
then
is
look
Lisa
at the
birthday.
day. Yeah, she has devoted this important day for this event. Yeah.
So guys, one thing, most important thing in any community initiative, not only here, as I always say, let's share love. That's the most important thing,
Yeah.
okay? Because sharing love, if you share love, you receive love, we get what we share. So what I would like to ask you, if possible, since we have the time, is let me just find Lisa's profile. And she's moderating another session, okay?
Yeah.
And what I would invite you to do is I'm going to share here. I'm going to share our Twitter, right? So if you can follow her on Twitter and send her a message congratulating and wishing the happy birthday, because it's always good, to share a bit of love. And also, I have another thing to share with you. In the meantime, please, it's important for us to understand as well if you are awake on the other side. So can you please do me a favor? Can you let us know by the chat where are you based on, and how are you feeling about these sessions and these events so far? Just share some love in the chat, please.
Right, please go ahead and drop your thoughts and how you're feeling about the session. I actually took your feedback, Hugo, and I quickly am writing a tweet to Lisa, right? So I'm going to do that.
Great.
All right.
Great. I invite everyone watching this session, please do it. It's always good. So, and I'm sure if you share, as I said to you, this is I don't remember the in English, the name of the rule, but you know what I mean, right? When you give something, you receive something. So
yeah, that makes sense, Hugo. Yeah, let's just put it that way.
So yeah, let's share a bit of love. And I actually want to also share with you some things in the meantime. So let me just share the screen with you. I would like to first try to understand if people are definitely awake and alive watching us.
Yeah.
I don't see any comments. Guys, please come up, share where you are based and how are you feeling so far. I'm feeling hungry, to be honst. I did not have
lunch,
I did not have any food yet, and I woke up at 5 a.m. so 5 hours ago. Yeah, so
you had your coffee?
No, I didn't. I didn't have any coffee.
How are you surviving today?
Well, actually, it's funny because I don't know if you something that it's. I'm really interested in yeah, I can see awake in Cape Town. Nice. Yeah. Welcome, Alan. Welcome, Alexandra, as well.
Good energy drink. Yeah. Cape Town, what time is it? Cape Town also is like morning time, right? It's almost like same time.
Yeah.
Cape Town.
So yeah, I was saying I usually try on my free time, try always to see some stuff, learn about some things that may impact your quality of living, and improve your quality of living. And one of the things definitely some time ago I looked at was I don't know if you are aware, but the the importance and the health benefit of doing intermittent fasting. Are you aware of that?
Fasting, fasting is something that's practiced a lot in Asia Pacific. I mean, it's also Ramzan going on, so even Muslim friends are there practicing a lot, and even in Hindu, who are the major population here in India, they do fasting a lot, sometimes weeks and weeks and weeks. So I need to, but I don't do that, to be honest, but I definitely need to go and look.
So see, I invite everyone if you want, right? So I imagine the guys that have experience on do some kind of research and so on, you know, potentially already this, but Google Scholar typically have a lot of papers and a lot of theses available. And in here, you have definitely a lot of materials related with intermittent fasting, okay? And to just summarize the reading that I did in relation to the fasting, since we are talking about fasting, right, is, see, they were able to conclude that your body, as you know, has natural capabilities to heal from some diseases, right? And from some internal infections based on what you eat and all these things, right? But in order, if you consider your body as a machine, right? If the machine is busy doing work, it cannot do extra work, right? So the idea is, if your body is not busy processing food and doing the digestion, then the body is able to heal your body, okay, itself, the system. So I used to frequently to do intermittent fasting, usually 15 hours per day, and see, honestly, in the beginning, when you start to do it, you feel a bit different, because for 20 something years I have not doing any fasting, you know. And then when you start to reduce the time window that you eat, then you start to feel weak, a bit weak, right? But ultimately, then your body gets used, and then you start to feel amazing. And the most important thing is, I used to be one of those persons that I got sick when there are change of weather, change of weather, and change of those how do you call it? I don't remember, to be honest. But anyway,
English is not our first language, so never mind.
yes. But anyway, with the change of weather, right? It's common for people to get cold and get sick, right? And one thing I noticed is, for so long I didn't have any, fortunately, I didn't get sick at all, you know. And I don't know if it's the fasting or not, but what matters is something changed, you know. So yes, what I'm saying is definitely fasting is something that is something that it will come up, because you see, especially in Europe, in several countries, the industry was all the time promoting, okay, people should eat every 3 hours, okay. And that's, in my opinion, and based on what I see here from the research, that is not necessarily true, okay. You don't need to be eating every 3 hours in order to be healthy. And because then what happens is, some of these researchers, what they discovered is, and these doctors, they just question themselves. So if you need to be healthy, if you need to eat every 3 hours, how can people that because of the religion, right, they do the Ramadan and they fast from food, how can they be healthy? Okay. That's the main question. And then they went away, okay, let's do research, because something is not connecting here in the equation. And then they've just found that that's not the story, you know. You don't necessarily need to be eating all the time, because you just need to eat enough food to give you enough energy for your body to just spend on your daily basis based on what you're doing, you know.
Definitely some great health tips coming up, and I see Alexander telling in the private chats. That's a great talk coming by Hugo Doctor.
Hugo Doctor. Oh man, no. The most important, what I want to clarify here is, see, as you know, right, in this world of online world and so on, there is plenty of information out there, right? And not every time that you come across information, the information is valid and it's fidedigno, that you can trust, right? So what happens is here is it's important as well to share with the people, because so what I'm saying is, if you did your research, if you search about something and you developed your knowledge in a given topic, then if you share with it, because ultimately that's what we are doing here, right? In the marathon, we have speakers sharing knowledge, but technical knowledge, right?
Yep.
But apart from technical, as I always say, keep in mind one thing: we are human and we need to ensure the quality of our living. So you can be the most expert in the cloud, but then if you fail with your quality of living, you will fail, and because you don't, if you are not alive, then you cannot be an expert in the cloud, you know what I mean? So I see it's important that we explore these topics related with the health and nutrition, and then understand how they can impact positively or negatively our lives, right? That's the most important thing, because we need to keep alive in order to be delivering all these things.
Yeah, I mean, even if you're not, but please record it and upload it, but they'll still be sharing.
Just to give you one thing, just to share you one example, right? How this can be important. So just quickly to summarize, a few years ago, I decided to move abroad and just give it a go. And I moved to Ireland, right? And as you know, Ireland has one problem in relation with the lack of sunlight, okay? And what happens is I quickly realized that a lot of people, and including myself, go in lack of vitamin D because of the absence of sunlight, okay? And I quickly realized by talking with other people there, locals including, that people are not aware that lack of vitamin D is a huge factor for you to get depressed and influence your moods. Okay, so that means, okay, I just see Pradeep comment. Pradeep, as what I would say is, go to Google Scholar, do your research, and do your investigation. If you get convinced about what I'm saying, definitely give it a go. Okay, go slow. Start to do the fasting for. See, we are doing, one important thing is we are doing fasting already. Okay, when you are going to sleep, you are not eating, so you are fasting.
Yeah,
okay,
that's fasting, right? That's
yes,
why it's called breakfast.
Yes.
when you wake up next in the morning.
Yeah, exactly. So we are fasting, but the idea here is just extend a little bit the fasting, and instead of doing your 8 hours of sleep fasting, you do like 10, 11, 12. Okay, and the most important thing is, another myth that may come up is, I had some friends that I was at that time 2 years ago, when I started to do the fasting and so on. I was training with some work colleagues. I was training with some work colleagues, and we were training for some half marathons, right? And the guys were saying, "Okay, Hugo, forget about it, the fasting, because if you don't eat, you don't have any energy to run and to work out." That's a completely myth. Okay, that's fake. Don't worry about not eating and going to exercise. Not a problem. I usually would do the fasting until the lunchtime, and I would run during lunchtime. So I used to do 20 kilometers run to training, to do the training, and then I would have my lunch after the run, and it's completely fine. Of course, in the first times you may feel a bit weak, but that's fine. It's your body, okay, getting used to the thing. But yeah, the most important thing is, if you fast, and if you reduce the time window that you eat, then you need to eat properly. Okay, you need to eat a lot of vegetables, a lot of vitamins to get vitamins, a lot of protein as well. Okay, so good chicken breasts, salmon, and so on. Yeah, that's it. I'm not going to shut up. Quick one.
Yeah.
Yes, I see we have the next speaker here. Quick one before I drop. Okay, sorry to hijack your call. You're alive.
I needed you.
Sorry about that. Okay, guys, the most important thing. Okay, apart from the technical and bit and bytes and all the stuff, amazing stuff we are going to deliver, there is an amazing and really important session we will be delivering today. Okay, so just get here the save the name. Maybe Simon, can you put a message there with the name? So it's related with stroke rehabilitation, and it's a story of Paul. Okay, so Paul is a person, non-tech person, that basically suffered a stroke, and he decided to give it a go with Power Platform and Power Apps, and he basically built his app, Power Up app to basically help him recovering from stroke. Okay, so the app, as you know, when you suffer a stroke, you have disability on your movements. So the app allows you to draw letters and numbers and consequently practice the precision of drawing letters and numbers. Okay, so consequently helping you recovering from stroke. So if he implemented the app, he's going to deliver a session explaining what he did and so on. Most important thing about this session is showing how you can potentially, right, build your next solution to help the society overcome their challenge on daily basis. Okay, so that's why I think it's really inspiring session. So given that, I'm off. Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
Hugo, thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate that. Some great talks and tips that you shared. I'll definitely see you soon. I know you're running late for the other session. Thank you so much for your time,
Thank you.
and I'll see you the other side. All right, bye bye.
Bye bye.
All right, that was my mate Hugo. Oh my goodness, it looks like he came in prepared to talk for 45 minutes. That's fantastic. So let us just chase down to our next session. That's by Akhilesh Dubey is going to talk about automate your world with Power Automate Desktop. Really excited for this session. So I won't take much of time because we are anyway like 4 or 5 minutes in his session. So let's go ahead and add our speaker. Akhil, sorry, Akhilesh. Okay, Akhilesh. So that's confusing. Hi,
Hey,
Akhil. Welcome to
Simon.
the Cloud Lunch Learn Marathon.
Thank you so much. Good to see you here. And thanks for all the insightful talk between yourself and Hugo. I think it was a great way to fill the gap. So thank you very much. So hello, everyone who is joining across the globe. Let me introduce myself. My name is Akhilesh Dubey, and you can call me Akhil. I work with Microsoft as a digital transformation consultant. I've been a new member to Microsoft, based out of Singapore, and have been into the IT world for a decade and a half, doing things across the Microsoft Technologies platform. And today's session that we are going to talk about is basically something related to the buzzword, which is RPA, which is robotic process automation. And we are also going to look into how Microsoft is joining the bandwagon of robotic process automation with their product Power Automate, and a special mention of Power Automate Desktop, which is basically the desktop or the on-premise version, a product that you can download, own for free, and probably automate your world, automate a lot of mundane processes, repetitive processes, the processes which you feel are useful but may not be that interesting because it may be the same stuff you are doing hundreds and thousands of times, or probably sometimes millions and millions of records to process in a similar way. So definitely any workforce want to do something interesting, something that is exciting and a new challenge instead of doing mundane tasks. And that is where the robotic process automation comes into play. And then we have different concepts like attended and unattended bots. So those of you who are already familiar with robotic process automation would be able to relate to this. Instead of doing a PowerPoint presentation, I would basically go into the different dimensions of where do you get this product, who can own it for free, and then how do you go ahead and download it, use it for some of the tasks that you want to perform on your computer. So without much ado, let me just share my screen because I'll be showing you how to download Power Automate Desktop. Give me a shout when you're able to see my screen. Okay, there you go.
All right. So once you move to, yes, you're inside StreamYard now. Once you move to your other browser, I'll just add it.
Perfect. Great.
Uh,
Okay.
yeah, everyone can see your flow.microsoft.com. Yeah.
Great.
Maybe you
Great.
want to click on that hide pop-up. Yeah, that will help. On bottom of the screen. Yeah. Hide.
Oh, okay. Great. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. So two things to start with. One is what is Power Automate Desktop, and the second thing is how do you grab it, how do you own it, and how do you start using it. So the good news is anyone who is a Windows 10 user, even if you are a home user for Windows 10, you can own Power Automate Desktop, which is the RPA tool from Microsoft, just for free. So when I say free, I absolutely mean it. There are no hidden terms and conditions. You can own it for free. Hop onto your computer, start flow.microsoft.com/desktop. You land into this page. This gives you an overview of what all things you can do, some bite-sized videos in terms of how the tool looks like, how do you perform the different tasks using this RPA tool. And down below, at the bottom of this page, you can go down and say that, okay, I want to download Power Automate Desktop for free. So once you click this, you get the executable file. Let me just go back to one of the folders. So there you go. So you will get a executable file, application file, which is basically the installer for the Power Automate Desktop. Once you have finished this wizard-based setup, what you are going to have on your computer is an icon added for Power Automate Desktop, which looks like this. I don't know how much visible it is, but once you click on this, it takes you to the Power Automate Desktop tool, which has got all the enormous functionality of robotic process automation in the on-premise version. As you can see, this is still in the preview mode. So there are, this is a new launch. There are a lot of capabilities that Microsoft is going to add in this. But already there is a lot of stuff, a bunch of stuff that you can start doing it. So this is the home page where you land. And once you are ready to create your first flow, you can go ahead, either click on the button New Flow, or on the top left corner, you get the same button, which is called the New Flow. You go inside and say that, okay, I want to create my first Power Automate Desktop flow. Sorry. And it brings you to the new window where you can you will see a whole bunch of stuff that you can start doing it in terms of in form of the actions. So actions are nothing but the command or the commands that you give to your computer to perform certain tasks. So there are a lot of different things that you can do around with Excel. We know that whether it is auditing, whether it is accounting, whether it is a lot of calculations, charts, graphs, or any kind of analytical data presentation that you want to do, people across the world, I mean millions and millions of users across the globe use Excel on a daily basis. And some of the times, as I had said in the beginning of the presentation, some of these tasks over the time became mundane, repetitive, and very cumbersome, which take a large part of the productive day of a person. So those Excel actions can be performed using a bot where you record all your steps that you are doing with different Excel documents, and eventually you can save them as a flow, a desktop flow, or probably a bot, and you can schedule them or you can manually run them to perform those tasks on your behalf. Similarly, if you are basically playing around with different kind of files and folders, or if you want to do some kind of UI automation, you can have all those actions controlled from this left-hand navigation. So how does it do this? So if I have to just say that, okay, I want to do something with Excel, it is as easy as dragging and dropping things. So you would say that, okay, I want to launch Excel first. And then it will give you the different options as to whether you want to launch a blank document to do something, or you want to open a document which is basically on your desktop or on a server location, and then play around with that. So that's how intuitively or intelligently, Power Automate Desktop is going to give you the different actions that you would have performed as a human, which you can mimic into user actions, and then delegate them for the bot to do on your behalf. Similarly, just like Excel, so Excel is predominantly used by different kind of departments and different kind of industries. That's why it's pretty explicit here. But if you want to say that, okay, I have a certain application, which is basically a desktop application, maybe an application that is not smart enough, it does not have APIs, it does not have web services, it does not have integration with different line of business application, but I still want to perform some steps using the UI side of it. So I want to launch the application, perform 10, 12, 15 different steps and close it up. You can always mimic that. So you can say that, okay, I want to run an application. So I just started to search for an action saying go to application, and it gave me one similar sounding action saying run application is the one probably you may want to use. So I drag and drop this. And once again, I have to give the path for the application which I'm going to run. So for example, if I have to do something on the Notepad, right? So as you all know that Notepad basically is an executable which resides somewhere on your C drive. So you can always go back and say, okay, what is the location for Notepad executable file? So let me see. Okay, so this one is here under accessories. So I copy this and I say, okay, this is basically going to be Notepad. Bear with me for a moment. And then if you want to pass on some arguments or anything, so for this application, perhaps for Notepad, I may be interested in just probably capturing some notes. But if some of the applications are like authenticated, right? So if they need credentials or any such kind of thing that you want to pass for getting inside the application, you can pass through the command line arguments. You can also time. You can say that I want to launch the application almost immediately, or I want to wait for the application to load and complete, and so on and so forth. So sometimes you are dealing with desktop applications which are like ERPs or mini ERPs, which take some time to load before you start the next set of actions. So you can basically time the next steps accordingly. But here in this case, I would say that, okay, I want to just run an application and probably do something inside that. So that's how you start putting together your actions in a certain sequence. So you say that, okay, I want to run an application, and then probably once the application is up, I want to perform step number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's how you accumulate all your actions. And once everything has been done, you can save your flow, and then you can run it to see how does it go, right? So once you run, the bot comes into action, and it basically starts the application, does a lot of different steps that you have recorded in the actions, and it does the stuff for you without you even interacting with your mouse and any input devices. Let me show you some other aspects. So sometimes what happens is, as you see, for something as simple as Notepad, I would not say struggle, but I had to basically do the due diligence as to where the notepad.exe is based, and how do I invoke it, where do I place it, and so on and so forth. So imagine if we are dealing with complex application, it is not easy to build up your steps, right? So what if we would have just given a command by doing it once, and the system automatically recording it up, saying that, okay, you did step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I was watching you, and I have learned how to do it for the next time. So you save it and let me run the next time you want to do those steps, right? So for those, we have something called as desktop recorder and web recorder. So desktop recorder is basically for recording all your actions that you are performing on your desktop. That means within your computer. And web recorder is slightly different, where it mimics all your actions that you do on one of the browsers, right? So as you know, when you are inside the browser, a lot of different things that you will be doing is pretty much inside the boundary of the browser, right? Without interacting with the rest of your system. So that's why you have a different family of steps under web recorder, and then anything that you want to do to your local computer and let the system mimic those actions, you can have that inside the desktop recorder. So just for the sake of simplicity, and this is a level 100 training, so or session, so I would just go ahead with a desktop recorder just to give you an idea as to how you are going to automate your world using a desktop recorder. So I would invoke this, and what would happen is as soon as I say desktop recorder, it will come back with a recorder window, and it will say that, okay, once you are ready, go ahead and start recording your actions, right? So let me, for the sake of simplicity, go to the desktop and then start from over here. So I would say that, okay, I want to start recording. And once I have started the recording, the system basically starts sensing the frame in which I want to mimic my actions. So you notice this red boundary on my desktop. Once I have started recording and I go out, it understands that I want to record the entire computer, right? So entire thing that I'm doing on my desktop. So I would say that, okay, I want to do this thing here. And the very first thing I want to do is probably launch an Excel, a blank Excel document. So once it is launched, I want to do some steps over here. So I come back to the Excel, maximize this. I would say that, okay, I want to capture some data over here. So let's say the serial number, attendee name, probably a session name, and the date, right? And then I would go ahead and say, okay, I want to put in some data inside here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sessions, and attendee Albert, Brian, or maybe just the presenter here, sorry. And Craig, Daniel, Craig. And maybe I just say PAD session, and then I would repeat the same thing. So actually, I'm just doing something or the other just to show you how the steps are being recorded. And then I would say, okay, this is the 13th of May when this is going to happen. So all right, and then I'm going to save this file as demo file inside, maybe in my desktop. That's it. And then I want to just say that, okay, I have done what I was supposed to do. Now I want to finish recording my steps, right? So once I finish this and come back to the PAD, the Power Automate desktop, sorry, bear with me. You see there is a whole lot of different actions that I did, and it generated these many different steps. So that is the beauty of actually any robotic process automation tool is supposed to do something like this, where someone who is a citizen developer or someone who is just a business user from one of the departments, he also can automate, he or she can automate their world by saying that, okay, during my course of the day, these are the different things I do, and I want to automate some of these because these are repetitive tasks, right? So so this is how I recorded all these steps. So if you notice here, it says that there are different kind of actions or elements it has added. So one thing is noticed is that I clicked the UI element inside the window, waited for a couple of seconds, then I pressed some keys, then I again did something on the UI, and the system kept on recording my different steps to finally epic everything that I have done to do it later, right? So once I'm convinced with this, I can say save. And then let's try to run this and see what it does. So when I say run, ideally, they should go ahead and launch an Excel. Okay, probably I started with Notepad, and then eventually I did the same Excel related thing in the same script, and that's why it is trying to do this. But let's say if I just go to one of the steps, so you can definitely jump into different steps. So if there is anything that you are feeling is an issue with your script, you can always jump from one action to another and say that, okay, maybe I would launch the Excel myself this time. I want to just show you the rest of the stuff that it does. So once the Excel is ready, I come back and say that, okay, I just want to jump on to this step, right? So I'll say, okay, I want to run from here. Okay, so certainly it is trying to do something, and it is not able to find the object or something, and that's the reason probably it is going haywire a bit. Let me just give it a last try. Otherwise, we can jump back to the theoretical aspects and let you know. But definitely exciting, because the very first thing is, which I said in the starting of the session itself, is this is absolutely free for Windows 10 users, which is the most prevalent operating system at the moment for Windows users. So that itself is a win-win situation, because you can just download Power Automate Desktop, and immediately, almost immediately, you can start automating your different tasks that you must be doing on a day-to-day basis. Probably without going into much of the demo side of it, because we just may have to do a few other tweaks, probably I would open the floor for any questions if you have, and would be happy to answer those.
All right, Akhil. We don't have many questions here, but that was a really interesting, I would say, tool, right? Power Automate Desktop, and we still have some time, around 15-20 minutes for the next session. But I have many questions for you, Akhil. Right? So I have many questions. So in the beginning, you did talk about some of the attended and unattended bots. Right. So if as a layman, if someone has to, because if I would hear the RPA for the bots for the very first time, I would think they are like some robots. But you say these are digital bots that would take away most of the human repetitive tasks. So when you couldn't categorize attended and unattended bot, how would one understand in the layman's language?
Yeah, so I think you raised a very good point, Simon, where if you talk to laymen or non-technical users and you start talking about bots, obviously the very first picture comes in your mind is basically those metallic structures, human-like structures, which are mimicking your actions. And then obviously a lot of news articles that flash in front of your mind that robots are going to replace humans.
Mm-hmm.
So that's
they are actually.
I think, I think how we look at it is there are a lot of intelligent stuff that humans are supposed to do, rather than just using their productive day by doing mundane tasks. So I look at it in that way. So attended and unattended bots basically are going to solve that particular dilemma in a person's mind. So attended bots are the ones where a user has to initiate the action of the robot. So you will always need that human intervention to say that, okay, I'm switching on the button now, and I want the robot to do whatever it is supposed to do, right? So that is attended. And you continuously, during the life cycle of the steps that the bot is doing, you probably watch it, or at a certain interval of time, you watch it and probably keep giving those user actions in between, right? Mm-hmm. Unattended bots are the ones who are on their own altogether. So let's say if you are dealing with a complex SAP application, let's say a complex ERP application, where for getting into the application, you have to first authenticate yourself. You need to have an enterprise login and so on and so forth, right?
Yeah.
And these enterprise logins are always attached to a certain human being, right? So you will, let's say if you and me are in the same company, you will have your own ERP ID, I will have my own, and so on, right? But when we say that we have unattended bots, probably the bot will have an ID of itself, and it will go inside the application and start doing the task all on its own without you doing any intervention in that. So that is unattended bot. So as the name itself suggests, it has to be attended and unattended. And there is something very interesting. Some governments, so as you know, there is a lot of government departments and government organizations across the different countries who are trying to automate a lot of this stuff. So one example from Singapore I would like to give. There are a lot of reservoirs here, right? The water reservoirs. And there are complex water pumping machines and pumping stations that are basically working to pump the water to people's home and so on and so forth, right? So these are complex ecosystem. You have probably dozens and dozens of reservoirs across Singapore, and then a lot of different installations with millions of small, medium, and large machines. Now, these machines are commissioned, and eventually they have to be regularly serviced and eventually decommissioned also. So there has to be an audit of all the equipments that are installed across the island, right? So we are talking about millions and millions of tools and equipments that need to be serviced and audited. Now, imagine the department who is doing this audit by saying that, okay, this particular model number, this particular pump in this location was commissioned on this date. The service life is this much, and probably at this point in time, there has to be a preventive maintenance, and probably a little later, a few years later, this has to be decommissioned. Imagine about millions of equipments where you have to keep updating those dates, updating those statuses in Excel files, right? So are we supposed to do those kind of stuff as humans when there is
Definitely not.
Yeah, so that's where the bots come into picture. But policy wise, because there is a skepticalness in the minds of humans that if I have been doing this for 15 years, right? Now there is a tool that will come and replace me. So what am I going to do? Am I going to lose my job? So principally, a lot of governments across the globe have said that we are not going to allow any unattended robots in public sector. Probably
Really?
everything that you deploy is going to be attended, so that there is still a human connection. And then even if the humans delegate the unintelligent work to the bots, they still are employed and keep doing the intelligent stuff. So that's the reason we have unattended and attended bots. So it's about 100% automation, or probably 50, 60, 70% of automation using different kind of bots. I hope I was able to explain.
Love the way you put up, Akhil. Really loved it. And there's no second thoughts that there's a lot of work hours we can go ahead and save with this automation. And I was checking while you were giving session, I was checking Gartner's recent report, and I see Microsoft climbing very fast in the field of RPA. And in fact, in next 3 or 4 years, it may take away it may come very next to UiPath, which is doing pretty good in the space. And of course, their tool is built on Microsoft technology, so never mind.
Yeah.
When you go ahead and Akhil used to talk about the unattended bot, right? I mean, people don't have to actually go ahead and interact with them. So the demo that we saw was in your local system. So is there any cloud service where we can actually go ahead and push our bots and actually say, okay, it would run through some pipeline, or I need to have it my local machine? How does that thing work?
Yes. So that's something that I should have started my session with. But just to look at to do justice with the timing, I did not go into this. So Power Automate Desktop is basically a subset of your intelligent automation ecosystem provided by Microsoft. So in totality, it is Power Automate that's basically going to deal with the entire intelligent automation. So when we say Power Automate, we are talking about any kind of business process orchestration, right? And initially, this journey started with the cloud flows. So if you go to the website flow.microsoft.com, it would talk largely about the web flows, right? Yeah. But as I said, within your enterprise, sometimes you are so bound that you are not going to replace your legacy application just because your IT team is too occupied, or you are constrained on the budget, or you have a larger 5-year plan. But by that time, if you want to raise the productivity of the people, and you want to automate some of the legacy application, you need some kind of tool that works within your enterprise without talking to internet, and that's where Power Automate Desktop comes into picture. So
Okay.
it is just about whether you are cloud ready or not. If you are cloud ready, then the business process orchestration can be done by the flows, which are cloud flows. But if you are not cloud ready because you are a constrained environment, a confidential organization, probably from the public sector, from army, police, law, or somewhere, and you want to remain all your automation efforts within the enterprise, that's where you say that, okay, I want a tool that works within the premise, and that's where Power Automate Desktop isolate in an isolated manner comes into picture. So when it comes to capability, yes, largely it is cloud first strategy for Microsoft or any other peer as well. But you can very well have a combination of cloud and on-premise. So these can be like talking to each other or working alone. So all cloud, or probably all desktop, or probably a combination of both. Yeah.
Absolutely amazing. So that definitely answers it. So I mean, it all depends upon you whether you want to go ahead and do it on your local premise or want to take the capabilities of the cloud. You can do that. And
Yeah.
we still have we still have around 10-12 minutes before we move to next session, right? And our next speakers join. I quickly want to go ahead, and while you were doing the demo, right, what I actually did, I went to the flow.microsoft.com and I actually downloaded the Power Automate. So because I'm really
Wonderful.
excited with this tool. I have a couple of questions, right? So when you actually go ahead and build an automation, what we call it, script or whatever, for adding it to the Excel and all, right, it would give me everything in a sequence, right, one
Yes.
after the other. In any event, if I want to add more like a flow chart approach, if this then that, right, more like decision making. So can I do that? That's first one. Plus, can I actually change the flow that you got from doing by that was built automated?
Yeah. If I have the liberty to share my screen
Yeah,
again,
you
let
can do
me
that.
just go back and try to show you what are the different other options available. Is it visible now?
All right, it
Not
is
yet.
not
Okay.
yet.
One
Not yet.
minute. Yeah.
All right, I'm adding it. Yes, it's there. Yes.
Okay, so the kind of business situations or the scenarios that you have talked about are pretty common, right? So
Yeah.
your world cannot be straight, right? So it is always conditional. It is always into loops, right? So as you see on the left-hand navigation here, maybe I just expand it a bit more. You see the different actions. So what I had showcased in the previous spell was basically doing everything straight and just tweaking with some of the applications which are present on your desktop. But if you have actions which are to be intelligent and which have to basically flow your information or data from one part of your program to another part, you have something called as variables. So just like any other programming construct or programming language, you can store your values or data into different variables or containers, and you can carry them from one part of the program or one part of your entire process to another part. So variables are present. You also have conditions, so you can have the different kind of conditions put, like, okay, I am trying to search a file inside a folder, and only if the file exists, I want to do step number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or only if a folder with a certain name or certain identity is there, I want to do a step. So those kind of things are there. And then you have a much broader window also to say that, okay, I just want an if statement, and rest of the thing I want to do on my own. So your if, else, while, all those kind of things are there, right? You also have loops. So if you have to do for each, so it's like you are dealing with a collection and you want to mimic a couple of steps or probably a few steps within a loop, doing it multiple times. So you have loops and loop conditions also. So all of that is there. If you want the application to wait for some other part of the application or any other supporting application to do its job, you can always have the weight as well. So I think all those stuff are there. And as I had said, all your Windows-based applications which are predominantly used, whether they are Outlook, Exchange, Excel, Word, all those are also there. So actions related to these PDFs, action related to Excel, Exchange, Outlook, everything is there pre-baked. Whatever is not there, as I said, you have the strongest of the tools of web recorder and desktop recorder. So if you find that there is something that is not containerized or pre-existing here as a predefined action, you can always create your own actions by doing a recording of your steps either on desktop or on the web.
Okay.
Does that answer?
That definitely answers, Akhil. That definitely answers. I know I'm asking a lot of questions. I'm really
No,
sorry for
no,
that.
these are not required. I think,
Yeah.
yeah,
So,
yeah.
so when you did talk about this if for loops, it encourages that you don't have to have go ahead and write a lot of code. It's a low code, no code approach. If you just
Yes.
understand the basics on, hey, if this then that, there's a loop, right? If you come from a basic, I would say even elementary programming skills, you can definitely go ahead and build and save a lot of your time. That tells me that you have created a flow. Can I nest flow within one? I would say
Yeah, yeah,
if a certain
absolutely.
situation, there should be one floor and another floor.
Yes.
Okay.
So in an enterprise, as you know, these kind of situations would arise most often, right?
Yeah.
So you see here something called as subflows. So what you can do is you can always say that, okay, I want to have a main flow and I want to have some subflows inside it. And
Wow.
these
Okay.
subflows can be a standalone flows also, right? So let's say if you have 5 different people or 5 different roles in your enterprise for which you have created 5 flows, and then one day someone is delegated to do all these tasks together, or probably someone with a larger authority wants to do all these things together, he can have his own flow, and instead of writing all the flows which have been designed for these individual 5 users, they can come back and say that, okay, probably I just want to add another flow inside my main flow, right? So all your flows that you would be creating would be present here. If it is a huge list, you can always go and search all the flows that you have created, and you can embed them inside a bigger flow, right? So
Okay.
it is the concept of parent and child. So nested flows are certainly possible. Yeah.
That's amazing. It looks like a pretty. You say it's a preview, but it anyway looks like a pretty mature product. How long it has been there, okay, this product?
The robotic process automation journey for Microsoft, I would say, has started a little longer than, or probably a couple of years. So as you know, initially there are a lot of market players, and if you see the market share, you can very well relate to that. You have UiPath, you have Crayon, you have Automation Anywhere, Blue Prism, and so on.
Yeah.
And a lot of these tools are built in core Microsoft technologies itself.
Yeah.
Either they have been written in VB.NET or some kind of Microsoft technologies, right? So people have already innovated a lot on Microsoft technologies platform, and they have built these companies or organization or products. Microsoft definitely entered the bandwagon a little later, but I think, as you said, in the analyst report, you would find that the journey is very fast, and we are progressing ahead very fast in terms of adding more and more customers and industries to our flow. And the sole reason is that when you are talking about the Microsoft ecosystem and you have your ERP or CRM or cloud or Azure side of things already implemented, it makes total sense to bring Power Platform in and have your enterprise mobility stuff done in Power Apps, your business process orchestration done in Power Automate, and eventually your robotic process automation done in Power Automate desktop flows.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like an amazing product. You did mention other people out there, the big players have definitely built on Microsoft technologies. I have been working on RPA also like from 2017 now. So it's been a while with me, and I see this product it is already pretty mature. So one final question, Akhil, I'd like to ask you, right? When I actually started my journey of RPA back in 2017, and even if I go ahead and look at many of the resources there, um, one of the challenge that people do face is in the learning phase. I'm not saying there are not many resources, but to go and actually practice it, right? You need to actually have a tool where you can actually, you have a tool, but you need to go and actually have some real-time scenarios. Coding is that definitely can go and do an all lot. So is there any small application that is available, one can download it and try to automate it? Is this something that you use it, or what are the ways you suggest to go and practice to
Okay, I think that's a great question, and because we are reaching on top of the hour, perhaps the very good way to wind up the session. Before we go ahead, because I would have to unshare my screen. As you see on the left-hand navigation in this tool, you also see some kind of cognitive capabilities. And these cognitive capabilities are not just the ones that are provided by Microsoft family, but also some of the cognitive tools that are provided by Google and IBM. So those are also present. So tomorrow, if you feel that you want to do optical character recognition, or computer vision analysis, or text analysis, or spell check, and some other kind of cognitive abilities in your bots, you can have those as well. Now, coming back to your question around learning, I think there is a thumb rule around learning any Microsoft technologies these days, right? So there is a university, I would say, that Microsoft has floated around, and we call it Microsoft Learn.
Exactly.
And Microsoft Learn basically is easy to remember. You just have to type docs.microsoft.com, right? So you can search it on Google, or you can just remember the name docs.microsoft.com. So docs.microsoft.com is structured in a way that all the different dimensions in which Microsoft works and creates applications and creates the different innovations, these are present here. So if you come to the docs.microsoft, you have larger areas like the comprehensive documentation, which is intuitive enough. You have bite-sized learning modules inside Learn. You have the question and answers, where you can connect directly to the product group teams, and you can ask your questions within the community directly to Microsoft architects and so on. And the best thing is you also get ready code samples. So you can always pick these code samples. And some of the times you don't even need the tool. Within the browser itself, we have embedded some kind of compiler tools where you can just write your code and within the browser, and you can execute them, and they would run just as if you are running it on Microsoft Visual Studio or any other development tool. Coming back to our topic, if we have to say that, okay, I want to learn more about Power Automate Desktop, in the homepage of docs.microsoft, you can very well go and say that, okay, give me more information about Power Automate Desktop. And that will bring you to a bunch of different topics. So if you are interested in learning the basics, go on to how do I create my first flow, or just a basic introduction of Power Automate Desktop. If you are basically targeting any certifications on Power Platform, which also includes Power Automate as one of the dimensions, you can also go to Microsoft Learn, and you can have bite-sized training sessions which are very focused on these different certification. So a plethora of information is available, absolutely free. So all the techies out there, everyone who is a tech enthusiast, can come to docs.microsoft.com, and they can have their learning seamlessly carried over here.
All right, Akhil, that was an amazing session. I really enjoyed it. I got to clear my doubts a lot, and I actually dropped your Twitter profile link in the chat so that people can connect you over there and bug you with the questions. And I'm definitely gonna do that, because this is a very promising product that Microsoft has brought in, and I think people should go ahead and adopt it a lot more to save more time. That was amazing section again, Akhil. Any final thing you want to go ahead and say before we move to next session and wrap it?
I would just like to thank all the organizers of Cloud Lunch and Learn, and all the attendees as well. We had been looking forward to this for more than a couple of months. There have been a little disruption, all the COVID situation that's going around in India. While I'm based in Singapore, we are relatively safer here. Mm-hmm. But the entire extended family is back there in India. So I was bogged down with a lot of illness around families and friend circle. So that kind of gave me a little less time to prepare. I was a little less focused, but I hope I was able to do justice. And thanks for providing this platform. I hope more and more people would have got interested and attended and got benefited by these sessions. So thank you so much, and would be looking forward to the next spell of Cloud Lunch and Learn, probably with something more exciting next time.
No, again, I really loved it personally. I love it. And I see some comments coming where people say that they've also downloaded it. Thank you so much for this amazing session. Really loved hosting you. And I'll connect you soon because I followed you on Twitter. All right, Akhil. Thank you. Have a nice day and see you soon. Bye-bye. Take care.
Bye-bye.
All right, with that amazing session of Akhil, we now move to our next session. That's, as I say, a Power BI rockstar, but he's gonna come with some another session this day. It's I won't take much of his time, and I'll just add our next speaker, who is Aro. Aro, welcome to the Cloud Lunch Learn Marathon.
Yeah. Hi, Simon. How are you doing, man? How everything's with you?
I'm doing great. I am not branded with some other community. I am branded today with Cloud Lunch and Learn. So I won't take much of your time. Anyway, right, Aro?
Sure.
Right. So feel free to go ahead and share your screen. I have a mate joining behind the scenes. Hugo. Yeah. Hugo,
Okay.
you're distracting me.
Yeah, sure. Let me share my screen, and please check if you see my screen.
Mhm.
Can you see my PowerPoint?
Not yet. Yeah, I see your screen now. I'm going to add it to the stream. You're inside PowerPoint. Everyone can see your PowerPoint. And next 45 minutes is all yours.
Sure. Thank you, Simon. Okay. I have 45 minutes. I just want to keep it short. Okay. So just want to highlight. Okay. My topic is about Power Virtual Agents and you. I'm talking about Power BI for many years, so I thought let's take a break and talk about something which is something very interesting, right? And a lot of our customers in Singapore also are asking this thing. So something about me, I'm Arush Shukla, which Simon mentioned. I'm a Microsoft MVP in Data Platform, MCT, and this is my LinkedIn profile. Okay, so I just straight ahead about the topics we talk about. We see the key challenges with the chatbots, and we see the overview of Power Virtual Agents, and we see whether the basic terms which we have to use for Power Virtual Agents, and we see we create a chatbot within 20 minutes. That is my target to create a chatbot fully functional and deploy it to the Microsoft Teams. So I'll see how it works and just want to show you so fast we can create a chatbot. Okay. So yeah, first thing first, why we need chatbots? Okay, a lot of things we can go forward. So from the consumer standpoint, we have seen people who are using iPhones, right? They use Siri for asking questions. Now we have Alexa, we have smart speakers. I also have Google Assistant. I'm using Android for many years, so many times. I give you a very simple example. In Singapore, the weather is very weird at times. So morning will be very sunny, and in evening it becomes very rainy. So 2 days back, my helper put some clothes at night, and all clothes were wet. She asked me yesterday, sir, can you please check in Google whether it will be rain at night? So I checked. I know that it was so funny, not possible to rain yesterday. So I just checked in Google, asked that whether it will rain in Punggol, at my place in Singapore. And the Google mentioned that it will rain very heavily at night. And my helper actually took all the clothes and put into outside and at home itself. You see that how powerful the chatbot. I'm talking about the consumer standpoint, but again, from the business standpoint, many people who are whether you're using the small organizations or they're using the large organizations, they are keeping using chatbots. You have seen in Pizza Hut in India, whether in Singapore, whether they have some small chatbots all the places, right? Why they have it? To increase the productivity, so they can get the better customer service, and they have a better engagement with the customers. Okay, so that is the key point why chatbots are become so popular in last couple of years. Okay, now how Power Virtual came into picture. Now, Power Virtual is a new kid in the block because they came only a couple of years, I think 1 year back only. And it has become very, very easy for them to create, for Microsoft to create the chatbots, because they're already using some kind of a Q&A maker and Lewis applications. But for that, you have to write some custom code. And many people don't have coding skills, right? So they make it very easy for the business users to create some chatbots, not writing a single line of code. And I trust me, today I will create a chatbot, not writing a single line of code, right? It's a 100 level session, so I won't write any code, but want to tell you that how easy to create a chatbot, okay? And what Microsoft is trying to achieve is to drive the business value, just not for IT people, but also people who are the end users or the business users. So create a natural and the conversation AI. Okay. So what are the key challenges? Now, before Power Virtual Agents came to picture, there are key challenges which people faced. Now, these things are coming from a survey. It's not from Microsoft. These are the Microsoft always have some surveys to show to people what challenges people faced. So first one is 66% people always have issue with the self-service. So although they know how to create chat, people know how to use chatbot, but interacting with them is very difficult. That is a very big issue. Second thing is 90%, the customer or the end users face that there's not consistent and there's no continuity across channels. Now, what channels? Channel means if you have a website or you have a blog or you have a Facebook site and you have some blog site, right? So they should have consistent user interface for the chatbot. So it's very difficult to achieve this particular part. Second thing from 59% is all the channels are silos. So maybe if one of the chatbot is getting data from SQL Server, or one of the data is coming from SharePoint. So having these kind of silos become very difficult to manage. And therefore, and other challenges, it's very difficult to create chatbots in general, right? And thanks to Microsoft Power Virtual Agents, it makes life easy, right? It's very expensive to create a chatbots. And also they have some friction, always some impedation that the business users who are SMEs, subject matter experts, and the developers always have different mindset. So developers have different coding mindset and all, and the business people have different, they look for the numbers, how many people are using that chatbot. So they have some friction on that. And again, I mentioned about the backend. So they want to have some personalized views, answers for the chatbot. So it's very difficult to use it. So let's see how we can create. So what Power Virtual Agents is for all the people, which means all your customers, your end users, not customer, end users also, your business users, and people who are subject matter experts. Maybe they're using some kind of a pizza service, right? So they know how the delivery works and all. They know the things. And we have people who are the IT and admin people who create amazing applications. So in short, Power Virtual Agents is designed for everyone, just not for IT people. Okay. And the main key, there are 3 business goals. What PVA want to do it is want to empower the team, which means all the users can create their chatbots. They don't have to go to the IT. They can do themselves. That is a thing which we can use it. And so also reduce the cost. Just think that people who are just think we have an office in New Delhi, and we want to have customers based across the globe in Singapore, Malaysia, USA, Europe. So it's very difficult to answer all the queries. So if you deploy a chatbot on the website or on the team site, very easily we can actually remove the humans and deploy a chatbot to deal with complex issues. And the last thing, very important aspect, to improve the customer satisfaction. If the customer is satisfied, then obviously we get a better service, right? And better profit. Okay. So I don't talk about the theory, just want to talk about it's very easy to create a bot, and you freed up the staff. You don't have to deploy 2-3 people in different locations, and then you can just deploy a bot which is much more cost effective. Second thing, you don't need IT people. Although you need the IT people, but you can't create a simple chatbot not writing a single line of code, which we'll do today, right? And we can also improve the AI service very easily. So people ask me questions, we can actually see what kind of questions people are asking, and then we can improve it and improve the AI backend, which is your PVA, Power Virtual Agents. And you can take actions. You can take actions. You can call Power Automate. I will show in the demo. And can also, if you have people inside your team, to create something called as a Microsoft bot framework and create a simple bot to create and get a service from different applications. So these are the few things which we can do. So channels, I mentioned to you, channels could be anything. Could be a website, could be a Facebook Messenger, could be a mobile thing. So we can deploy a channel inside your website or your Facebook or your team's website. Okay, everything's possible. Again, not writing a single line of code. Okay, so let's think about some kind of we go into. I don't want to give too much theory. I mostly focus on the demos, but these are very key things to understand, so that you can understand the demo I'm talking about. So there's something about topics. Now, what is topic? Topic is something a user asks a bot. For example, tell me the Forum Mall in Jali, when it will open, right? This is the question, right? So this is called a trigger phase. Okay. So this thing we have to ask. Again, some small thing, the user asks about the opening hours or the store hours, then our AI actually able to gauge it. Okay, this asking about the open hours, but in my backend, I know store hours, so I will answer in that way. So give you a better user interface, better experience, right? So there are two different topics we can talk about. I show in my demo. One is the system topics, which are not customizable. And second is user topics. Again, I show in the demo so that you can able to understand. So this is an example of a topics. I show you about the demo about topics and store hours. And few of the topics could be very simple, or few could be complex. So this is a simple user interface where I can ask one of the user whether when my this store will open. So we're able to understand very easily. And few of the logic could be complex. Maybe a bot asks some questions. Okay, I told you that this is the opening. Which particular mall you want? Which particular shop you want to see? So the user can ask, can you tell me the opening hours of McDonald's? So then able to ask okay, McDonald's actually is opening from 9 to 6 today. Okay, so it gives you some more complex scenario here. Okay. Then we have some kind of some logic, advanced logic. We can show a message or ask some questions with the bot. So bot just treat as a human. He can ask you and tell you some questions. Assume as a human, right? So these are things. And we can also, I mentioned to you, we can call the Power Automate flows as well. Very simple stuff. One thing to highlight and to note that these things are actually backend as a Dataverse, previously called as a common data service. Now it's called as a Dataverse. So all your backend database are actually in Dataverse. So all the questions, maybe cities and names or ages, actually it can places. For example, I want to have cities: New Delhi, Singapore, Phoenix. All things actually able to find it. Products, people. So it has a set of entities, tables through which you can able to detect. Then you can write own your custom entities, right? So for example, department thing is not there. So you can add own custom entities. Now it looks very hazy, but tell you in a demo, you can able to understand. So let's get started now. Give me 5 minutes and let's work on the demo. How we can get started? You have to go click on this particular website and type in your Office 365 credentials and then sign up the location. Now, this particular service is not free, unfortunately. Then you have to click on the trial, okay? Then you can prompt a new bot, okay? So I can open a new bot saying that my bot is this. I can define some languages, whether it's English, French, German, Indonesian, and an environment, okay? That is the thing. And this is the user interface. So this is the user interface. We always work in a bot, and this is the navigation part. You can see all the things, the entities, analytics, and then we have the bot tester. So we have one interface to do the testing and the same interface to write a bot. So easy, so powerful, right? It's very easy to do it. Okay. And we can now, if you people know about Power Automate or Power Apps, you have a list of applications. Now, Power Virtual Agents is a bit different. Why is different? Because it has you always work in a bot. Then, if you want to work, change the bot, you have to click on this something called as a robot, where you can see, okay, I can switch my bot. So I have an inside bot, my company. I can change to my bot called as Microsoft Surface Pro FAQ. So you always work inside a bot. Okay. Again, Power Virtual Agents have own licensing. It's not part of your Office 365. Sure, it's not part of that. They have a free version, but only for 30 days. Okay. After that, because it has AI and some other services which makes life easy for the customer, but it is not free. It's only for 30 days. Something to take note. And today we'll make a bot. I'm very excited to tell a bot from scratch. We work on that, and which bot we checking Pluralsight. So people who know or doesn't know, Pluralsight is a learning platform, just like Cloud Learn, right? So it's give you some helpful tips about the services which Pluralsight, about the subscription, whether it's free, whether it's paid, or whether it's annual. So we ask some questions about this bot, and in this bot will include about the services and the subscription which they have. Okay, so in this way you will be able to understand that how easy to create a simple chatbot and so powerful and deploy it very easily, not writing a single line of code. Okay, so we work on two topics. One is the subscription and one is the topics. Okay, and these are things. We work the demo. So let me show the demo now. We have to around 25 minutes. So let me show my demo here. Okay, now if I click, this is my Office 365, right? Now, when I search for Power Virtual Agents, it's not there. Obviously, it's not there because it's not a part of your subscription. You had to click on this particular URL, right? powerva.microsoft.com. So let me go and click here again. This is the URL, right? So this is I'm using a trial version. I'm using a trial version. And you can see my screen. That is, this is the user interface of Power Virtual Agents, right? So let's walk through about the user interface so that you can get the idea. Okay, then we work on a bot. I'm very excited to show a bot in 20 minutes. The first thing, so in our interface, we have a home button. In home button, we have the home button. This is the user interface. Now, I mentioned to you in my demo that it has we always work in a bot. So if you want to switch a new bot, I can create here. I can switch to bot test, right? So this is the new bot I'm working now. So this is the bots I'm working with, right? So then what I want to show to you is that I have some settings which I can configure. Is that I can import, export, so to one environment to another environment. What an environment? Just assume that you have 3 different setups. One for the dev environment, second for the staging or UAT, and third for the production. So all your services, your Power Apps, Power Automate, and Power Virtual Agents, you put into dev environment first to test whether it's working fine. And then everything is working fine, you deploy to the staging and then put into production. In this way, you can do it. You can also delete the bot if you think it's not relevant. And also, there's something called as if your end user doesn't understand the things, then after third attempt, it will go to actually a human agent, right? It will give you agent that, okay, this particular question can't be answered. So here to put some kind of app registrations. So I'm not going to go to that particular level. But if your bot could not understand, or the end user asking question which is bot not able to gauge, then it will go to the actual human agent. Okay, and these are the few things we can go and add the fallback thing. So I'm not talking about that particular part here. Then we see the other parts. Let me talk about the topics, right? So I mentioned you in my demo that in my PPT that we have 2 different topics, 2 different type of topics. One is the user topic, which you can create yourself. And second is a system one. System means actually you can create yourself. You can have it's a customized. You can't customize. It's created by Microsoft. You can't customize, right? But what Microsoft is doing, right? Let me show you one of the examples. Okay, let me show you some other things. So here we actually create a topics. We create a topics there. We can create so many things. These are samples. So these are the samples which Microsoft added for you. You can just try how the bot will work. Okay. So majorly when we create a new bot, you should not create. I should actually turn it off so that you get a more relevant information. Now entities. Now I mentioned to you that these are the tables which are created for you automatically. So for example, age, city, color, continent, anything can you do. You can create a custom entity as well. For example, I want to have a department, right? So what it has something called as smart matching. So people can write misspell, right? For example, misspelling or grammar. So it actually our AI can able to understand and give you a correct answer. Okay, so I go for that. Then we have analytics. Everything is there inbuilt. You don't have to do anything. Everything are inside. So using Power BI, everything is inside. So you can check now. In my demo, nothing was there, but you can see if I have a better insight what is happening here. How many people have seen my bot? How many people have not seen the bot? Or how I can improve my bot? So then we can do a publish. For example, I'm done with my publish. Then I can do all the things. Now, what I want to do show you that let's create a bot now, so that you can able to understand how easy to create a new bot. Okay. So in my example, I'm going to create a new bot, and this bot will be called as create a new bot. Now this is called as a cloud learn, right? We're learning now. Learning bot. Okay. So again, I'm telling you everything from scratch. So here I'm creating a new bot. I'm choosing a language. Now there are so many languages you can choose from: French, Swedish, even Hindi. For that matter, they have a lot of languages they have, but I know only English and Hindi, so I work for English, and I'm using this environment just for testing purposes, right? So I'm creating a create button. Now, what's happening behind the scenes? That is creating some entities. I mentioned to you that when you create a new chatbot and create a new bot, it's creating some entities. What's the entities about? It's creating about your age, about your city, or continent. So it creates some tables for you. automatically, right? Then you can also able to explore it, what's happening there, and if you can explore the now it can take some time, right? I told you creating any chatbot takes some time, but what you can do, you can explore what's happening. You can test a chatbot, you can explore, and you can check the documentation, right? How to create a new chatbot. Everything can be done very easily here. Okay, so in my example, I just want to see is happening. It's not done yet, so it'll take some time. We'll see how it works. So what will happen in our example? I want to show you the Puro site. Now in Puro site, there's the website Puro site, and you see here also. Let me go here. Here also a chatbot. We actually work on this chatbot, this kind of chatbot. We ask them questions, how things working and all. So they have in Puro site, they have a couple of things. They have some courses, they have a certification preparation, they have something called as skills, plans, lot of things they have, right? A lot of things. But I'm actually learning a lot of things from Puro site for the last 6 years, and it's an amazing content there. I'm not promoting Puro site, but it's very, very good site. I thought I'd use this particular demo using a Power Virtual Agents. Very easy to use it. Okay, so let's see. Now what I want to do, that this is my chatbot, right? Where is my Puro site chatbot? Where it is here. This is the one. Okay, let me refresh it. Yeah, this one we just created, right? This is the one. So it's already done. My demo, my thing is done. So what I have to do, I have to create a chatbot, right? So how we can do it? So first thing, I have to ask a trigger phases. The first thing we have to do, very important thing, always turn off the trigger phases, because asking about the store and other things, it's not relevant to us. So I just turn it off, and it takes some time. Okay, step 1 done, right? So here I'm just turning off my default topics. Okay, and then what I'm going to do, I'm creating a new topic. In this topic, I will ask some questions. I put some trigger phases, right? So in this, I put Puro site subscription and a description for that, what this thing is doing. So if you see in trigger phases, again, what are trigger phases? Asking them a question by human that what you're looking for, right? So in my example, what the AI we're looking for is looking for minimum 5 to 10 different phases. So I can just type in subscription, okay, and then I'll just put some different things inside my phases. I just want to save time here, and I can be monthly for my Puro site subscription, right? Or I can be annually. So these are a few things which I have triggered. Now I'm not under 10, right? So I just put in 5. Just want to show you how it works. I save topic, okay, and I will close. I got an error. What error? Is saying that you have some kind of subscription. You must have some messages. So I go back here. Let me go back. Go back topic. Okay. So I have this error. How to fix it? I have to go to the authoring canvas first and put some message so that I can test it. Okay. So I put a text here so that I can test it. So I can put any text. I can put some URL. I can put anything here, and then I'm okay to test it out. And I will just end my survey. I just put something so that we can finish it off by this particular demo. Okay, so this. Okay, I just one more message here. Okay, yeah, and I save it. Okay, and I also show a message here also, so that we show a message. So maybe user can see what's happening. Okay. I have not done anything. Everything is a user interface only, right? So what I will do, I just ask some question here. Okay. And I ask a question in my bot tester, right? I put hi, right? So I found that this is a bot. Now this is a virtual agent. Now you can see very easily that is actually giving some trigger phrases, right? Hi, these are all the system phrases, right? Which we can't custom. We can customize this particular part, but not this one, right? We can customize this one. Maybe I want to ask some question about the cost of the Purview site. I just type it here, and then with that, right? So easy to do it, right? So this is the way you can create a chatbot. I can deploy it, but I'm not done. I have to create one more topic, right? So I just save it. I create one more topic, and I create a topic name called as Purview site services. So we can able to get more relevant information, but because what Purview site is actually helping. So you put all the services which we have, and I put some trigger phrases, right? Now again, to save time, I just have some text here already inbuilt. I just put it here. Okay, and what is a flow? It's not Power Automate flow. In Purview side, they have something called as a flow to see that whether you are doing good in your technical skills, right? So these are the things which we want to see. And I have now 5 trigger phrases. Next, I will go click on the authoring canvas, right? And this, what I will do, I will just ask something, right? I put a message. I can make it type or something, or whatever I do. I can just make it italic or bold, okay? And then I will ask a question. Now this thing very important, right? Because previously we didn't ask any question. In this bot, we are asking a question, and the user will actually reply it, right? So I just click here. I ask a question here. What other services you are looking for? Yeah. Okay, so I put a question here. What services you're looking for? So if you see that in identify, I told you that we already have different pre-built entities, right? We have something about the user experience, about the age. So it has an AI. For example, I put number 10. So user can put the words TEAN, or the user can put numerical 10, right? So AI actually able to detect very easily about cities and all. It has a inbuilt intelligence inside. But in my example, what I want to do, I just want to create some skills here. So let me add some things inside. So in my example, I put skills. I put my flow, and I will also put my role. Okay, and this is the thing I just put, because it's not relevant, I put where services. Okay, is more relevant. Okay, so you see now easy, we are making our chatbot slightly more complex now, right? This way I can actually add more conditions, right? So this is the way I can have ask some questions, right? Now in this, we will under condition, we add some messages, so the user can able to understand what the skills are, what is the my role are, what is the flow. So I just click on messages, and I put some text here. Okay, I can put bold everything inside, and inside I put a message again here. In this I put my role here. I can put a link. Right, very easy to do it. And third one, I also put another message called as flow. So under the flow, what it's actually doing is asking that how the person is doing well, it's communicating well. In the whether he was a basic JavaScript user, now he become expert user. So it gives you a flow on that. right? So this is the way we can do it. So now we have done this particular part, but I want to do some, we add one more question here under my role. I ask a question again. Now, what kind of question? What is it? Anything else I want to help, right? So I can just ask some questions, and here I put 2 questions, yes and no. Okay, so this way I can able to see that I'm just putting a small chatbot with the question after the user message, and what we do next, right? Because the message will be same. I just click on the blue dot, right? Because the question will be for all 3 services. I click dot and just I make it enable. So in this way, what I'm doing, I just all the questions will go to this particular question, but is anything else I can help you. Now, I want to end this. I want to end. What I can do, I can just go to something called as goodbye. This is a system message, right? We can't customize. So I put goodbye, which means the user are okay with all the messages. Or else, if the user is not want to have something else, I can go. It can be start over the bot again, right? So I put start over, and then with that, you see, I've done this bot very easily, right? No custom coding. I just put here save. I want to check any error. No error. I save it. Okay. Now, why I want to do some testing? Very important thing. I want to do testing. Yeah. So I have some questions here. Okay. Very simple questions. We ask some simple questions here. The question is, what services do you offer, right? So it immediately, you see, no coding required. It immediately show a graphical interface that it has given all the answers, right? And then I can go to my role. Let's click on the my role. And then it gives you all the details, right? I can go to the URL, everything I can do. Now, if it also is asking the same thing, it's asking you graphically that if you need anything else to help you. I said no. And then you can just finish it off. You see, I am not writing a single line of code. I can do, but I'm not done yet. I have to publish it, right? So I want to customize, right? Because this kind of the blue thing is not very user interface, not good. So I can put some an icon. I can put a pluralsight icon. Okay, I can just save it. Okay, it's processing, and I'm done. I'm done. Okay, everything is working fine. It's no issue. I can just do publishing. What is publishing? Actually, is publishing that all my content is working fine, and I'm okay to deploy to different channels. What channels? First, I publish it. First, I show you what is channels are. So I'm done. I'm done with my bot. So I can deploy to multiple channels. But the best way to test it out is using a demo website, right? This is the demo website. I can just copy over, and I go click on this particular website. Now this is the same chatbot we deployed, right? Cloud bot. I put hi. Oh, it has reflected. It takes some time. You see. Now it's my. And I ask some question. I am asking you, what services do you offer? Good, I'm done with that. So which means I can show to my end users or to my stakeholders that this bot is working. Once they approve it, I can deploy it to Microsoft Teams as well, right? So these are the different channels I have. I let my channels. I just close this one. Okay. Okay, so I've done that, right? It's very easy to test it out. You can show this thing to your end users. Now I want to deploy to Microsoft Teams because all my end users are using Microsoft Teams. Okay, so I did just deploy it. When I deploy it, it's asking some questions here. So you can actually work on the team. First, I have to turn on. The one thing I want to highlight, I have a lot of questions from different customers and the end users. Then in Microsoft Teams, you can actually control which app you want to enable it, right? So if you have on to enable, you have to turn on in the team admin center. I'm not going to let devil because in my teams I have turn it on. So I can just create. I just use a chatbot. So I'm adding to one of the channels. I have a lot of channels. I just for testing purposes, I create this bot and deploy it to my Microsoft team. Okay, so this channel is added. Okay, and soon our bot will be submitted for approval. So it's done. Okay, I can change the bots and everything. Okay, so my bot is still not showing up. It's still at times it takes work. So I'll show you something which I just did it 1 hour back. Okay, the same chatbot, but this time I want to publish to my Teams channel, right? Okay, so this is the bot which I opened or just 1 hour back. At times it takes some time. So I open the bot. This bot is the same pluralsight chatbot, right? I open the bot. I open in my Microsoft Teams. Now this is the thing I'm talking about, right? You have to accept it. Accept whether it's you are a chatbot, you want to add it. So if your Teams admin has not approved it, then you can't see it. In my example, because I'm doing a demo, so I can just add it. Okay, now this chatbot is ready. Okay, so I just pin it and I can just put hi. Right, I can just asking about what services do you offer? And all things are here. So what I've shown you in the demos app website, I can deploy to SharePoint, to the Teams as well. Okay, so this is a very simple way to create a chatbot, and you can deploy to your team admin center, and very easy to create and do chatting, right? Few things I want to give some note here. That in details, right? You can create your chatbot. You can customize your icon. And for the channels, there are a couple of sites you can go for. They are, for example, a custom website, Facebook, Skype, Cortana, a lot of things. But how we can deploy to your SharePoint site? It's very easy. You have to click, choose on the custom site, and you can use something called Power Automate, and then it will work for you. For example, you have some expense claim, right? And your database actually is a SharePoint list. You can still do it, but you have to use Power Automate, and then you can surface in your SharePoint site. Okay, it's not there, but it will become soon. Will come soon. All the things like Telegram, everything you can do it. Second thing is security, right? Because you're working and sharing it. So the sharing part and accessing part, you have to enable, because you as a business user or the IT guy have to be extra careful about the security. Now, you think that a lot of things are not there. You can add your own bot framework, add your own skills, and then you can just add the URL. There's something coding required. And you can also, this just came recently, you can add some AI capabilities in your user. For example, somebody want to add a different name of the shop. So in this way, our trigger will actually tell you, okay, you put a wrong name, but I'll be able to gauge it. I'm able to know that this is you're asking a similar name, but it's a different meaning. So in this way, you can have some AI capability inside. So just want to I'm just 1 minute over time. Just want to show you creating a chatbot And using SharePoint or using Teams or Facebook is damn easy. But if you want to have some more complex scenarios and you have more complicated scenarios, you can use a Power Automate and make it more personalizable, right? So this way, I have finished my demo. Any questions you have, you can ask me now.
All right, Haro, as always, that was an amazing session. Pure no code, I should say, pure literally no code to go ahead and build that chatbot. Really loved it. Yeah, I think I really enjoyed it. Quick question. If you did say that we have different channels, right? Different destinations where we can go ahead and publish our chatbots.
Yeah.
What if there's a platform, for instance, some other platform that's not there, right? And I don't want to put it on my website. How would one do that?
Then we have to use bot framework or something, because you have to use
Okay.
some other technique I mentioned previously. I'm not going to in-depth in because it's a coding thing. I want to, because it's a end user, I mean the basic thing I want to show. But if you have a different framework, you want to embed in one of the applications, not in Microsoft, we can still do it, but you have to use a bot framework to surface it.
Okay, makes sense. You say this is just more like an addition to it, but if you want to go ahead and do it in more depth, there are bot framework, SDKs that Microsoft does provide, right? You can go ahead and do that. I don't know with bot the simulators too. You can download it and do it. So there's a lot of more advanced stuff you can go ahead and do it. So Pradeep says, amazing session, Aro. That's great.
Thank you, Pradeep. Yeah.
Any final thing, Aro, before we move to next session? I always enjoy hosting you. Any final thing?
Sure. One thing, right, about the RPA, which mentioned about Akhil, right? So we have a RPA in a day, which is there in Microsoft site. Search in Google Microsoft RPA in a day. Then you get all your systems, or you find all the things. It have PDF files. You have the labs. You can test it out. Same thing, you have something called as a Power Virtual Agent in a day. So you can test it out, because Microsoft is promoting this Power Virtual Agents in a day, then RPA in a day, to make end users how easy to make your applications more faster, more quicker, and you can test it out very easily.
All right, so I have given those links in the comments, both for the RP in a day and Power Platform in a day. That's a great resource. I see many modules and resources. People can go ahead and use it. So very well made. That's an amazing resource, Aro. Thank you so much for sharing.
Sure.
Aro, that's great. Thank you so much. Have a nice day, and hope to see you soon in some other events.
Sure. Thank you. We'll see you in some sessions. Sure. Bye-bye. Take care.
Sure. Bye-bye. Take care. All right, I messed up. All right, everyone, with an amazing session of Aro on bots and chatbots, let's move to our next session of the day. That's by Nandeep and Smita Nachan. They're going to talk about collaborate with Microsoft Teams and SharePoint. But even before we do that, I have a quick announcement to make. Please check in the comments. I have dropped a very important link, which is to register for this session, because if you go and register for this session, you get an opportunity to win some amazing swags from our sponsors and our partners. And there's also a very 3 short, quick feedback question that will definitely help speakers to improve and maybe see what do you think about the session. So let's go ahead and invite our next speaker, Nandeep and Smita. Hi, Nandeep and Smita. Welcome to the Cloud Lunch and Learn Marathon.
Hey, hi Simon. Hi, one more time. How are you doing?
I'm
Hello.
doing great, Nandeep and Smita. I'm really excited to host. It's not gonna be one time. It's gonna be two, three more times in a year.
Yeah, we keep
You
meeting.
you will see me in many other events, and I'll see you in other events.
Yeah,
So I'm really excited. Thank you so much for your time. Yeah, whenever you both feel like go ahead and share a screen, then you can get started.
yeah, sure. Let me share my screen just to check everything works okay. All right. Okay.
Yeah, I see your screen. I'm gonna add it now. Maybe you want to.
Sure.
Yep, everyone can see your screen. Next 45 minutes is belongs to you both.
Yeah, sure. So we still have 10 more minutes, right, to start or
Yeah. Go ahead. Not a problem. Yeah.
yep, sure.
I'll-
All right. Okay. Yeah, no problem. Okay, thank you.
No, if you want to start, Nandip, you can definitely start it. It's not a problem. You can start it.
Oh, sure. So we can get started, right?
Yeah, you can get started.
Okay, great. Right. So, hello all. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. I hope you are having a great conference with Cloud Lunch and Learn Marathon. Thank you for thank you for all the organizers for arranging this kind of an event, wherein we have got flavors of various technologies, tools being discussed at the same platform. So, I hope you are enjoying that, and I also hope that you will enjoy this session too. So this session particularly is about collaborating with Microsoft Teams and SharePoint. So at least SharePoint we have been using for more than 2 decades now. SharePoint is more than 20 years old now. We have been developing solutions on top of SharePoint. At the same time, Microsoft Teams doesn't need any introduction because with this kind of a pandemic situation, we have been using Microsoft Teams. So it is just not a chat based workspace, but at least it is beyond that. And then even we can develop our own apps on top of Microsoft Teams. So in this particular session, what we are going to see, like since we are using SharePoint for a longer time, we have too many applications that we have been building with SharePoint, but then how we can bring those apps or all those applications to Microsoft Teams without much of a hassle, right? So that was the context for this particular session. So the agenda for this session is we will see how Microsoft Teams and SharePoint they better work together and what is the story behind them. And then we will start with a smaller demo of how we can embed SharePoint site, that modern site itself, and even the pages into Microsoft Teams with the help of App Studio. And then we will go bigger, deeper into how the SPFX web part, that means the SharePoint framework web parts or the apps that we have been developed with SharePoint, how we can extend them to Microsoft Teams as app without much of hassle, right? Okay, so quick introduction. Myself, Nandadeep Nachan. I'm from Pune, India. I'm Microsoft MVP for Office Apps and Services, author of couple of books, and mostly working onto the SharePoint, Office 65, Microsoft Azure, all of the Microsoft 365 platform. And here are few of the social handlers to get in touch with me. And with me today is Smita.
Hello all. I'm Smita Nathan. I'm from Pune, India, and mostly working in Office 365 technologies. And I'm a Microsoft MVP for Office development category. Apart from that, I'm a Microsoft certified trainer, author of one SharePoint hybrid book. And these are some of my social handlers by which you can get in touch with me.
All right, so let's see like how this Microsoft Teams and SharePoint how they better work together. Okay, so this is a very basic slide. I know, but I just wanted to have this slide presented before we start with our presentation because just to set the context for everyone. So what happens usually is we have Microsoft Teams. So in the Microsoft Teams, whenever we create a team, I know it is very confusing like Microsoft Teams team, but okay, so whenever we create a team inside Microsoft Teams, let's say we call it as a demo team. So what happens in the background is in the background it creates a SharePoint site, and then that SharePoint site gets created with the name of team itself. So it will be like slash team slash demo team. Again, necessary slash sites, it could be under slash teams also, because right now SharePoint has given that capability by which we can set this particular manage path where we want to keep all the team connected sites. So it could be under slash sites or it could be under slash teams. So just to keep it simple, we assume that this particular site gets created under slash slide slash demo team. And then what happens is that under that we have a shared documents, and then below that all of the public channel that we have, for that the folder gets created. The second example is that, for example, if you create a private channel, so private channel, that means obviously it is a private, no one should have access, even the global administrator should not be able to see the content inside that, because there is a talk of authenticity, there is a talk of security. So from that perspective, even the global administrator should not have any access to the private channel. So what happens in this case is, there is a new site gets created in the SharePoint in the background called as slash sites with the team name, and followed by a name of your channel, right? And then what happens there is, again, we do have a shared documents library, and then we have a private channel. So the summary of this particular slide is that whenever there will be a Microsoft Teams team being created, in the background there it will be supported by SharePoint site. Okay, so that means, in the background we still have SharePoint on which everything is running. And then again, just to make a note to everyone, we just celebrated 20th birthday of SharePoint on March 28, 2021. So that means we have been using SharePoint for almost 2 decades, almost 20 years now. I know that when the journey of SharePoint began, it was like, it was completely onto the on-premises. It started with SharePoint version of 2001, then 2003, 2007, which is MOS, then 2010, 2013, 2016, and now that even we do have on-premises 2019 version. But again, more beauty of the SharePoint is when it is a part of Microsoft 365, uh, and it is offering the modern SharePoint with modern web technology standards. So that means we have all of our apps or all of our solutions that we have been building with SharePoint for almost 20 years now. And then we are making a slower move, or maybe a gradual move, towards taking all those components into um, online or modern SharePoint. So that means we have various apps that we have been designed for SharePoint. So for simplicity, we call them as a SharePoint apps. So we have various apps maybe created as a SharePoint site itself, or even uh, SPFX web part. So in this particular session, we will see, for example, if we have those kind of an apps created within SharePoint framework or as a native SharePoint apps, how we can bring those into the Microsoft Teams and use those as a Microsoft Teams app. So that, for example, if you already have developed too many things on top of SharePoint, you don't have to rewrite those in order to bring them to Microsoft Teams, but you will be able to just make a few configuration tweaks, and then all those apps from SharePoint should also work for Microsoft Teams. All right, so I think that sets the context for this session. So let's go ahead with the concept of how we can embed those modern SharePoint sites and pages into Microsoft Teams along with App Studio.
So now let's see how SharePoint pages can be embedded as a personal apps in Microsoft Teams. So you can use a Microsoft Teams personal app model to pin any modern SharePoint page to the left navigation of Microsoft Teams. And this provides a great opportunity to expose internet landing pages to serve corporate communication needs directly accessible by Microsoft Teams users. So some of the scenarios are, for example, if you would like to add your corporate internet landing page to Teams for easy discovery of news and content, then the next thing is you can add the learning pathway solution to Teams to embed Microsoft 365 learning paths for your users. And then you can add a single page communications on important topics for your company. So this capability provides us to ping any of the important things in your Microsoft Teams. So the target must be a modern SharePoint site or a page. Embedded classic publishing portals or other classic sites or pages is not supported and will not work. A user can add a personal app from the apps link in Teams. A user can pin an app to the app bar, that is the leftmost navigation in a Teams, by right clicking it and choosing a pin option. And the administrator can deploy and pin an app to all or targeted users from the Microsoft Teams admin centers. So all the users accessing the embedded SharePoint page will need to have at least a read permission to access the page. And if a tenant, SharePoint site, or a page name or URL is changed, the team personal app manifest will need to be updated. And if the changes are made to the pinning model for the SharePoint SP pages or site, it could require you to delete existing pinned personal apps and redeploy them. So now let's see in the practical how we can do that. So you will need to use App Studio or any another editor to create a Teams manifest file with the necessary URLs to your SharePoint pages. So for that purpose, first you have to go to the Microsoft Teams, then navigate to the Team Store by clicking the apps on the Teams app bar that is available in the left navigation, and you have to use the search option to find the App Studio. So for example, if your App Studio is already installed, then it will give you an option to open that App Studio. And if it's not installed, then it will give you option to install it. So in my case, it's already installed. So I've just done this, open this App Studio. And then you have to navigate to the Manifest Editor tab. From the Manifest Editor tab, you have to click Create a New App. And once you clicked on this create a new app, you have to fill the app information on this form. So the first thing is a short name that should be the company name. So you can choose as per your requirement. Then the full name over here you have to provide. Once you provide this both, then the next thing is you have to click on generate to create a unique random app ID. Then the next thing is the package name. So use a value that is unique to your environment. Then after that, we have a version number. So generally we start with 1.0.0, and a description is about your internet application description. And after that, you have to provide a full description. Then you have to provide a developer information, your name, and then you have to provide developer information website. So your website, company website, or whatever be your preference. And then the partner information you can leave it empty. Then there is a app URL. This could be the pages in your portal. And after that we have a terms of use. So this could be also a page in your portal. Then we have a branding part. So this would be visible on the app bar, that is the left navigation, and in the app installation user interface. So from here, you can just follow this instruction for the branding and how to check the sizes for that icon. So all the details are mentioned over here on that link. Once you provide all the details, then you have to navigate to the tabs under the capabilities. Yeah. And from here, you have to click add under the add a user, add a personal tab, and then fill in the personal tab details based on your own setup. So the first thing is the name, that is intranet, and then in the entity ID you can use a random number, then the content URL. So you have to just check over here for the content URL how it is formed. So first is HTTPS, then after that your domain URL you have to provide. After that underscore layout slash 15 slash teamslogon.axpx. After that, the parameters is question mark, SPFX is equal to true, and destination is equal to the page URL. So this way you have to form this URL. So the URL will need to be encoded to avoid issues accessing it across the different devices. Then there is a website URL. So you can leave this optional value empty. After that, you have to navigate to the domains and permissions under the finish. So once you are here, make sure that domains from your tabs, you have domain on it. For example, we do have this value over here. Then after that, update AAD app ID over here. Yes. And after that, include your domain URL to the single sign-on value. So for example, in our case, this is the value. Yeah. Once it is done, then you have to navigate to the test and distribute available under the finish and install this solution to your usage by clicking the install button. So this will enable you to test the configuration and validate the solution setup. And once you click on the add to install the application to your personal usage from this App Studio. So once you add it, you can verify that the application is working based on your objective in both in web and desktop. So some of the things you have to notice over here that you can modify the settings by going back to App Studio and editing the manifest using the manifest editor. You can deploy the app to all users or to targeted users by downloading the manifest from the App Studio and publishing it to the app catalog in a team administration. Yeah. And one thing important thing you have to notice over here to deploy this solution to the users in your tenant, you must have a sufficient permissions to deploy apps in the Microsoft Teams app catalog. Then there are some of the gaps in the user experience. So there is no native navigation header or footer on embedded pages. The search initiated from a Teams will return search results from Teams and not the search results from the embedded site. You cannot create content, for example, news, pages, list, or libraries in Teams. You must create a content from a SharePoint site using a web browser or SharePoint mobile app. The page comment feature is not available from the SharePoint pages when they are exposed in Microsoft Teams.
All right, so this way means at least it enables us to embed our modern SharePoint sites rightly into the Microsoft Teams without writing any single piece of code, just few steps of configurations, and then we will be able to uh, embed our entire SharePoint site, which is maybe acting as a backend for our Microsoft Teams into the Microsoft Teams as a tab or even maybe as a personal app. All right, so with that, then let's see how we can build our apps in SharePoint and then we can bring them to Microsoft Teams. So for that, I just want to start the discussion with SharePoint framework or which is commonly known as SPFX. So the SharePoint has been evolving over the years. So earlier we had the classic experience of SharePoint, which was introduced in 2002, but then Microsoft continue adding new features on top of it. And then at the year 2017, Microsoft rolled out a new modern SharePoint based on the new modern up-to-date web technologies. So the modern SharePoint appeals to the user with a fresh look, new modern experience, which is designed using modern web technologies. So it works responsively on mobile devices and provides overall usability features. So to develop all the features on top of modern SharePoint, SharePoint framework is mostly used. So the SharePoint custom development gradually shifted from server side to the client side with the introduction of client side object model, or we call it as a CSOM. And then we used to use the REST APIs and all those things on top of SharePoint to develop all the artifacts. But then again, most of the power came when we had the introduction of SharePoint framework or SPFX. So all of the customizations to this modern SharePoint are allowed only through SPFX web part. So quickly see like what is mean by this SPFX web part. So the SPFX is kind of a page and web part model which provides full support for client-side SharePoint development. It also offers easy integration with SharePoint data and also we can extend it to Microsoft Teams, which is the major topic of discussion for today. So with the SharePoint framework, we can use modern web technologies and tools in our preferred development environment. So it could be Windows, it could be Linux, or even it could be Mac OS. And then we can build the productive experiences and apps which are responsive and mobile ready. So at the same time, we can also use modern JavaScript web frameworks, tools, libraries to build SPFX solutions. So even we can use um, React, or even we can use Angular for developing these kind of solutions with SPFX. So this SPFX is generally available in SharePoint Online, but it also supports on-premises version, including SharePoint 2016 and SharePoint 2019. So with that introduction, let's see how the SPFX works closely with SharePoint. So what happens mostly is that whenever we create a SharePoint site, we store our content in the form of list or libraries. So we create a list and we keep adding the list items to store our data in a kind of a relational format. And then also we have documents which are being stored along with the metadata into SharePoint. So that means in a SharePoint we have a lot of content that we every day deal with. And then there we have SharePoint framework by which we will be able to surface all that content in the form of web parts, or we even call it as a apps. So we'll be able to surface all that data that we have inside SharePoint using SPFX into a more human readable or more kind of an attractive manner, so that we'll be able to present that data. So it is not just limited to that, but also we can create some kind of an configurable parameters by which we'll be able to define how the web parts will look like based on the configuration which we are defining for that particular web part. So we'll be able to pull out the information, or we'll be able to present that information based on the property pane that we have, and then according to the settings that we do for that SPFX web part, it renders all that information onto a SharePoint page. So that was just about SharePoint, um, or role of SPFX in a SharePoint. But the role of SPFX is not at all only limited to SharePoint, but even we can create the enterprise level kind of solutions with SPFX. So the ones which we are going to discuss today are the one which we can build with Microsoft Teams. So when it comes to the Microsoft Teams integration with SPFX, we can build Microsoft Teams tab, as well as we can build personal apps, we can build messaging extension, even we can build the Teams meeting apps using SPFX. Again, not only limited to Microsoft Teams, we can use SPFX along with Microsoft Graph to make any kind of an Graph API calls and interact with all of the apps and services that we have across Microsoft 365. Even in the form of Power Automate, we will be able to call those Power Automate flows from SPFX, and even we can create the add-ins on top of Outlook using SPFX. So that means we will be able to develop all kind of an enterprise solutions with SPFX. So in this particular session, let's see how we can create those enterprise level solutions for Microsoft Teams using SPFX. Okay, so the topic is how we can extend the Microsoft Teams with SPFX. So the benefits of using SPFX with or as a platform for Microsoft Teams tab is the development model is very much similar to the SPFX web part. Even if you consider SPFX web part or a Teams tab, they have this similar development model, and then any of the web part can be exposed as a tab or as a personal app in Microsoft Teams. So SPFX offers different scoping options to expose SPFX web part as a custom tab or a personal app, and then your tab will be executed in the context of underlying SharePoint site behind the specific team that we just saw. So this means we can take advantage of any SharePoint specific APIs or functionalities in our web part. Okay. So when it comes to the Microsoft Teams and SPFX, we have several options as we discussed, but the very common two are we can build tab using SPFX, and then even we can build personal app with SPFX. So quickly touch base upon these two things. I know most of you have been using this for a longer time now. So firstly, to start with Teams tab, which was the first step of SharePoint apps into Microsoft Teams. So with the release of SharePoint Framework version 1.8, Microsoft introduced the possibility to build tabs in Microsoft Teams using SharePoint Framework solutions. So which means any of your SharePoint Framework solution can now be easily ported to Microsoft Teams without any need for hosting as an external services. And then we have something called as supported host values or this property which decides how the user will be able to work with your web part. So for example, we will see these values when we will come to the code part, but for example, if you specify it as a Teams tab for your SharePoint apps, in that case all those apps can be hosted as a Teams tab inside Microsoft Teams. And for example, if we support the value as a Teams personal app, in that case all of the apps that we are building using SPFX, they can be surfaced as a personal app inside Microsoft Teams. So just talking about this personal app experience with SPFX. So as a part of SPFX version 1.10, you can also publish your SPFX solution as a Microsoft Teams personal app. So personal app in Microsoft Team is kind of an app that user can install, and then it can be accessed through the left rail of the Microsoft Teams app that we just saw. So let's see like how this Teams tab as well as the personal app looks like within the context of SharePoint and within the context of Microsoft Teams. So for that, let me again go back to my development environment, and then let me open up the SharePoint site. So here is a very basic example of SPFX web part, which is very basic. It is not doing anything fancy, but just that it is showing the name of the SharePoint site on which it is hosted. But the core concept here is that when this particular SPFX web part or the SharePoint app is hosted within the context of SharePoint, it detects that particular context, and it is able to get all the information about the SharePoint site. So just not limited to the SharePoint site name, but it can go deeper inside the SharePoint site structure itself. It can able to get all of the users, all of the data that we have inside SharePoint site. Even we will be able to use the graph APIs to get the related data for this particular SharePoint site. So the another example is that let's say if we host this same um, SPFX web part or this app inside Microsoft Teams. So in that case, it can be hosted as a Teams tab or it can be hosted as a personal app. So this is the same web part which we have been or we saw on SharePoint how it is performing. And when the same web part is hosted in Microsoft Teams, it is able to detect that right now it is running inside the context of Microsoft Teams. And then it can pull out the information specific to Microsoft Teams. So including the name of the team, even the channels that we have inside team, the members, owners, all that kind of an information. So we can develop only one solution, and then that solution based on the context in which it is running, it will be able to detect that context and render the information for a specific SharePoint or a specific Microsoft Teams. So this is how this Teams tab as well as the personal app works with SPFX. I know this is very basic example, but I just wanted to save the time of session onto the few more interesting things. So the next interesting thing is like we can build Microsoft Teams messaging extension with SPFX web part. So SPFX version 1.11 supports to host our SPFX web part as a messaging extension. So messaging extension is nothing but, for example, if I go back to my SharePoint, sorry, to Microsoft Teams, and then down under this compose box, we see most of this extension which are running, right? So for example, if I click on Giphy, it will open up that entire Giphy. I can click on any of the Giphy, and then we will be able to send that information to all of the participants of this particular Microsoft Teams channel. So this is what is mean by the messaging extension. So we will be able to create our own messaging extension with the help of SharePoint Framework web part, and then we can host them natively into the Microsoft Teams. So not necessarily we have to create those on top of Microsoft Teams only, but we can create them in SPFX, and then later on we can host them in Microsoft Teams. So let's take this example how we can start building those kind of a thing. So the example that we are going to build here or see here is the Planet Explorer. So we have various planets rotating around our Earth, and then we want to show that kind of an information or present that kind of an information onto our messaging extension. So we have kind of a data about 8 to 9 planets, and then what we are going to do is we are going to create kind of a Planet Explorer, which will be an SPFX web part, which you can see right now. And then once we click on any of the planet, that information will be sent to a bot. Bot will get more information about that planet from our data source, and then it will post that particular data in the form of an adaptive card onto Microsoft Teams messaging extension. So this is how it will work. So what we will need for implementing this kind of a solution, firstly, that we will need a bot by which I will be able to have a communication between SPFX web part and the messaging extension. Then we will need Microsoft Azure web app to host the solution, wherein we will have our custom solution which can detect what planet has been selected by the user, and then it can respond back. So either you can use web app here, or for example, if you want to do it on a local host only, you don't want to take it to the Microsoft Azure. In that case, even you can use ngrok or ngrok, whatever you say. And then we will say we will need SPFX web part, which will be the core area of this, wherein we are showcasing all of the planets. And then we will need Microsoft Teams, onto which we are going to host everything. All right. So let's start with the bot. So in order to create that bot, firstly, what we will need is the bot channel registration. So this kind of a bot channel registration can be easily done in the Azure portal. So right now I'm in the Azure portal, and here you can search for bot channel registration, and from here you should be able to create a new bot channels registration. So instead of creating a new one, probably I can just navigate to the one which I have created. So this is how the bot channels registration looks like. This is the overview section, wherein we get to see the messaging endpoint. So messaging endpoint, it is kind of an API endpoint to which we can send the information, and then that information can be processed. Okay, so right now, even from this messaging endpoint, you can see that I'm not hosting this bot channel registration onto any of the Azure web app, but at least I'm just taking a support from ngrok. Right, so we will look into that a bit later. From the configuration perspective, we just need some kind of a messaging endpoint which we will form right now. But again, next thing is that once you go to the manage, under the manage we have certificates and secrets. So to here we can create a new client secret which we can use to get authenticated against this bot channel registration for our communication purpose. Or even, for example, if you have your own certificates created, you can upload that and get that thumbprint to have your authentication done against this as bot channel registration. And then the major important thing is now that since we want to get this bot channel registration channelized to Microsoft Teams, we have various channels available right under this setting. So it includes web chat, even it includes Facebook, then even to the Telegram, I think. Let me check if it is why it is not loading, but okay. But from these channels, we can at least only select Microsoft Teams, to which we should be able to send the notification. So looks like it is not loading. Let me refresh this page one more time. Maybe that was a stale session that I had. So under this channel, we can define to which channels we want to send out that particular information. Okay, it is still not loading, but at least only thing there is to note that we have channel for Microsoft Teams, which we will have to select. Okay, here it is. So these are the kind of an channels which are available to which we can have the communication. So it includes Alexa, even it includes Line, Telegram, Skype, Skype for Business, Facebook, and also we do have Microsoft Teams. So Microsoft Teams is the one which we are most interested in, which I have already added to as the featured channel, and then we can have all the channelization done to Microsoft Teams from here. All right, so that was a quick about how we can set up the bot channel registration. Second thing is that we will need that bot itself. So there are various ways by which you will be able to create bots, including Visual Studio, even including bot framework. But the one which we are creating right now is with Yo Teams. So Yo Teams is again kind of a community driven initiative through which you will be able to create um, all of the applications related to Microsoft Teams using TypeScript, JavaScript, or even any of the JavaScript related language you want to use. So it is open source, and kind of an PNP initiative. So we have this bot created with Yo Teams. So I can show you that bot real quick. So this is the bot, how it looks like. So the first thing for this particular bot is that we have all of the planets stored in the form of an JSON. So in the real world, all this information might come from any of your database or any of your data source, but just to make it simple, we have this information about the planets stored in an JSON file. So from here you can see that we have an ID for this planet, we have a name, we have a summary, then few orbit specific information, the image link and the wiki link wherein we can get more information about this particular planet. So in this particular JSON we have information about 8 planets stored, ranging from Neptune, Uranus, Jupiter, Earth, and many. So we have around 8 planets which are stored in this particular JSON. And then the next thing is that, as I said, this bot will take the information from the SPFX web part, which planet has been clicked, and then it will send that, or at least it will process all that information, and then it will send the notification to Microsoft Teams or a message to Microsoft Teams in the form of an adaptive card. So this is that particular adaptive card which will have a card header, a container, and inside the container we will have all of the placeholders. For example, the order from Sun, the satellite, the solar orbit, and all of the information which we want to present to the user. And for example, if they want to learn more about that particular planet, in that case, this is the URL which we are giving, right? So this is one kind of an JSON format by which we'll be able to create our own adaptive card. And the main logic of this particular bot lies within this Planet Explorer bot dot ts, that means a TypeScript file. So here, this one is the API through which it will be called slash API slash messages. So for example, if I relate that back to the configuration that we have inside the messaging endpoint. So this is the messaging endpoint API slash messages onto which this particular bot will be listening and sending out the notification. And then this is the name of that particular bot. So major thing that will happen is that whenever this bot will get some kind of an information in the form of an actionable data, we will get that particular information as a user data. We will check like which planet was clicked by the user in SPFX web part, and then using this get planet detail card, we will form that particular adaptive card, and then we will send that adaptive card to Microsoft Teams with this particular API called as context.send activity, to which we will add the attachment of this adaptive card. So whenever that bot is clicked, we will be able to send that particular adaptive card to Microsoft Teams. All right. The next thing is what we will need is this Microsoft Azure Web App, wherein we need to host this entire thing, or at least Ngrok. So Ngrok will help you to channelize or tunnelize all of your requests or all of your public requests to your local host. So right now you can see that I'm running this Ngrok only. So this particular Ngrok is running on 8E43, which is the one which we have configured here. So this has been pre-configured. So what that is mean by this particular application is right now running onto the Ngrok, not within the context of Microsoft web app. So we have this basic setup. Second thing that we will need is this SharePoint framework solution. So this SPFX solution will give all of those Planet Explorer kind of a thing. So again, this has been developed using Yeoman generator. So for example, if I open up the manifest JSON for this particular SPFX app, so in that case you can see that we don't have any supported host here. So in the supported host, probably we can have Teams tab. That means this particular app can be hosted as a Teams tab, or even we can have a personal app by which this particular app can be hosted as a personal app. But as of now, you see that only supported host is SharePoint web part. We don't have any direct support embedded here for Microsoft Teams, and all of that magic happens through this manifest JSON that we have inside Teams. So through this manifest JSON, we are kind of an exposing this particular SPFX web part as a compose extension. So in this compose extension, we are specifying the bot ID which we just created, and then we are creating this command called as a Planet Explorer, and then we are giving the title and description. And the major thing here is this URL through which this particular SPFX web part will be invoked. So here we have this SPFX equal to true, and in the destination we are forming this particular component ID. So this component ID is nothing but the ID of the SPFX web part. So this is bit complex, but at least this is the format which is given by Microsoft, which we'll have to follow, so that we'll be able to host our SPFX web part inside Teams as the messaging extension. So all this thing happens from there, and then this is the tsx file. This web part has been created using React. So this is the tsx file wherein we are showing all of those planet in the form of a document card, and then from here on that document card we have planet click method. So for example, whenever someone will click on that particular planet, we are sending this particular information to bot, like which planet was clicked. So this was very much simple, like how we can set up this SharePoint framework solution as well as the Teams. So in order to deploy this web part into your as a messaging extension inside your environment, first thing is that we'll have to prepare that SPFX package as a SPPKG file, which we can deploy to SharePoint tenant app catalog. And then all of the content which is inside this Teams folder, it can be zipped together, and then it can be uploaded to Microsoft Teams as an app. So even the deployment is very simple. So let's see in the demo like how this particular web part looks like when it is hosted in Microsoft Teams, but it is supported from SharePoint. So this is the Planet Explorer that we have. So for example, if you're seeing at the bottom of my screen, this is the Microsoft Teams, and here we have all of the messaging extensions which are installed. So this one is our custom messaging extension, which is Planet Explorer. So once I click on this particular messaging extension, it opens up the SPFX web part, and this is kind of a document card which we were talking about, which displays all of the information about the planets that we have. And as we click on any of the planet, that particular planet name will be sent to the bot. Bot looks for that particular information into the JSON, which is kind of an data source for us. It creates the okay, let me discard this. So what it does, it creates the adaptive card, and then this adaptive card is sent as a message onto the Teams channel. So for example, let's say again, if I click on the Planet Explorer, same thing. Instead of this, maybe we will select Mercury here. So what will happen is that this information will be sent out to the bot, and then bot will create that adaptive card, and then that adaptive card will be sent to the Microsoft Teams. So in your scenario, for example, if you already have your SPFX web part built, you can easily expose those SPFX web part maybe using this compose extension, and then all those web parts can be easily treated as the compose extension or messaging extension inside Microsoft Teams. All right. Next thing that we are going to talk about is how we can build Microsoft Teams meeting app with SPFX. All right. So whenever we create any kind of an meeting, we have various apps that can run through the meeting lifecycle. So quickly check what is mean by meeting lifecycle and what are the apps that we can use at various stages.
So in a pre-meeting app experience, permission users are users who can add apps to a meeting during the different stages of the meeting lifecycle, and these users can add apps to a meeting through the tab gallery in a two ways. So the first one is using the details tab on the team scheduling form, and the next one is using the meeting chat tab in an existing meeting. So the tab apps are accessible in meetings details and chat pages using a plus button. So in meeting app experience, meetings apps are hosted in the top upper bar of the chat window, and as in meeting tab experience using the in meeting tab. So when users add a tab to a meeting through the tab gallery, apps that are during the meeting experience are shown. So the permission users can add apps while in the meeting. The last one is for the post meeting app experience. So the permission users can add apps from the tab gallery to a meeting using the details tab on the team scheduling form and the meeting chat tab in an existing meeting.
So, in a nutshell, the meeting app can deliver user experience for each stage of the meeting lifecycle, including pre-meeting, in-meeting, and post-meeting app experience, and depending on the attendee status. So, we can integrate tabs, bots, even the messaging extension in each stage of this meeting lifecycle. So, the team's end user can access apps during meeting using the tab gallery. For example, pre-stage as a Kanban board, or even they can launch in meeting actionable dialogue. From there, they can get input from the attendees, or even we can create the post meeting poll as a post meeting app experience. So, this particular sample, which we are going to demonstrate now, is kind of a questionnaire meeting app, which is a pre meeting app experience built with SharePoint framework. So, this questionnaire meeting app provides pre meeting app experience for Microsoft Teams meeting attendees to ask questions related to the meeting before the meeting starts. So if you have any questions to the meeting organizer or to other attendees, these apps lay down a foundation to create forum where you can post your questions before the meeting starts, and then these questions can be handled by the organizer during the meeting. So let's see like how we can create this kind of an experience, and then we will also have the code walkthrough. So for that purpose, I will again go back to my Microsoft Teams, and I will click on calendar. So from the calendar, we should be able to create a meeting. So I can just find any of the empty slot. I can go ahead and set up a new meeting. I will just call it as a demo meeting, and then we can add the required attendees. So I will extend this invite to few of the attendees, and then I will send out this invite. So this is kind of a very basic how we can set up the meeting inside Microsoft Teams. But the major logic here is, for example, now if I open this particular Teams meeting, if I click on add a tab, so from here we will be able to add pre-meeting kind of an experience using this SPFX web part called as a meeting questionnaire. So now I will go ahead, add that. So this particular meeting app experience, or this pre-meeting app experience, will enable all of the attendees to ask the question before the meeting starts. So it is very simple now that we can see this here, and I can click new question, and then I will just ask for recording. So I will say, will this meeting be recorded? And then I will save this. So once we do that, what happens is that this particular question is posted against this particular meeting, and then all of the questions that are related to this particular meeting can be seen by the organizer or even from the other attendees of this meeting from this meeting questionnaire tab, and then all these questions can be discussed or can be answered during the meeting. So this kind of an app give you the pre-meeting kind of an experience. So that means you have the meeting set up, but you want to have some kind of an interaction going on before the meeting starts. So this app will give you that kind of an experience. So for example, now if I close this, again come back to this meeting app experience. Okay, let me expand this. So again, we still have this meeting questionnaire tab here, and all of the other participants of this particular question, or sorry, for this particular meeting, they can post the question, and then we can have a long listing of questions which should be addressed during the meeting or maybe after the meeting. But at least this kind of an app will give you uh, or it will enable you to have some kind of an pre-build or pre-meeting kind of an experience built. So let's see like how this kind of an experience can be built. But yeah, before that, where all this data gets stored. So again, same logic that wherever there is a Microsoft team, there will be a SharePoint site in the background. So again, we do have such a SharePoint site in the background, and then we are simply storing all this information in a list called as team meeting questionnaire. So whenever we create any of the meeting inside Microsoft Teams, in that case, that particular meeting has got a unique meeting ID, and then we can use that particular meeting ID to store our questions and their answers along with who asked and when it was asked. So this is a simple schema of this particular list by which we should be able to get all the questions and then add those along with the meeting ID, and then we'll be able to showcase that when the meeting is going to start. All right. So let's see like again how we can build this kind of an apps. So again, this one has been created with SPFX solution or kind of an SharePoint app. So before I show that, I just want to again go back to the manifest file of this particular SPFX web part. So again, if you see here, we don't have any supported host specific for Microsoft Teams, but all of this magic is happening through manifest JSON. So in the manifest JSON, we are kind of an exposing this particular web part as a configurable tab. And again, we do have a configuration URL with the specific format that we saw for our previous example. So this is the format that we will have to follow. And then we have scopes defined for this particular web part, like a team as well as a group chat. And then this particular web part in the configurable tab can run inside the context of channel tab or even a meeting chat tab. So that's the reason whenever we click plus here, we were able to get that SPFX web part as a meeting chat tab, and then we will be able to show this as a pre-meeting app experience to all of our users. So the code for this is very simple. We just have this questionnaire item model which is holding the information about each of the question being asked with the meeting ID, title and the description, and then who asked and when it was asked. Then we have a simple SPO service here which will give us the capability to read as well as add the questions to this particular app. Nothing fancy here. And then we have this again TSX file or this SPFX web part created with React. So the again the logic is very simple. We just loop through all those meeting questionnaires that we have got, and then we simply render the information about the questions which are being asked in this particular format which is specified here. So it shows all that information as an activity item. So for example, if there is one more question, again it will be shown as an activity happened for this particular meeting. And then again we have this new question which is being handled through this ask question a React component. So again, it will just give you the prompt for a text field, and then from there you can add the question, and then it will get added to this particular SharePoint list, and then it will be available to us to be consumed as the question. So this is how you can even expand or expose your SPFX apps or SPFX web part to become the Microsoft Teams meeting app. So again, just to note that the development of SPFX or this SPFX app can be extended beyond SharePoint, and then we will be able to extend with smaller configurations to Microsoft Teams. So if you already have built nice apps using SharePoint or SPFX, you can just use these simple configurations, and then it can be easily used inside Microsoft Teams. All right, so that was the demo, and then here are few of the references which you can use if you are more interested in reading about how you can embed the SharePoint pages or SharePoint sites directly inside Microsoft Teams as a personal app. And then again, here are a couple of references of my blogs on how I have built this Teams messaging extension or Teams meeting app, and then how we can simply expand our SPFX app to be a Microsoft Teams app. So without any code changes to our code which was specially designed for SharePoint, we can easily port that to Microsoft Teams. All right. So, and yeah, here are a few of the sample code samples. For example, if you want to see like how this code has been built, so the Teams meeting app code is available in the PNP repository. You can go ahead and check this out. And the messaging extension, which was the Planet Explorer, the second example that we saw, is available under this particular Git repository. So if it sounds interesting, I will encourage you to read through the code and have some suggestions. All right. So with that, we are coming to the close ending of this session. So thank you very much for having us. Thank you very much for listening to us. So and thank you very much everyone to give us the opportunity.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Oh my
back to you,
goodness.
Simon.
Oh my goodness. Absolutely amazed. I mean, I have been looking at your slides and listening for almost like an hour now. I mean, I want to know, there were so many slides in there. It went all over my head because I didn't get this stuff. Right?
Yeah,
Right?
yeah,
But there
I
were,
know this is very much native to SharePoint and Teams, and you are
yeah.
mostly from RPA.
So how long it took you to make that slides? I mean, there was so many of slides in there. How long it took you to go and build that presentation?
Oh, yeah, Miss, maybe I spent half an hour or maybe more than that. So even
That's
from here, you
it?
can see the slide count is 28. So
Oh
yeah,
my
Miss, at
goodness.
least correct, correct.
That's a
So
lot.
only thing is like I just wanted to present like how this entire journey has begun, and then how we can bring all those SharePoint apps natively inside Microsoft Teams.
Mhm.
So yeah, lot of effort went into this PPT presentation as well as creation
Yeah.
of this demo. But I hope that was useful.
No, no, it's absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for all that effort that you both added for this session. I mean, I know, I mean, if you even ask me that, if you ask me to go ahead and take that same presentation and even change the theme, I will be very lazy to do that, right? But changing it for different conferences and coming up with more updates every time you do it, that's a lot of effort and speak continuously. It's very challenging. So thank you, Nandi. Thank you, Smita. Thank you so much for all that you do for the community. Really stunned by the pace that you both set up in last 50, 60 minutes. I am hosting you in more other conferences. I'm really excited. And yeah, and anything you want to say before we go ahead and wrap it up?
No, just that. Thank you very much. Yeah, and we will keep interacting in more of such conferences. Thank
Thank
you
you,
very much
Nandit.
for this
Thank you, Smita. Have a
opportunity
nice
to
day.
present
Bye-bye.
this
Take
session.
care.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Take care.
thank you.
Bye.
Take care.
Bye.
Stay.
All right, with that, we move to a very interesting and unique session of the day, as it would be a session in Hindi, and this session would be in Hindi. Can you imagine it? I'm hosting a very first session in Hindi, and I'm really, really excited to it. Our next, so okay, let me switch to हिंदी ना तो चलिए हमारा नेक्स्ट अगला सेशन होने वाला है वो होने वाला है हिंदी में और जो हमारे नेक्स्ट स्पीकर है वो है एस रवि कुमार का सेशन होगा फुल स्टैक डॉट इन आर्किटेक्चर पे वो अपने बहुत डेली लाइव स्ट्रीम्स करते हैं और बहुत सारे वीडियोस भी कम्युनिटी में कंट्रीब्यूट करते हैं अब मैं और हिंदी बोलूंगा तो ऐसा I may be reading. I cannot do a lot of Hindi, so let's go ahead and invite our next speaker, S. Ravi Kumar. Hi, S. Ravi. Welcome to the Cloud Lunch Learn and Marathon.
हेलो थैंक यू फॉर इनवाइटिंग मी एंड थैंक यू फॉर गिविंग मी अपॉर्चुनिटी मेरे को यहाँ पर बोलने की सुविधा देने के लिए आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद
ये आपकी वीडियो बहुत ही क्लियर एंड क्रिस्प है राइट इट लुक्स
थैंक यू
रियली नाइस बहुत सही लगा यू लुक वेरी शार्प टुडे एंड या वो टी शर्ट किसकी डॉट नेट की
यस ये ऑफिशियल डॉट नेट की टी शर्ट है क्योंकि .NET के बारे में बात करनी है, तो इसलिए ऑफिशियल .NET की टी शर्ट मैंने पहनी है। तो सबसे पहले मैं अपना स्क्रीन शेयर करता हूँ। आई थिंक
चलिए स्क्रीन शेयर करिए फिर।
सॉरी, एक
दीपक कह रहे हैं वाह, हिंदी इज अ नेशनल लैंग्वेज इन इंडिया। वाह, ये बात आप कहिए, हिंदी हमारी राष्ट्रभाषा है इंडिया में। इस सेशन में कमेंट्स भी हिंदी में आने चाहिए, मुझे आप इंग्लिश में टाइप करो, कमेंट्स भी हिंदी में आने चाहिए। तो आई थिंक ये सेशन बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग होने वाला है ना, बिकॉज ना सिर्फ इस सेशन को लोग अभी देख रहे हैं, लेकिन जब ये वीडियो अवेलेबल होगा ऑन डिमांड एंड आप लोग जानना चाहेंगे कि .NET फुल स्टैक .NET आर्किटेक्चर के बारे में, तो उनके लिए बहुत बेनिफिशियल होगा। रवि, मैं आपको ज्यादा समय नहीं लूंगा, मुझे आपका स्क्रीन दिख रहा है, आप अभी स्ट्रीम यार्ड में हो। द मोमेंट आप स्लाइड या किसी यहाँ शिफ्ट करेंगे, मैं आपका स्क्रीन को ऐड कर दूंगा।
ओके, तो मेरा स्लाइड दिखना शुरू हो गया?
मुझे दिख रहा है। नो, स्लाइड्स अभी नहीं है। आई कैन ओनली सी योर स्ट्रीम यार्ड। या आई कैन सी योर स्ट्रीम यार्ड। आपको वहाँ पे स्क्रीन शेयर करना। आई सी यू हैव शेयर्ड द स्क्रीन, बट आई डोंट नो व्हाई इट्स नॉट देयर। मे बी
स्क्रीन शेयर में मेरे स्लाइड्स नहीं है।
नहीं, आई थिंक आपका वो फ्रीज हो गया स्क्रीन। यू वांट टू स्टॉप इट, फिर से स्टार्ट करिए, वो फ्रीज हो गया है।
लेट मी स्टॉप शेयर स्क्रीन, एंटायर स्क्रीन, या एंटायर स्क्रीन शेयर, या इज इट विजिबल नाउ?
हाँ, अभी है। दीपक ने कहा आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। तो चलिए, आपका स्क्रीन अभी हर कोई देख सकता है अगले 40 से 45 मिनट।
ओके, तो नमस्कार देवी और सज्जनों, स्वागत है आपका मेरे इस सेशन में जिसका नाम है फुल स्टैक .NET आर्किटेक्चर। बेसिकली मैं अभी तक जितना भी देखता हूँ वीडियोस, जहां पर भी देखता हूँ, वो जनरली होते हैं फुल स्टैक डेवलपमेंट के ऊपर, और वो मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम होते हैं फुल स्टैक डेवलपमेंट यूजिंग जावास्क्रिप्ट। ज्यादातर उनका मर्न स्टैक, मीन स्टैक, फलाना स्टैक, ढिमाना स्टैक। लेकिन अगर हम बात करें क्लियर कट, तो ये फुल स्टैक डेवलपमेंट जो है, और ये फुल स्टैक की अगर हम बात करें, तो ये बहुत पहले से था। तो शुरू करने से पहले मैं अपने बारे में थोड़ा सा बता दूं, ऑफ कोर्स, कि मैं कौन हूं, क्यों बोल रहा हूं। मैं एक सर्टिफाइड एजूर सॉल्यूशन आर्किटेक्ट हूं विद ओवर ऑलमोस्ट 18 इयर्स ऑफ एक्सपीरियंस। कम्युनिटी में मैं बहुत सेशंस देता रहता हूं। मेरा एक .NET कोर एंड क्लाउड टेकीज करके कम्युनिटी भी चलती है, जिसपे कि हम रेगुलर इवेंट्स करवाते हैं। हालांकि पिछले साल से अभी तक पैंडेमिक की वजह से हमने थोड़े कम सेशंस किए हैं। और टेकी राठौर के नाम से मैं हर जगह अवेलेबल हूं। आप जस्ट टेकी राठौर सर्च करो एंड यू विल गेट एवरीथिंग, चाहे मेरा GitHub हो, चाहे मेरा ब्लॉग हो, चाहे मेरा यूट्यूब चैनल हो। जी हाँ, मेरा एक यूट्यूब चैनल भी है, प्लीज उसको जाकर के सब्सक्राइब कीजिए, सबके साथ शेयर कीजिए। वहां मैं हिंदी में ही वीडियोस बनाता हूँ, इंग्लिश में भी बनाता हूँ। आई एम काइंड ऑफ मल्टीलिंगुअल, मैं हर लैंग्वेज में बनाता हूँ, इंग्लिश, हिंदी, भोजपुरी में अभी तक शुरू नहीं किया है, प्रॉब्ली जल्दी शुरू करूंगा। तो ये था मेरे बारे में। अब हम बात करते हैं सेशन में। आज हम किस बारे में बात करेंगे? सबसे पहले सेशन के एजेंडा के बारे में बात करते हैं। हम बात करेंगे .NET होता क्या है, व्हाट इज .NET। फिर हम बात करेंगे टाइप ऑफ एप्लीकेशंस वी कैन बिल्ड यूजिंग .NET फ्रेमवर्क्स। हम किस किस तरह के एप्लीकेशन बना सकते हैं .NET फ्रेमवर्क यूज करके, हम इस बारे में बात करेंगे। उसके बाद हम बात करेंगे फुल स्टैक एप्लीकेशन आर्किटेक्चर के बारे में, कि यदि अगर हम एक फुल स्टैक वेब एप्लीकेशन अगर हम बनाना चाहें, तो हम कैसे बना सकते हैं, उसका आर्किटेक्चर क्या होगा, प्रोजेक्ट स्ट्रक्चर क्या होगा, इस बारे में बात करेंगे। और उसके साथ साथ हम ये भी बात करेंगे कि हमें क्या क्या कंसीडरेशंस रखने चाहिए। यदि हमें एक फुल स्टैक आर्किटेक्चर बनाना है .NET में, तो हमें क्या ऐसे कौन कौन से काम करने चाहिए जो हमारे लिए बहुत ही ईजी हो, बहुत ही हेल्पफुल हो, और वो हमारे लॉन्ग टर्म तक हमारे काम आए, ताकि हमारा जो एप्लीकेशन है वो लेगेसी एप्लीकेशन में बदल जाए। जो याद रखिएगा हमेशा कि जो आज की करंट टेक्नोलॉजी है, 5 साल बाद वही लेगेसी टेक्नोलॉजी बन जाती है। लेगेसी टेक्नोलॉजी यानी बुजुर्गवार वाली टेक्नोलॉजी, जिसपे कोई काम करना नहीं चाहता, हालांकि उसी पे पैसे ज्यादा मिलते हैं। तो किस तरह से हम कंसिडरेशन या किन चीजों को हम ध्यान में रखेंगे, जिससे कि हमारे एप्लीकेशन लंबे समय तक चलें और उसमें चेंजेस करने में हमें आसानी हो। उसके बाद हम बात करेंगे एडवांटेजेस और डिसएडवांटेजेस, कि क्या क्या एडवांटेजेस हैं हमें अगर हम .NET फ्रेमवर्क को ही यूज करते हैं फुल स्टैक डेवलपमेंट में, और क्या क्या डिसएडवांटेजेस है, क्या क्या परेशानियां हमें आती हैं आज की डेट में इसके लिए। उसके बाद एक छोटा सा डेमो दिखाऊंगा मैं। डेमो में एप्लीकेशन प्रोबेबली एप्लीकेशन का आर्किटेक्चर आपको बताऊंगा कि जो एप्लीकेशन मैंने एक फुल स्टैक आर्किटेक्चर या फुल स्टैक एप्लीकेशन वेब एप्लीकेशन जो बनाया है वो किस तरीके से बनाया हुआ है और मैं उसको किस किस तरीके से इस्तेमाल कर सकता हूं, उसका फ्यूचर स्कोप क्या है और उसको कैसे मैं उसमें जो मैं कंसिडरेशंस बताऊंगा या जो मैं बेनिफिट्स बताऊंगा फुल स्टैक आर्किटेक्चर यूज करने के, उन सारे बेनिफिट्स को हम कैसे इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं इसके अंदर, या इस एप्लीकेशन का क्या क्या स्कोप है उसके बारे में बताऊंगा। तो चलिए शुरू करते हैं, हमेशा की तरह ऐसे चलिए शुरू करते हैं। ओके, सबसे पहले बात करते हैं कि व्हाट इज डॉटनेट। डॉटनेट क्या है? डॉटनेट एक फ्री एंड ओपन सोर्स मैनेज सॉफ्टवेयर फ्रेमवर्क है। और सॉफ्टवेयर फ्रेमवर्क इसलिए बोल रहा हूं क्योंकि ये एक बड़ा फ्रेमवर्क है। इट्स लाइक एन इकोसिस्टम जो कि विंडोज, लिनक्स, मैक ओएस तीनों पे चलता है और ये क्रॉस प्लेटफॉर्म है ऑब्वियसली। और इट्स ए सक्सेसर टू डॉटनेट फ्रेमवर्क। सक्सेसर मतलब उत्तराधिकारी है डॉटनेट फ्रेमवर्क का। बेसिकली डॉटनेट फ्रेमवर्क पहले 2016 तक डॉटनेट फ्रेमवर्क सिर्फ विंडोज पे चलता था। देन उसके बाद 2016 में जब माइक्रोसॉफ्ट ने ज़ैमरीन को एक्वायर किया, खरीदा, उसके बाद उन्होंने 2016 में दे लॉन्च डॉटनेट कोर और वहां से शुरुआत हुई डॉटनेट के क्रॉस प्लेटफॉर्म जर्नी की। उससे पहले भी डॉटनेट क्रॉस प्लेटफॉर्म था लेकिन उसके डिफरेंट डिफरेंट फ्लेवर्स थे, तो उसके बारे में भी बात करेंगे। और ये मेंटेन किया जाता है डॉटनेट फाउंडेशन के थ्रू। डॉटनेट फाउंडेशन जो है एक संस्था है, जैसे कि आपके शीशाप कॉर्नर है वैसे ही एक कम्युनिटी, एक संस्था है जो कि आपके डॉटनेट रिलेटेड प्रोजेक्ट्स को मैनेज करने में, साथ ही उनसे उनके जितने भी डिफरेंट डिफरेंट चीजें होती हैं उन सबको मैनेज करने में वो हेल्प करती है। वो एक इंडिपेंडेंट संस्था है। उसमें डॉटनेट फाउंडेशन में हर कंपनी है जुड़ी हुई, मतलब हर कंपनी अपनी तरफ से सहायता देती है। माइक्रोसॉफ्ट का एक एम्प्लॉय उसके बोर्ड में बैठता है। उसके अलावा प्रॉपर मतलब वो है अब डॉटनेट, और ये टी शर्ट भी उन्हीं के द्वारा दिया गया है। तो ये था डॉटनेट फाउंडेशन और डॉटनेट फ्रेमवर्क के बारे में कि डॉटनेट एक कंप्लीट इकोसिस्टम है जिसमें कि हम तरह तरह के एप्लीकेशन बना सकते हैं। तो चलिए देखते हैं कि वेराइटीज क्या क्या हैं। जैसे आइसक्रीम की वेराइटीज होती हैं वैसे डॉटनेट फ्रेमवर्क की भी बहुत सारी वेराइटीज है। तो सबसे पहला जो है, जो अभी लेटेस्ट, जिसे हम कहें लेटेस्ट एंड ग्रेटेस्ट, एकदम हॉट, वो है डॉटनेट 6। डॉटनेट 6 अभी प्रीव्यू में है और ये बेसिकली LTS वर्जन है। LTS वर्जन मतलब लॉन्ग टर्म सपोर्ट वर्जन या लॉन्ग टाइम सपोर्ट वर्जन। बेसिकली लॉन्ग टाइम क्या कहेंगे यार, 3 साल का सपोर्ट देने के लिए इन्होंने वादा किया है। पूरा एक 2019 में आई थिंक उन्होंने बिल्ड में ये डिक्लेयर किया था कि डॉटनेट फ्रेमवर्क कैसे कैसे चलेगा अगले आई थिंक 10 या 12 साल का। उन्होंने पूरा प्लान बताया था कि हर साल मई में जो है आपका एक रेगुलर वर्जन निकलेगा और जो आपका नवंबर है उसमें आपका LTS या लॉन्ग टर्म सपोर्ट वर्जन निकलेगा। लॉन्ग टर्म सपोर्ट वर्जन को 3 साल तक का सपोर्ट देते हैं। तो ये प्रीव्यू में है और इसमें इसके आने के बाद बहुत सारे चेंजेस आ रहे हैं डॉटनेट में। उसके बाद है आपका डॉटनेट 5 जो कि अभी लेटेस्ट स्टैंडर्ड मतलब लेटेस्ट वर्जन है, जो कि आपका चल रहा है, करंट वर्जन है। तो डॉटनेट में अब इन्होंने डॉटनेट, माइक्रोसॉफ्ट ने क्या कहा है या डॉटनेट फाउंडेशन ने क्या कहा है, बेसिकली मैनेज तो माइक्रोसॉफ्ट कर रहा है, तो माइक्रोसॉफ्ट ने क्या कहा है कि लेटेस्ट वर्जन जो होगा वो आपका, या करंट वर्जन, 2 तरह के वर्जन होंगे, करंट वर्जन और LTS। तो करंट वर्जन का सपोर्ट जो है वो LTS के आने के बाद बंद कर दिया जाएगा और LTS का सपोर्ट आपका 3 साल तक रहेगा। तो आपका जो डॉटनेट 5 है वो आपका करंट वर्जन है। और उसके अलावा आपका डॉटनेट कोर 3.1 LTS वर्जन है। ये डॉटनेट कोर 3.1 जो है वो अभी का LTS वर्जन है। इसका सपोर्ट आई थिंक अगले साल 2022 में शायद खत्म हो जाएगा और उससे पहले हमारा डॉटनेट 6 आ ही जाएगा ऑफ कोर्स। उसके अलावा आपका डॉटनेट फ्रेमवर्क है जो कि विंडोज ओनली फ्रेमवर्क है। और 2019 में जब डॉटनेट 5 की घोषणा की गई थी तब माइक्रोसॉफ्ट ने ये कहा था कि भाई आपका ये जो डॉटनेट फ्रेमवर्क है उसको वो अगले 10 साल तक सपोर्ट करेंगे। तो उसमें से भी डॉटनेट फ्रेमवर्क में आई थिंक 4.6, 4.6.2 या 2-4 फ्रेमवर्क जो है, 2-4 वर्जन जो है उसका सपोर्ट वो अगले साल अप्रैल में खत्म कर रहे हैं, यानी 2022 अप्रैल में खत्म कर रहे हैं। और उसके बाद वो बोल रहे हैं कि इसके बाद सिर्फ आई थिंक 4.8 या 4.7.2 यही 2 वर्जन जो हैं डॉटनेट फ्रेमवर्क के वो अवेलेबल रहेंगे या उन्हीं का सपोर्ट दिया जाएगा। वो तब तक चलेगा जब तक कि विंडोज है ऑफ कोर्स। तो 10-15 साल कहीं नहीं गए। तो ये, लेकिन आपका जो डॉटनेट फ्रेमवर्क है ये सिर्फ विंडोज पर ही चलता है। और उसके बाद अगर हम बात करें तो मोनो फ्रेमवर्क है। मोनो फ्रेमवर्क जो है, आई एम सॉरी इसको मैं बंद करता हूं, आई एम सॉरी, ये मोनो फ्रेमवर्क जो है हमारा वो बेसिकली, एक सेकेंड रुकिए, क्विट, हाँ जी, मोनो फ्रेमवर्क जो है वो हमारा डॉटनेट का क्रॉस प्लेटफॉर्म वर्जन जो है, एक तरह से कहें कि शुरुआती क्रॉस प्लेटफॉर्म वर्जन है, वो अभी भी अवेलेबल है। और मोनो फ्रेमवर्क ही हमारा ज़ैमरीन के एप्लीकेशंस में यूज किया जाता है अगर हम क्रॉस प्लेटफॉर्म मोबाइल एप्लीकेशंस की बात करें। और इनफैक्ट जो ब्लेजर फ्रेमवर्क है, ब्लेजर स्पा फ्रेमवर्क या यूआई फ्रेमवर्क जो है, जो कि आपका वेब एप्लीकेशन बनाने के लिए यूज होता है, उसके बारे में भी डिटेल में बात करेंगे। वो भी इनिशियली उसका वेब असेंबली वाला जो वर्जन है वो इंटरनली मोनो को यूज करता है। मोनो फ्रेमवर्क जो है उसी से, सही बताए तो उसी से शुरुआत हुई थी डॉटनेट के क्रॉस प्लेटफॉर्म होने की। मतलब मोनो फ्रेमवर्क आपका तब आया था जब डॉटनेट एक्चुअल में शुरू हुआ था। जो पुराना वाला डॉटनेट फ्रेमवर्क है जब वो शुरू हुआ था, तो उसके 5-6 साल बाद मोनो फ्रेमवर्क स्टार्ट हुआ था। और इसके ऊपर बहुत सारी कहानियां भी हैं, आप सुन सकते हैं। मीगल डी काजा ने मोनो फ्रेमवर्क को शुरुआत करने में वो उसके स्टार्टर थे। और उसके बाद बहुत सारी चीजें हैं, बहुत सारी कहानियां हैं, आप नेट पे देख सकते हैं। तो ये वेराइटीज हैं डिफरेंट डिफरेंट डॉटनेट फ्रेमवर्क के, जिसमें कि आपका, जैसे मैंने बताया, डॉटनेट 6 लेटेस्ट एंड ग्रेटेस्ट है, और डॉटनेट 5 जो है वो आपका करंट वर्जन चल रहा है। आगे बढ़ते हैं, ये था डॉटनेट फ्रेमवर्क के बारे में। अब ये मैंने थोड़ा सा स्लाइड जो है वो क्लाउड लंच एंड लर्न से थोड़ा अलग लेके गया हूं। ये माइक्रोसॉफ्ट का स्लाइड है, या माइक्रोसॉफ्ट का एनिमेशन है। दिस सेज कि डॉटनेट जो है इट्स योर प्लेटफॉर्म टू बिल्ड एनीथिंग। आप डॉटनेट में कुछ भी बना सकते हैं। आप चाहे तो उस पर डेस्कटॉप एप्लीकेशन बना सकते हैं, वेब एप्लीकेशन बना सकते हैं, क्लाउड के एप्लीकेशन बना सकते हैं। क्लाउड के एप्लीकेशन मतलब जो आपका क्लाउड नेटिव आर्किटेक्चर आजकल जो चल रहा है, जो आप किसी भी कहीं पर भी चला सकते हैं। यानी कि आप चाहे तो AWS में, GCP में, कंटेनर्स में, या आपका डिजिटल ओशन में, कहीं पर भी आप चला सकते हैं। मोबाइल एप्लीकेशंस आप बना सकते हैं इसको यूज करके। गेम्स बना सकते हैं। गेम्स के लिए आप कौन सा फ्रेमवर्क यूज करते हैं वो भी बताऊंगा मैं। IoT प्रोग्रामिंग आप कर सकते हैं डॉटनेट यूज करके। AI की एप्लीकेशन या AI और आपका जो मशीन लर्निंग के कोड है, मशीन लर्निंग के एप्लीकेशन है, वो भी आप बना सकते हैं माइक्रोसॉफ्ट डॉटनेट फ्रेमवर्क यूज करके। माइक्रोसॉफ्ट नहीं, डॉटनेट फ्रेमवर्क हम कहें तो डॉटनेट फ्रेमवर्क यूज करके। तो सबसे पहले हम बात करते हैं कि कौन कौन से सब फ्रेमवर्क्स हैं। सब फ्रेमवर्क्स ये मेरा दिया गया टर्म है, बिकॉज सब फ्रेमवर्क ऐसे डॉटनेट में कोई बोलता नहीं। लेकिन जैसा मैंने कहा कि डॉटनेट जो है एक बहुत बड़ा इकोसिस्टम है, जिसमें कि आप जिसको यूज करके कि आप डिफरेंट डिफरेंट एप्लीकेशंस बना सकते हैं। तो हम बात करते हैं कि किस किस ये जो डिफरेंट एप्लीकेशंस हैं उनको बनाने के लिए हम कौन कौन से फ्रेमवर्क्स का इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं। सबसे पहले अगर हम बात करें डेस्कटॉप एप्लीकेशन की, तो डेस्कटॉप एप्लीकेशन बनाने के लिए, डेस्कटॉप एप्लीकेशंस वो होते हैं जो लोकली आपके डेस्कटॉप पर या मशीन पर चलते हैं। वो जैसे कि आपका वर्ड, पावर पॉइंट, ये सारे जो हैं ये डेस्कटॉप एप्लीकेशंस हैं। तो अगर हम डेस्कटॉप एप्लीकेशंस की बात करें तो विनफॉर्म्स, WPF और UWP, ये आपके फ्रेमवर्क्स हैं जो कि डेस्कटॉप एप्लीकेशंस बनाने के लिए यूज होते हैं। और अनफॉर्चुनेटली, या दुर्भाग्य से ही हम ये कहें कि इन तीनों फ्रेमवर्क्स को यूज करके आप जो डेस्कटॉप एप्लीकेशन बनाएंगे वो सिर्फ और सिर्फ विंडोज पर चलेगा, वो आपका क्रॉस प्लेटफॉर्म नहीं होगा। विनफॉर्म्स जो है वो सबसे पुराना फ्रेमवर्क है, और विनफॉर्म्स को यूज करके बहुत सारे एप्लीकेशन, डेस्कटॉप एप्लीकेशंस बनाए गए हैं, लिखे गए हैं। और वो सबसे पहले जो है और सबसे इजीएस्ट है सीखने के लिए। आपका ड्रैग एंड ड्रॉप आप यूज कीजिए और बना लीजिए। और इनफैक्ट यही नहीं, आपका डॉटनेट 5 में और डॉटनेट कोर में भी आप विनफॉर्म्स यूज करके एप्लीकेशंस बना सकते हैं, बट वो चलेंगे सिर्फ विंडोज पर ही। उसके बाद बात करते हैं WPF की। WPF जो है वो डॉटनेट आई थिंक 3 के साथ आया था, जो विंडोज वाला डॉटनेट था उसके साथ। WPF का फुल फॉर्म होता है विंडोज प्रेजेंटेशन फाउंडेशन, और ये भी अभी भी अवेलेबल है। इनफैक्ट ये ओपन सोर्स भी है। WPF और UWP भी आपका दोनों ओपन सोर्स है, लेकिन आपके WPF जो है एप्लीकेशन जो है वो सिर्फ आपका इस पे चलता है, विंडोज पर चलता है। यही चीज UWP के साथ भी है। हालांकि UWP जो है वो डॉटनेट कोर में भी सपोर्टेड था, लेकिन अगेन UWP का जो आप UI बनाएंगे वो सिर्फ विंडोज पर ही चलेगा। लेकिन अगर आप क्रॉस प्लेटफॉर्म डेस्कटॉप एप्लीकेशन बनाना चाहते हैं डॉटनेट में, तो क्या करेंगे? तो उसके लिए ऑप्शन है आपके पास ये। पहला है एवलोनिया UI। एवलोनिया UI जो है वो WPF के जैसा ही XML यूज करता है, XAML यूज करता है, XAML बोलते हैं हम उसको, XAML। तो ये आपका WPF का ही स्ट्रक्चर या WPF का XAML यूज करके आप इससे क्रॉस प्लेटफॉर्म डेस्कटॉप एप्लीकेशन बना सकते हैं। क्रॉस प्लेटफॉर्म यानी कि आपका इसमें जो आप एप्लीकेशन बनाएंगे वो आपका लिनक्स पर भी चलेगा, वो आपका मैक पर भी चलेगा और वो आपका विंडोज पर भी चलेगा। तो WPF यूज करके और एवलोनिया UI यूज करके आप क्रॉस प्लेटफॉर्म डेस्कटॉप एप्लीकेशन बना सकते हैं। तो डेस्कटॉप एप्लीकेशन के लिए आपके पास देखिए कितने सारे ऑप्शंस आ गए। उसके अलावा एक और ऑप्शन है, अब हम बात करते हैं मोबाइल डेवलपमेंट की। तो मोबाइल डेवलपमेंट के लिए आपके पास 3-4 ऑप्शन है, 2 ऑप्शन है रादर। अभी मैं 3 यहां पर इसलिए आ रहा है, सबसे पहला है Xamarin Forms। Xamarin Forms आपका क्रॉस प्लेटफॉर्म UI फ्रेमवर्क है। UI फ्रेमवर्क मतलब उसमें कंट्रोल्स वगैरह होते हैं और उन कंट्रोल्स को यूज करके आप आराम से क्रॉस प्लेटफॉर्म मोबाइल एप्लीकेशन बना सकते हैं। यानी कि वो आपका मोबाइल एप्लीकेशन iOS यानी कि आपके मोबाइल एप्पल मोबाइल पे चलेगा, iOS यानी कि आईफोन्स वगैरह पर चलेगा, प्लस टैबलेट्स पर चलेगा, प्लस मैक पर चलेगा, और आपका जो एंड्रॉयड है, एंड्रॉयड मोबाइल पर भी आपके ये Xamarin Forms से बनाए हुए मोबाइल एप्लीकेशन चलते हैं। उसके अलावा है मावी। मावी इज मल्टी एप्लीकेशन यूजर इंटरफेस, या आई थिंक कुछ इसी तरह का फुल फॉर्म है। ये आपका Xamarin Form का अगला वर्जन है। जैसे .NET 6 के साथ मावी रिलीज हो रहा है और .NET 5 में अभी आपका Xamarin Forms है, लेकिन .NET 6 के साथ मावी रिलीज हो रहा है जो कि आपका Xamarin Forms का नेक्स्ट वर्जन है। और आप मावी यूज करके क्रॉस प्लेटफॉर्म मोबाइल एप्लीकेशंस बना सकते हैं, चाहे वो iOS के लिए हो चाहे वो एंड्रॉयड के लिए हो, उसके लिए आप मावी यूज कर सकते हैं। और ये दोनों जो है ऑब्वियसली माइक्रोसॉफ्ट के द्वारा बनाए जा रहे हैं। एवलोनिया UI जैसे मैंने पिछला बताया था, एवलोनिया UI क्रॉस प्लेटफॉर्म है लेकिन वो कम्युनिटी द्वारा सपोर्टेड है। तो ये मैं साथ साथ बताता जाऊंगा कि किस किस को कौन कौन सपोर्ट कर रहा है। और ऊनो की बात करें, अब इसमें 3, जैसे मैंने बताया कि क्रॉस प्लेटफॉर्म मोबाइल एप्लीकेशंस बनाने के लिए आपके पास आज की डेट में 3 ऑप्शंस हैं। पहला है Xamarin Forms जो कि स्टेबल है और अभी लेटेस्ट वर्जन उसका आई थिंक 5 चल रहा है। तो Xamarin Forms स्टेबल है। Xamarin Forms के बाद आपका मावी है जो कि प्रीव्यू में है और वो .NET 6 के साथ रिलीज होगा। और तीसरा जो है ऊनो है। Uno is basically a cross-platform framework for building mobile as well as desktop application in UWP। तो आप UWP का जो XAML है या UWP का UI, अगर आप UWP में UI बना करके और डेस्कटॉप एप्लीकेशन बनाते हैं विंडोज के लिए, तो सेम UWP के कोड को आप मोबाइल एप्लीकेशन बनाने के लिए यूज कर सकते हैं यूजिंग Uno फ्रेमवर्क। तो Uno फ्रेमवर्क अगर आप यूज करते हैं तो आप UWP के एप्लीकेशंस बना सकते हैं। अब बात करते हैं हम कि इसमें से ऊनो जो है वो आपकी कनाडा की एक कंपनी है, वो मेंटेन करती है। हालांकि तीनों जो हैं आपका Xamarin Forms, ऊनो और मावी, ये तीनों के तीनों जो हैं वो आपके ओपन सोर्स हैं। तो तीनों के तीनों में आप यदि खुद भी कंट्रीब्यूट करना चाहें तो आप कंट्रीब्यूट कर सकते हैं। ओके, अगला हम बात करते हैं वेब डेवलपमेंट की। तो वेब डेवलपमेंट की अगर हम बात करें तो वेब डेवलपमेंट का जो फ्रेमवर्क है जो कि .NET फ्रेमवर्क के साथ चलता है, दैट इज ASP.NET। ASP.NET जो है आपके वेब डेवलपमेंट में यूज होता है। और वेब डेवलपमेंट के भी जैसे आपके .NET फ्रेमवर्क के डिफरेंट वेरिएशंस हैं, वैसे ही ASP.NET के भी डिफरेंट वेरिएशन है। कुछ वेरिएशन जैसे आपका MVC है जो कि UI बनाने के काम आता है, और API बनाने के लिए या सर्विसेज बनाने के लिए आपका ASP.NET वेब APIs जो है वो यूज होते हैं। इंटरनली MVC फ्रेमवर्क ही वेब APIs, जो कि हम रेस्टफुल वेब APIs की बात करें तो उनके लिए हम MVC फ्रेमवर्क ही यूज करते हैं। इसके अलावा यदि आप gRPC डेवलपमेंट करना चाहते हैं तो उसके लिए भी आप ASP.NET के फ्रेमवर्क को ही यूज करेंगे। और ये भी आपका जो है .NET कोर के साथ वाला, यानी .NET कोर 3.1 वाला, .NET 5 वाला और .NET 6 वाला ASP.NET जो है वो क्रॉस प्लेटफॉर्म है। लेकिन .NET फ्रेमवर्क के साथ चलने वाला जो ASP.NET है वो आपका सिर्फ विंडोज पर चलेगा और उसके लिए आपको सिर्फ IIS चाहिए होगा। लेकिन जो क्रॉस प्लेटफॉर्म ASP.NET है वो आपका विंडोज के अलावा लिनक्स, मैक हर जगह चलता है और वो इनफैक्ट कंटेनर्स पर भी चलता है। तो ASP.NET जो है वो आपके वेब डेवलपमेंट के लिए यूज होता है। इसके साथ ही ब्लेजर जो है आपका स्पा डेवलपमेंट के लिए यूज होता है। स्पा यानी कि सिंगल पेज आर्किटेक्चर वेब डेवलपमेंट, जैसे आपका एंगुलर है, रिएक्ट है, उसी तरह से माइक्रोसॉफ्ट ने एंगुलर और रिएक्ट को जवाब देने के लिए अपना फ्रेमवर्क निकाला है, यूआई फ्रेमवर्क, विच इज कॉल्ड एज ब्लेजर। ये आपका स्पा फ्रेमवर्क है, सिंगल पेज आर्किटेक्चर फ्रेमवर्क है, और ये भी ASP.NET के ऊपर ही बना है। सो बेस इज ASP.NET ओनली, और उसी के ऊपर यानी कि आप ASP.NET के एप्लीकेशन को ही एक्सटेंड कर सकते हैं एज ए ब्लेजर एप्लीकेशन। ब्लेजर के बहुत सारे वेरिएशंस है और ब्लेजर बहुत ही ज्यादा डायनेमिक है। आज की डेट में मैं ब्लेजर को बहुत ज्यादा सपोर्ट करता हूं, बहुत ज्यादा प्रमोट करता हूं। ब्लेजर के ऊपर ही मैं एप्लीकेशंस बनाता हूं, और इनफैक्ट सैंपल भी जो दिखाऊंगा वो आपको ब्लेजर का ही सैंपल दिखाऊंगा, जो कि आपका क्रॉस प्लेटफॉर्म होगा। अब बात करते हैं कि उसके अलावा गेम्स डेवलपमेंट के लिए हम क्या यूज करते हैं। गेम्स डेवलपमेंट के लिए हम यूनिटी यूज करते हैं। यूनिटी जो है ये माइक्रोसॉफ्ट की कंपनी नहीं है, आई थिंक, आई एम नॉट श्योर अबाउट इट, मैं अभी उतना ज्यादा श्योर नहीं हूं, लेकिन इतना मुझे पता है कि यूनिटी माइक्रोसॉफ्ट की कंपनी नहीं है। और यूनिटी जो है वो मोनो इंजन को ज्यादा यूज करती है। अभी यूनिटी आई थिंक .NET 5 या .NET 6 पे पोर्ट नहीं हुई है, लेकिन यूनिटी में आपका C# का कोड, C# का सिंटेक्स, सब कुछ आप यूनिटी में यूज करके आप गेम्स बना सकते हैं, चाहे वो मोबाइल गेम्स हो या आर्केड गेम्स हो। क्रॉस प्लेटफॉर्म्स गेम्स बनाने के लिए यूनिटी जो है वो सबसे ज्यादा पॉपुलर फ्रेमवर्क है और बहुत लोग यूज करते हैं। AR VR गेम्स अगर आपको बनानी है तो भी आप यूनिटी यूज करेंगे। बहुत सारे पॉपुलर गेम्स जो हैं वो यूनिटी में बने हुए हैं। तो यूनिटी जो है आपका वो क्रॉस प्लेटफॉर्म गेम्स बनाने के लिए यूज होता है। अब बात करें मशीन लर्निंग, जैसे हम बात करते हैं, मैंने आपको दिखाया सारा कि उसमें हम .NET यूज करके हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। तो बात करते हैं कि मशीन लर्निंग के लिए क्या है भाई। मशीन लर्निंग के लिए आपका है ML.NET। ML.NET फ्रेमवर्क जो है वो भी आपका .NET कोर बेस्ड है, कंप्लीटली ओपन सोर्स, क्रॉस प्लेटफॉर्म, यानी कि ओपन सोर्स यानी कि कंप्लीटली क्रॉस प्लेटफॉर्म भी है। .NET कोर बेस्ड है इसलिए क्रॉस प्लेटफॉर्म है, ओपन सोर्स है, गिटहब पे इसका सोर्स कोड भी मिल जाएगा और आप इसको यूज कर सकते हैं मशीन लर्निंग एप्लीकेशंस बनाने के लिए। इसमें हर तरह के एल्गोरिदम का सपोर्ट है, प्लस आप खुद अपना जो मॉडल है उनको आप खुद से ट्रेन कर सकते हैं। इनके अपने मॉडल बिल्डर भी अवेलेबल हैं, तो इन सब को यूज करके आप मशीन लर्निंग प्रोग्रामिंग वेरी इजीली .NET में कर सकते हैं। इनफैक्ट अभी रिसेंटली वर्चुअल ML.NET का कॉन्फ्रेंस भी हुआ था, जिसमें कि इन्होंने ML.NET के बहुत सारे जो एग्जाम्पल्स हैं, बहुत सारे यूज केसेस हैं, वो सारे दिखाए थे। और वो ऑफ कोर्स कम्युनिटी ने किया था, इट वाज नॉट डन बाय माइक्रोसॉफ्ट, इट वाज डन बाय ए वर्चुअल कम्युनिटी। तो उन्होंने किया था, एंड आप ML.NET यूज करके आप मशीन लर्निंग AI के काम कर सकते हैं। सो एज आई सेड कि आपका जो .NET फ्रेमवर्क है उसको आप यूज करके यू कैन क्रिएट एनी काइंड ऑफ एप्लीकेशंस यू वांट। अब हम बात करते हैं कि वाई यू शुड बी इंटरेस्टेड इन दिस, आपको क्यों सीखना चाहिए, ये क्यों जानना चाहिए, .NET की इतनी सारी उपलब्धियां मैं क्यों बता रहा हूं। तो पहली बात कि सबसे पहली जो कि लार्ज कम्युनिटी ऑफ मोर देन मिलियन डेवलपर, ये डेटा मेरे को माइक्रोसॉफ्ट से ही मिला है। दे आर सेइंग कि हर साल मोर देन 1 मिलियन, हर साल या हर महीने, आई गेस, आई एम नॉट श्योर अबाउट कि महीना है या साल है, लेकिन मोर देन मिलियन डेवलपर्स .NET सीख रहे हैं या .NET में आ रहे हैं। तो आपको सपोर्ट जो है .NET रिलेटेड टेक्नोलॉजीज का बहुत ज्यादा सपोर्ट जो है वो अवेलेबल है ओवर द इंटरनेट। स्पेशली C# और .NET के साथ आप कुछ भी करना चाहते हैं, हर चीज का आपके पास सपोर्ट, ट्यूटोरियल और एवरीथिंग इज अवेलेबल ऑन इंटरनेट। तो आपको एक बहुत बड़ी कम्युनिटी मिल जाती है जिससे कि आप सीख सकते हैं, ग्रो कर सकते हैं अबाउट .NET टेक्नोलॉजीज। उसके अलावा C# इज ए फैंटास्टिक लैंग्वेज। C# में मैं प्रोग्रामिंग करते हुए, मैंने जैसे बताया, मुझे 17-18 साल हो चुके हैं। और C# स्ट्रांगली टाइप या स्टैटिकली टाइप लैंग्वेज है। आज की डेट में स्टैटिकली टाइप लैंग्वेज जीत रहे हैं हर जगह, कहीं भी बात करें, आपका टाइप स्क्रिप्ट ले लो, फ्लो ले लो, रीजन ले लो। इनफैक्ट जो लोग एंगुलर प्रोग्रामिंग करते हैं वो भी एंगुलर में ना लिख के असल में टाइप स्क्रिप्ट यूज करते हैं। जावास्क्रिप्ट वाले भी बहुत सारे लोग टाइप स्क्रिप्ट यूज करते हैं। तो स्टैटिकली टाइप लैंग्वेज जो है वो बहुत ज्यादा पॉपुलर है। C# बहुत ही ज्यादा वर्सेटाइल है। अभी C# का वर्जन 9 चल रहा है और वर्जन 10 भी अनाउंस हो चुका है, जो कि आई थिंक C# .NET 6 के साथ या अगले वर्जन के साथ आएगा। आई एम नॉट श्योर कि किसके साथ आएगा, लेकिन C# 9 जो है वो रिलीज हो चुका है। दैट इज द लेटेस्ट वर्जन ऑफ C#। अब हम बात करते हैं इसके साथ आपको और क्या बेनिफिट मिलेगा। ASP.NET कोर का परफॉर्मेंस, हम इसको ASP.NET कोर की जगह ASP.NET भी बोल सकते हैं। टैंक एम्पावर जो है वो एक थर्ड पार्टी कंपनी है जो कि बेसिकली परफॉर्मेंस देखती है या ये बताती है कि ओवरऑल एक फ्रेमवर्क जो है कितना मैच्योर है, कितना पॉपुलर और कितना स्टेबल है किसी भी काम को करने के लिए। तो उसमें 7 नंबर की रेटिंग है ASP.NET फ्रेमवर्क की, या .NET फ्रेमवर्क की इन जनरल हम बोले तो। और उसमें ये जो है आपका .NET फ्रेमवर्क या ASP.NET कोर फ्रेमवर्क जो है आपका Node.js से 8 टाइम्स फास्टर है। नेटी जो जावा का इंजन है उससे 1.5 टाइम्स यानी 1.5 गुना ज्यादा फास्टर है। Node.js से तो आप देख लीजिए कि 8 गुना फास्टर है Node.js से। तो जो भी ये मर्न स्टैक, मीन स्टैक वाले हैं, परफॉर्मेंस के हिसाब से ऑफ कोर्स .NET इज मच मोर फास्टर, 47 टाइम्स फास्टर देन Django, 47 गुना, मतलब बस 50 जिसे कहें 47 गुना यानी 47 टाइम्स फास्टर देन Django, पाइथन का जो फ्रेमवर्क है उससे, और 7 टाइम्स फास्टर देन Kotlin। आई एम नॉट श्योर कि Kotlin जो है आपका वो वेब एप्लीकेशंस के लिए भी यूज होता है कि नहीं, लेकिन उसके इंजन से 7 टाइम्स फास्टर है ASP.NET। तो आपको इसलिए भी .NET के बारे में जानना चाहिए या इसको इस्तेमाल करना चाहिए। उसके अलावा अगर हम बात करें फुल स्टैक डेवलपमेंट .NET में करने के फायदे, तो एक फायदा ये भी है कि आप अपना कोड लॉजिक जो है वो एग्जिस्टिंग .NET टूल्स के साथ शेयर कर सकते हैं। .NET में न्यूगेट पैकेजेस, आप अगर नोड की बात करें, नोड में नोड पैकेज मैनेजर आता है। नोड पैकेज मैनेजर अभी कुछ ही साल पुराना है, वो नोड के साथ आया है, लेकिन न्यूगेट पैकेजेस जो हैं वो 11 साल पुराने हैं, 11 साल हो चुके हैं न्यूगेट पैकेजेस को। तो आपके न्यूगेट पैकेजेस इतने सारे हैं, हर काम को करने के लिए आपके पास न्यूगेट पैकेज अवेलेबल है जो कि आप आराम से यूज कर सकते हैं। और नोड npm की तरह न्यूगेट पैकेजेस मैनेज करना इतना टफ भी नहीं है, और हर प्रोजेक्ट के साथ आप बड़े आराम से न्यूगेट पैकेजेस मैनेज कर सकते हैं। तो आपको जो एग्जिस्टिंग टूल्स हैं उनके साथ यूज करने के लिए कोड शेयर करने का आपके पास ऑप्शन है .NET अगर आप यूज करते हैं तो। प्लस लड़ाई झगड़ा खत्म हो जाएगा, आपके सारी टीम्स जो है वो आपकी एक तरह से कि हर टीम, बैकएंड टीम, फ्रंट एंड टीम, मोबाइल टीम, सब C# डेवलपर हैं। तो ये लड़ाई खत्म हो जाएगी। बैकएंड वाला बोलेगा कि भैया मैं यार फ्रंट एंड वाले ने मुझे डेटा नहीं दिया, फ्रंट एंड वाला बोलेगा बैकएंड वाले ने डेटा नहीं दिया, ये फॉर्मेट गलत है, वो फॉर्मेट गलत है। जो लड़ाई है सारी खत्म हो जाएगी, क्योंकि सब एक टीम मेंबर हैं और एवरीबॉडी विल बी फुल स्टैक डेवलपर, एवरीबॉडी विल बी फुल स्टैक मोबाइल डेवलपर। तो सब बोलेंगे कि भैया तू खुद ही कोड में जाकर के देख ले क्या प्रॉब्लम है और सॉल्व करो उसको। आई डोंट वांट टू, एज ए मैनेजर आपको ये बोलने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी, बैकएंड के पास जाने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी। आप सीधे बोलोगे तुम C# डेवलपर हो, तुम खुद देखो क्या प्रॉब्लम आ रही है। सो जो फाइट होती है, जो ये डिफरेंट टीम्स की जो फाइट होती है, वो भी सॉल्व हो जाएगी ऑफ कोर्स, बिकॉज एज ए .NET डेवलपर आपको हर चीज के बारे में पता होगा, एवरी लेवल ऑफ द एप्लीकेशन, कि बैकएंड में क्या हो रहा है, फ्रंट एंड में क्या हो रहा है, मिडिल टियर में क्या हो रहा है, मोबाइल में क्या हो रहा है। अगर आप .NET फ्रेमवर्क्स को समझते हैं, .NET सब फ्रेमवर्क्स के बारे में जानते हैं तो ये सारे बेनिफिट हैं। इन सब बेनिफिट्स की वजह से आपको .NET के बारे में जानना चाहिए। अब हम बात करते हैं फुल स्टैक एप्लीकेशन के आर्किटेक्चर के बारे में, सॉल्यूशन आर्किटेक्चर। ये जो सॉल्यूशन आर्किटेक्चर मैं दिखा रहा हूं, ये आपका फुल स्टैक सॉल्यूशन आर्किटेक्चर है एक वेब एप्लीकेशन का, और यही चीज हम मोबाइल एप्लीकेशन के लिए भी यूज कर सकते हैं। लेकिन ये जो मैंने दिखाया है आपको, ये बेसिकली एक वेब एप्लीकेशन, ब्लेजर बेस्ड वेब एप्लीकेशन के लिए है। क्योंकि ब्लेजर का बेनिफिट ये है, हम ब्लेजर यूज करके ना सिर्फ हम फुल स्टैक वेब एप्लीकेशन बना सकते हैं, साथ ही हम क्रॉस प्लेटफॉर्म डेस्कटॉप एप्लीकेशन भी बना सकते हैं। उसके लिए बहुत सारे फ्रेमवर्क्स अवेलेबल हैं, और उन फ्रेमवर्क्स को यूज करके हम क्रॉस प्लेटफॉर्म बना सकते हैं। प्लस ब्लेजर वेजम यानी कि ब्लेजर वेब असेंबली यूज करके हम जो है मोबाइल एप्लीकेशन या PWA, प्रोग्रेसिव वेब एप्लीकेशन, जो कि आपका क्रॉस प्लेटफॉर्म होता है, हर जगह चलता है एज ए वेब एप्लीकेशन ऑफलाइन सपोर्ट के साथ, वो भी हम बना सकते हैं। तो इस सब को बनाने के लिए हम किस तरीके से यूज करते हैं, ये आर्किटेक्चर जो है ये मैंने बहुत हद तक Xamarin के प्रोजेक्ट आर्किटेक्चर से, जो Xamarin फॉर्म्स का जो प्रोजेक्ट आर्किटेक्चर है उससे इंस्पायर होकर के मैंने ये प्रोजेक्ट का स्ट्रक्चर बनाया है, जिसमें कि अगर आप देखेंगे कि UI के लिए हम अलग अलग हेड्स यूज करेंगे, वेब हेड, वेजम हेड, PWA हेड, डेस्कटॉप हेड। मतलब हेड यानी कि इससे हम इन प्रोजेक्ट्स को बिल्ड करेंगे और इनको अलग अलग जगह पर चलाएंगे या डिप्लॉय करेंगे। उसके बाद इन सब का शेयर्ड UI होगा, यानी कि जो UI है वो एक अलग प्रोजेक्ट में शेयर्ड चलेगा। और अगर हमें बिजनेस लॉजिक या जो भी कुछ लिखना है वो हम API में लिखेंगे, विच विल बी इन द फॉर्म ऑफ API। वो एक सेपरेट API का प्रोजेक्ट होगा, जिसको कि हम कल को अगर चाहें तो एज ए माइक्रो सर्विस भी हम उसको एक्सपैंड कर सकते हैं। राइट नाउ वो मोनोलिथिक सर्विस होगी, लेकिन अगर हम चाहें तो कल को उसको माइक्रो सर्विस के तौर पर भी एक्सपैंड कर सकते हैं। और इसका बेनिफिट ये होगा कि हमारा जो एप्लीकेशन है वो जितना जैसे चाहे हम हॉरिजॉन्टली या वर्टिकली हम एक्सपैंड कर सकते हैं। बात करें डेटाबेस एक्सेस की, तो ऑब्वियसली जो एपीआईज होंगे वही हमारे डेटाबेस एक्सेस कर सकते हैं। तो राइट नाउ जैसे मैंने बताया कि ये मोनोलिथिक है, हम इस चीज को यानी शेयर्ड बिजनेस लॉजिक और डेटाबेस एक्सेस को हम एज ए सेपरेट माइक्रो सर्विस के तौर पर भी यूज कर सकते हैं। अब यहां पर देखिए कि ये यूआई है जो कि क्लाइंट साइड और सर्वर साइड दोनों पर चलेगा, विच इज क्लाइंट साइड और सर्वर साइड शेयर्ड यूआई है, और आपका जो ये वेब हेड है इसमें ये सारा कुछ चलेगा। सो ये एक फुल स्टैक एप्लीकेशन का आर्किटेक्चर है। ऑफ कोर्स जैसा मैंने बताया ये एक ब्लेजर एप्लीकेशन का आर्किटेक्चर है। जब मैं आपको सॉल्यूशन दिखाऊंगा तब आपको और बेहतर तरीके से ये समझ में आएगा, लेकिन उससे पहले हम जान लेते हैं कि क्या क्या चीजें हमें कंसीडर करनी चाहिए या क्या क्या चीजें हमें ध्यान में रखनी चाहिए जब हम फुल स्टैक डॉटनेट आर्किटेक्चर यूज कर रहे हैं या वो बना रहे हैं, या उस आर्किटेक्चर को बनाने के लिए हम सोच रहे हैं, तो हमें क्या क्या करना चाहिए, क्या क्या ध्यान में रखना चाहिए। सबसे पहली चीज कि चूज ए फ्रेमवर्क बेस्ड ऑन द रिक्वायरमेंट। आपको जिस चीज की रिक्वायरमेंट है उसके हिसाब से फ्रेमवर्क यूज कीजिए। अगर आपको डेस्कटॉप एप्लीकेशन बनाना है तो आप वेब फ्रेमवर्क मत यूज कीजिए, यानी ASP.NET यूज मत कीजिए। आपको अगर क्रॉस प्लेटफॉर्म डेस्कटॉप एप्लीकेशन बनाना है तो आप एवेलोनिया UI यूज कर सकते हैं, आप ऊनो यूज कर सकते हैं, या आप WPF यूज कर सकते हैं। वैसे क्रॉस प्लेटफॉर्म WPF नहीं जाएगा, लेकिन WPF अगर आप यूज करते हैं तो एवेलोनिया में पोर्ट कर सकते हैं उसको, और उसको आप क्रॉस प्लेटफॉर्म बना सकते हैं। तो अगर आपको डेस्कटॉप एप्लीकेशन बनाना है उसके लिए आप ऑफ कोर्स जो फ्रेमवर्क बताए वो यूज कर सकते हैं। अगर आपको मोबाइल एप्लीकेशन बनाना है तो आप Xamarin यूज कर सकते हैं या ऊनो यूज कर सकते हैं। जिसके रिसोर्सेज आपके पास अवेलेबल हैं उसके बेसिस पर फ्रेमवर्क यूज कीजिए, ना कि ये सोच करके कि हाँ भाई मेरे को अभी ये चीज जो है वो पॉपुलर है तो मैं इसके बारे में इसको यूज करता हूं। वैसा नहीं होना चाहिए। अगर आपका यूटिलाइजेशन एप्लीकेशन का जो है वो सिर्फ मोबाइल पर चलेगा तो आप उतने पार्ट को उस पर्टिकुलर एप्रोप्रिएट फ्रेमवर्क को सेलेक्ट करके उसमें बनाइए। दूसरी चीज जो है हमारी वो है राइट लूजली कपल्ड कोड। सो इसके लिए हमारे पास बहुत सारे पैटर्न्स हैं, प्रिंसिपल्स हैं, डिजाइन पैटर्न, डिजाइन प्रिंसिपल, जो अगला मेरा पॉइंट भी है कि डिजाइन पैटर्न्स और डिजाइन प्रिंसिपल्स आपको यूज करना होता है। तो आपके बहुत सारे डिजाइन पैटर्न्स, डिजाइन प्रिंसिपल्स हैं जिनको यूज करके आप लूजली कपल्ड कोड लिख सकते हैं। जो मैंने आर्किटेक्चर दिखाया है वो भी बहुत हद तक लूजली कपल्ड कोड है, जिसमें कि आपका एक जगह के चेंज करने से या एक जगह को एक्सटेंड करने से दूसरी जगह पे बहुत ज्यादा फर्क नहीं पड़ने वाला, डिपेंडेंसी उतनी कोई खास नहीं है। इस वजह से आपका कोड जो है वो इंडिपेंडेंट होगा। सो ये आपके माइक्रो सर्विसेज आर्किटेक्चर में भी बेनिफिशियल होगा, आपके मोनोलिथिक में भी बेनिफिशियल होगा। कल को कंपोनेंट भी अगर आप बनाना चाहते हैं किसी चीज को लेकर के तो उसके लिए भी बेनिफिशियल होगा। सो ऑलवेज राइट लूजली कपल कोड। Always use SDK style projects when writing components. So ये एक नया स्टाइल का प्रोजेक्ट है, प्रोजेक्ट का टाइप है बेसिकली। जैसे अगर हम डॉटनेट की बात करें, डॉटनेट में बहुत सारे प्रोजेक्ट टाइप्स होते हैं। वेब एप्लीकेशन बनाते हैं तो आपका कंसोल एप्लीकेशन या वेब एप्लीकेशन टाइप का प्रोजेक्ट टाइप बनता है जो कि एक सर्टेन XML स्टैंडर्ड को फॉलो करता है। तो SDK स्टाइल प्रोजेक्ट्स ही यूज करें कंपोनेंट्स बनाने के लिए, ताकि आप उनको क्रॉस प्लेटफॉर्म लॉन्च कर सकें। एसडीके स्टाइल कंपोनेंट्स या एसडीके स्टाइल प्रोजेक्ट्स का बेनिफिट ये होता है कि आपके वो क्रॉस प्लेटफॉर्म होते हैं। एसडीके स्टाइल प्रोजेक्ट्स आप कैसे बना सकते हैं? यदि आप कंपोनेंट लाइब्रेरी या क्लास लाइब्रेरी बना सकते हैं तो पहले यानी कि पुराने वर्जन में यानी डॉटनेट कोर या उससे पहले में आपको डॉटनेट स्टैंडर्ड यूज करना चाहिए, या डॉटनेट कोर के बाद या डॉटनेट स्टैंडर्ड के बाद अब आपको डॉटनेट 5 यूज करना चाहिए, ताकि वो आपका एसडीके स्टाइल प्रोजेक्ट हो वो। और ये अपने आप डॉटनेट 5 जो है वो मैनेज करता है, आपको हर प्लेटफॉर्म के हिसाब से उसकी डीएलएल अलग अलग बना करके दे देगा अगर आप एसडीके स्टाइल प्रोजेक्ट यूज करते हैं। तो ये बेनिफिट है आपका एसडीके स्टाइल प्रोजेक्ट यूज करने का, इसलिए वो यूज कीजिए अगर आप कंपोनेंट बना रहे हैं तो। दूसरा, फॉलो द आर्किटेक्चर गाइडलाइंस सजेस्टेड बाय एक्सपर्ट्स। बड़े बड़े एक्सपर्ट्स हैं, अंकल बॉब हैं आपके, स्टीव करके एक है, स्टीव आर्डेलिस, वो भी है, उन्होंने क्लीन आर्किटेक्चर, डोमेन ड्रिवन आर्किटेक्चर, तो कोई भी आप आर्किटेक्चर पैटर्न को फॉलो कर सकते हैं और उनको फॉलो करके उसके हिसाब से आप अपने प्रोजेक्ट एप्लीकेशंस डिजाइन कर सकते हैं। सॉलिड प्रिंसिपल्स फॉलो कीजिए आप। डिजाइन पैटर्न्स हैं, 24 डिजाइन पैटर्न्स हैं और उनके 24 के डिफरेंट इम्प्लीमेंटेशन है एंड दे आर इंडिपेंडेंट ऑफ लैंग्वेज। तो अगर आप डिजाइन पैटर्न्स को अच्छे से समझते हैं तो चाहे डिजाइन पैटर्न का इंप्लीमेंटेशन जावा में हो या सी शार्प में हो, अगर आप डिजाइन पैटर्न समझ गए तो आप कहीं पर भी उसको अच्छे से इंप्लीमेंट कर सकते हैं, तो वो आपके लिए बहुत बेनिफिशियल है। तो इसके बारे में समझिए, सॉलिड प्रिंसिपल डिजाइन पैटर्न्स के बारे में अच्छे से समझिए एंड इंप्लीमेंट देम इन योर एप्लीकेशन। इनफैक्ट सॉलिड प्रिंसिपल्स के कुछ प्रिंसिपल्स जो हैं, इन्वर्जन ऑफ कंट्रोल, डिपेंडेंसी इंजेक्शन, ये डॉटनेट कोर में बाय डिफॉल्ट आपको अवेलेबल हैं इनके इंप्लीमेंटेशन, जो कि आप अपने ASP.NET वेब एप्लीकेशन में यूज करते हैं। उसके अलावा फोकस ऑन राइटिंग इंडिपेंडेंट मॉड्यूल्स फॉर मोर कोड रीयूजेबिलिटी। तो एक डिजाइन पैटर्न होता है ड्राई, जिसका मतलब होता है डोंट रिपीट योरसेल्फ। बेसिकली ये भी इसी चीज के ऊपर है कि आप इंडिपेंडेंट कोड लिखने की कोशिश कीजिए, ऐसे जो कि आप कहीं पर भी रीयूज कर सकें, कहीं पर भी अगर हम उनको अलग से कंपोनेंट के तौर पे यूज करना चाहें तो वो कर सकें। ये आपका एक बेनिफिशियल पॉइंट है जिसको कि आप यूज कर सकते हैं वाइल आर्किटेक्टिंग एन एप्लीकेशन। डॉटनेट बेस्ड या किसी भी तरह का एप्लीकेशन आप अगर आर्किटेक्ट कर रहे हैं, डेवलप कर रहे हैं, कोड कर रहे हैं, तो उस टाइम अगर आप इन सब प्रिंसिपल्स को फॉलो करेंगे या इन कंसिडरेशंस को फॉलो करेंगे तो आपके लिए बहुत बेनिफिशियल होगा। आपका कोड लंबे समय तक चलने वाला होगा, लंबी रेस का घोड़ा होगा ऑफ कोर्स। अब बात करते हैं फायदे और नुकसान की, कि क्या क्या बेनिफिट्स हैं हमें अगर हम फुल स्टैक डॉटनेट डेवलपमेंट करते हैं, तो क्या बेनिफिट्स हैं और क्या नुकसान है। सबसे पहले ऑफ कोर्स बेनिफिट्स, पॉजिटिव न्यूज से हमेशा शुरुआत करनी चाहिए। तो बेनिफिट्स की अगर हम बात करें, एडवांटेजेस की बात करें, तो फास्टर डेवलपमेंट साइकिल। ऑफ कोर्स अगर आपके पास सारी टीम एक ही लैंग्वेज की है तो कम्युनिकेशन ज़्यादा क्लियर होगा और जो डेवलपमेंट है वो फास्टर होगा, बिकॉज आपके पास हर एक चाहे फ्रंट एंड हो चाहे बैक एंड हो, हर काम के लिए आपके पास टीम जो है वो उनको सब कुछ पता है, तो दे कैन डेवलप द थिंग्स फास्टर, टूल्स अवेलेबल हैं, सो द फास्टर डेवलपमेंट साइकिल। cheaper as we can utilize existing .NET resources. So there are thousands of, not only thousands, मैं कहूँगा कि millions of open source .NET applications, open source .NET code which is available. आप जो existing resources है उनको use करके आप बहुत सस्ते में, क्योंकि आप कोई भी कुछ भी करना चाहते हैं, आपको PDF जनरेट करना है, आपके पास फ्री लाइब्रेरी है iTex Sharp के नाम से, उसको यूज करके PDF जनरेट कर सकते हैं। आपको एक्सेल जनरेट करना है, उसके लिए एक अलग लाइब्रेरी है जो कि फ्री है, आप उसको यूज कर सकते हैं। तो इसी तरीके से बहुत सारे कंपोनेंट्स, आपको हर तरह के काम को करने के लिए बहुत सारे कंपोनेंट्स अवेलेबल हैं जो कि ओपन सोर्स हैं, जो कि फ्री हैं, और इससे आपका डेवलपमेंट भी जो है वो सस्ता पड़ता है। मोर कोड रीयूजेबिलिटी, जैसा मैंने कहा, ऑब्वियसली कंपोनेंट बेस्ड आर्किटेक्चर होगा तो आप कोड को जगह जगह रीयूज कर सकते हैं। आप एक एप्लीकेशन को बहुत जगह रीयूज कर सकते हैं, एक टूल को या एक कंपोनेंट को बहुत जगह रीयूज कर सकते हैं। अब बात करते हैं डिसएडवांटेजेस की, और सबसे पहला डिसएडवांटेज जो है वो है कि डेवलपर्स आर रनिंग बिहाइंड शाइनी JS फ्रेमवर्क। आज की डेट में हर कोई रिएक्ट सीखना चाहता है, हर कोई एंगुलर सीखना चाहता है, ब्लेजर कोई नहीं सीखना चाहता, ASP.NET कोई नहीं सीखना चाहता। लेकिन लॉन्ग टर्म या लंबी रेस के घोड़े की बात करें तो हमारा जो है ये .NET फ्रेमवर्क ही है, जो कि पिछले 20 साल से चल रहा है और आई थिंक अगले 20-25 साल तक चलेगा, क्योंकि ओपन सोर्स है। देयर आर मोर देन मिलियन डेवलपर्स सपोर्टिंग। तो ये एक बहुत बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है, बिकॉज डेवलपर्स आर रनिंग बिहाइंड शाइनी टेक्नोलॉजीज। तो प्रॉब्लम क्या है कि लोगों के पास अच्छे रिसोर्सेज अवेलेबल नहीं है टू हायर। डेवलपर्स बोलते हैं कि हमें इस फ्रेमवर्क पर ही काम करना है, दे आर नॉट रेडी टू वर्क ऑन .NET फ्रेमवर्क और दे आर नॉट लर्निंग .NET फ्रेमवर्क। उसकी वजह से अच्छे से रिसोर्सेज की कमी हो रही है मार्केट में। तो यदि आप .NET को अच्छे से समझते हैं, देन यू कैन ऑफ कोर्स गेट पे एज गुड एज अदर फ्रेमवर्क्स। सो दैट इज वन प्रॉब्लम। दूसरा है मेनी थिंग्स आर इन एक्सपेरिमेंटल मोड। सो अभी जो है बहुत सारी चीजें जो है, ये एक चैलेंज है .NET को लेकर के कि बहुत सारी चीजें एक्सपेरिमेंटल मोड में है। जैसे मावी जो है वो आपका प्रीव्यू में है, आपका .NET 6 जो है वो प्रीव्यू में है, दैट इज जो लॉन्ग टर्म सपोर्ट वर्जन है वो प्रीव्यू में है। तो आप मोबाइल डेवलपमेंट अगर आप करना चाहते हैं तो मोबाइल डेवलपमेंट करने वाले लोग बहुत ज़्यादा कंफ्यूज हो जाते हैं बहुत जल्दी कि हम Xamarin Forms में करें या मावी में करें। बट मैं हमेशा उनको सजेस्ट करता हूं कि अगर आप Xamarin के डेवलपर हैं, अगर आप C# के डेवलपर हैं तो आपको Xamarin में ही करना चाहिए, क्योंकि Xamarin का सपोर्ट अगले 5 6 साल तक कहीं नहीं जाने वाला, और Xamarin से Mavi में पोर्ट करने के लिए भी आपको माइक्रोसॉफ्ट बहुत इजी टूल्स बना करके देगा, सो इट वोंट बी ए प्रॉब्लम। तो उस हिसाब से आपको अगर मोबाइल डेवलपमेंट करना है तो यू डोंट नीड टू गेट कंफ्यूज्ड, यू हैव टू डू इन Xamarin फॉर्म्स ओनली, दैट वुड बी मच मोर बेटर अगर आप एक C# डेवलपर हैं तो। सो इसलिए ये जो एक्सपेरिमेंटल मोड वाली चीजें हैं ये बहुत कंफ्यूज करती हैं डेवलपर्स को। ब्लेजर की ही बात कर लेते हैं। ब्लेजर में आपको अगर क्रॉस प्लेटफॉर्म डेस्कटॉप एप्लीकेशन बनाना है उसके लिए बहुत सारे फ्रेमवर्क्स हैं। इनका अपना माइक्रोसॉफ्ट के जो जिन्होंने ब्लेजर बनाया है, स्टीव सैंडरसन, उनका अपना एक फ्रेमवर्क है, आई थिंक डेस्कटॉप के कुछ नाम से है, वेब विंडो के नाम से है। देन आपका फोर्टिनो करके code.org वालों ने एक फ्रेमवर्क बनाया है क्रॉस प्लेटफॉर्म डेवलपमेंट के लिए। उसी तरीके से आपका और भी है, क्रोमली है जिसको यूज कर सकते हैं, electron.net है। तो इतनी सारी एक्सपेरिमेंटल चीजें हैं कि बंदा कंफ्यूज हो जाता है, तो वो थोड़ी सी प्रॉब्लम हो जाती है। ये एक मेजर डिसएडवांटेज मैं कहूंगा .NET टेक्नोलॉजी या लेटेस्ट .NET टेक्नोलॉजीज को लेकर के है। अगर आप वेब की बात करें, वेब में कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, फुल स्टैक वेब डेवलपमेंट करना है आपके पास स्टैंडर्ड ASP.NET। अगर आप बैकएंड डेवलपमेंट करना चाहते हैं तो ASP.NET वेब API इज मोर स्टेबल, बहुत सालों से चला आ रहा है और बहुत ही स्टेबल है, बहुत अच्छा है, आप उसको यूज कर सकते हैं। लेकिन ये जो एक्सपेरिमेंटल मोड वाली चीजें हैं ये थोड़ी सी प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट करती हैं, दैट इज द डिसएडवांटेज। और सपोर्ट अवेलेबिलिटी, जैसा मैंने कहा कि कई चीजें एक्सपेरिमेंटल मोड में है, तो वो उसके सपोर्ट को लेकर के बहुत लोगों को बहुत ज्यादा टेंशन या बहुत ज्यादा कंफ्यूजन होता है कि अब लॉन्ग टाइम सपोर्ट वर्जन, करंट वर्जन, मैंने आपको 56 वेराइटीज गिना दी .NET फ्रेमवर्क की, आप खुद कंफ्यूज हो जाओगे यार एप्लीकेशन बनाने के लिए कौन सा यूज करूं, .NET 5 करूं, .NET 6 करूं, .NET करूं, मोनो करूं, कौन सा करूं। तो ये एक कंफ्यूजन जो है उसकी वजह से सपोर्ट अवेलेबिलिटी या सपोर्ट कंफ्यूजन भी बहुत ज्यादा होता है। आप क्लियरली पूछ नहीं पाते हो या क्लियरली किसी टीम को कनेक्ट नहीं कर पाते हो, तो उसके लिए वो भी एक चैलेंज है। ये आपके मेन जो डिसएडवांटेजेस हैं या प्रॉब्लम्स है अगर आप .NET फ्रेमवर्क यूज करते हो तो। अब बात करते हैं डेमो की। मैं आपको डेमो दिखाता हूं एक एप्लीकेशन का जो कि मैं लाइव स्ट्रीम भी करता हूं उस एप्लीकेशन को लेकर के, और ये फुल स्टैक सोल्यूशन है जो कि आपका फुल स्टैक वेब एप्लीकेशन है बेसिकली, जिसमें कि फ्रंट एंड, बैक एंड, डेटाबेस, हर चीज है। और इसका प्रोजेक्ट स्ट्रक्चर, किस तरह से हम कोड और UI का लॉजिक कैसे काम करता है, किस वो करता है, और लूजली कपल कोड कैसे मैंने लिखा है, इसके बारे में बात करते हैं। तो आप अगर कोड देखेंगे, यहाँ ये रहा। तो अगर हम कोड की बात करें, एप्लीकेशन का नाम है एक्सपेंसर। अब एक्सपेंसर नाम क्यों रखा वो मत पूछना यार, जस्ट समझ में आया कि एक्सपेंस है, तो आइडिया था कि इसको क्रॉस प्लेटफॉर्म बना रहे हैं तो इसलिए एक्सपेंसर रखा है, EX की जगह एक्सपेंसर रख दिया है। सो ये आपका एक क्रॉस प्लेटफॉर्म मोबाइल डेस्कटॉप एप्लीकेशन और वेब एप्लीकेशन के तौर पर हम इसको यूज कर सकते हैं। इसको इसी हिसाब से मैंने आर्किटेक्ट और डिजाइन किया हुआ है। आप जैसे देखेंगे यहाँ पर डिफरेंट प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं आपके। सोल्यूशन स्ट्रक्चर की बात करें, जैसे अगर हम देखें ये विजुअल स्टूडियो है, विजुअल स्टूडियो 2019 प्रीव्यू नहीं है, और ये मैं स्टेबल .NET का वर्जन यूज कर रहा हूं। तो ये आपका विजुअल स्टूडियो 2019 है जिसमें कि आपके प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं, कितने, 6 प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं। 6 प्रोजेक्ट्स कैसे हैं? सबसे पहला जो है आपका वो API प्रोजेक्ट है। API यानी कि आपका एप्लीकेशन प्रोग्रामिंग इंटरफेस या रेस्टफुल सर्विसेज जो है वो हम इस प्रोजेक्ट में बनाते हैं, बनाया है इसके लिए हमने, इसलिए इसका नाम API रखा है क्योंकि ये आपका रेस्टफुल सर्विसेज जो है वो आपका एक्सपोज करता है। उसके बाद ये जो है DB माइग्रेशन प्रोजेक्ट बनाया है। DB माइग्रेशन प्रोजेक्ट जो है वो आपका डेटाबेस मैनेज करने के लिए होता है। इसमें हम असल में जो मैं आर्किटेक्चर फॉलो कर रहा हूं या जो मैं स्टेप फॉलो कर रहा हूं, दैट इज डेटाबेस एज ए कोड। आजकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर एज ए कोड का जो फंडा चला हुआ है, इसी तरह से हम डेटाबेस एज ए कोड यूज कर रहे हैं। यानी कि आपकी जो भी डेटाबेस में स्टोर्ड प्रोसीजर्स बन रही हैं, डेटाबेस में जो भी क्वेरीज लिखी जा रही हैं, वो सारी की सारी हमने स्क्रिप्ट्स के तौर पर इसमें ऐड कर दी हैं, और इसको मैं CI/CD पाइपलाइन यानी कि कॉन्टिन्यूअस इंटीग्रेशन और कॉन्टिन्यूअस डिप्लॉयमेंट के पाइपलाइन में भी इसको सेट करके मैं ऑटोमेट कर सकता हूं। तो डेटाबेस में कोई भी चेंज किया मैंने, कोड में चेक इन हुआ और वो CI/CD के थ्रू डेटाबेस डेव, UAT या प्रोडक्शन पे डिप्लॉय हो जाएगा। सो ये बेनिफिट्स है आपका डेटाबेस एज ए कोड या स्क्रिप्ट्स यूज करने के लिए। उसके अलावा जैसे नाम है डेस्क मतलब ये बेसिकली डेस्कटॉप वर्जन है। ये अभी मैंने क्रोमली यूज किया है इसके लिए। जैसा मैंने बताया कि अगर आप ब्लेजर यूज करके क्रॉस प्लेटफॉर्म डेस्कटॉप एप्लीकेशन बनाना चाहते हैं तो उसके लिए बहुत सारे फ्रेमवर्क है, electron.net है, क्रोमली है, फोर्टिनो है, और आपका वेब विंडो है। वेब विंडो मैंने ट्राई किया था, वेब विंडो चलाने में मुझे थोड़ी सी दिक्कत आई, तो मैंने वेब विंडो हटा करके क्रोमली यूज किया। electron.net मैंने जानबूझ के यूज नहीं किया, बिकॉज electron.net इंटरनली Node.js एक्सपेक्ट करता है कि हमारे पास सिस्टम पे Node.js भी होना चाहिए, और मैं नोड से दूर दूर भागता हूं, दैट इज द रीजन। तो इसमें अभी मैंने क्रोमली यूज किया है, बट द आइडिया इज फ्यूचर में मैं जल्द ही इसको फोर्टिनो पे पोर्ट करूंगा, बिकॉज फोर्टिनो जो है वो मुझे बहुत ही प्रॉमिसिंग फ्रेमवर्क लगा। प्लस वो .NET बेस्ड है, .NET 5 बेस्ड है, और वो भी क्रॉस प्लेटफॉर्म है। क्रॉस प्लेटफॉर्म डेस्कटॉप एप्लीकेशन बनाने के लिए यूज कर सकते हैं हम उसको, वेब टेक्नोलॉजीज यूज करके। फोर्टिनो में आप ब्लेजर के अलावा Vue.js और एंगुलर भी यूज कर सकते हैं। तो ये डेस्क प्रोजेक्ट जो है इसको मैं चेंज कर दूंगा फोर्टिनो यूज करने के लिए। तो यहाँ से आपका ये डेस्क का हेड है, जैसे मैंने आपको आर्किटेक्चर में दिखाया था। अगर हम इसमें जाएं, प्रेजेंटेशन में जाएं, और मैं आपको आर्किटेक्चर दिखाऊं, तो आर्किटेक्चर में मैं अगर आपको दिखाऊं, तो आर्किटेक्चर में जैसे मैंने आपको दिखाया था, ये देखिए यहाँ पर कि ये वेब हेड है। तो वेब हेड के लिए हमारा क्या है, expansor.web जो है दैट इज फॉर वेब हेड। उसके अलावा अगर मैं वेजम हेड की बात करूं, वेजम हेड जो है, हम क्योंकि वेजम एप्लीकेशन या प्रोग्रेसिव वेब एप्लीकेशन में बना नहीं रहा हूं, इसलिए मैंने वेजम हेड नहीं बनाया है। डेस्कटॉप के लिए आपका सेम थिंग इज विद PWA हेड ऑल्सो, कि मैं ये बना नहीं रहा हूं, इसलिए मैंने इसके लिए प्रोजेक्ट नहीं बनाया, लेकिन डेस्कटॉप के लिए मैंने डेस्क के नाम से प्रोजेक्ट बनाया हुआ है। अब बात करते हैं मॉडल्स की। मॉडल्स जो है ये बेसिकली इसमें हमारे ऐसा कोड है जो कि हम क्रॉस प्लेटफॉर्म जगह जगह यूज करेंगे डेटा ट्रांसफर के लिए। DTO जिसे हम कहते हैं, पोको प्लेन ओल्ड CLR ऑब्जेक्ट्स जिसे कहते हैं, वो पोको क्लासेस के लिए हमारा ये मॉडल प्रोजेक्ट है। पर्पस इसलिए इसको सेपरेट प्रोजेक्ट में रखा है ताकि हम इसको बोथ वेब और वेब यानी कि बैकएंड में, API में, और फ्रंट एंड में, दोनों जगह हम इसको यूज कर सकते हैं। इसलिए हमने ये मॉडल्स एज ए सेपरेट प्रोजेक्ट रखा है। इसमें सारी कॉमन चीजें रखी हुई हैं, चाहे एप्लीकेशन के कॉन्स्टेंट्स हैं या बाकी चीजें हैं, उन सबको मैंने इस मॉडल्स के अंदर रखा हुआ, ताकि मैं इसको एक ही जगह इस कोड को मेंटेन करूं, और इसको दोनों जगह, चाहे बैकएंड हो चाहे फ्रंट एंड हो, दोनों जगह मैं इसको यूज कर सकूं। दैट इज द बेस्ट बेनिफिट। इससे मैं ये भी मेंटेन रखता हूं कि जो ऑब्जेक्ट जो पास हो रहा है बैकएंड और फ्रंट एंड के बीच में, दोनों का स्ट्रक्चर जो है वो सेम रहे, वो चीज भी मैं इससे मेंटेन कर सकता हूं। तो ये बेनिफिट है आपका मॉडल्स को सेपरेट रखने के लिए। जैसे मैंने आपको कहा कि मॉड्यूलर कोड लिखना है, हर चीज छोटे छोटे मॉड्यूल्स में अलग रखना है। उसी तरह ये आपका UI जो है दैट इज आपका यूजर इंटरफेस के लिए है, और इसमें आप देखेंगे कि ब्लेजर का पूरा UI स्ट्रक्चर है। इसका रीजन ये है, UI प्रोजेक्ट मैंने ये अलग इसलिए बनाया है कि सेम UI प्रोजेक्ट जो है वो मैं वेब के लिए भी यूज कर सकता हूं, वो मैं डेस्कटॉप के लिए भी यूज कर सकता हूं। तो अगर मैं वेब एप्लीकेशन रन करता हूं तो ये इसी UI को चलाएगा, और अगर मैं डेस्कटॉप एप्लीकेशन रन करता हूं तो ये भी इसी UI को चलाएगा। तो इस तरीके से मेरा ये जो UI है वो रीयूजेबल है, बोथ एज ए वेब एप्लीकेशन एंड बोथ एज ए डेस्कटॉप एप्लीकेशन। अगर मैं वेब एप्लीकेशन चलाता हूं तो मैं ब्लेजर सर्वर यूज करता हूं, और अगर मैं डेस्कटॉप एप्लीकेशन चलाता हूं तो भी मैं ब्लेजर वेजम या ब्लेजर वेब असेंबली यूज करता हूं। इस तरीके से आपका डेस्कटॉप एप्लीकेशन और वेब एप्लीकेशन दोनों में मेरा सेम यूजर इंटरफेस जो है वो चलता है। तो वो मेरी कंटिन्यूटी बनी रहती है वेब और डेस्कटॉप में। तो ये भी एक फ्रेमवर्क चूज करने का एक आइडिया है कि अगर आप वेब और डेस्कटॉप दोनों सिर्फ इसी तरह का एप्लीकेशन बनाना चाहते हैं तो आप वेब टेक्नोलॉजीज यूज करेंगे, तो उससे बेनिफिट ये होगा कि आपकी UI में कंसिस्टेंसी और कंटिन्यूटी बनी रहेगी। और जैसे मैंने बताया, expansor.web जो है वो एक वेब हेड है। अब हम बात करते हैं कि कोड रीयूजेबिलिटी की। कोड रीयूजेबिलिटी कैसे हो रही है इसके बीच में? तो कोड रीयूजेबिलिटी मैंने जैसे सबसे पहला बताया कि expansor.models जो है वो आपका दोनों में यूज हो रहा है, दैट इज API में भी यूज हो रहा है और आपका UI में भी हो रहा है। आप अगर डिपेंडेंसीज देखेंगे, डिपेंडेंसीज में जैसे देखेंगे प्रोजेक्ट्स में, यहाँ पर एक्सपेंसर मॉडल्स जो है वो UI के अंदर डिपेंडेंसी है, और अगर मैं API की बात करूं तो API में भी जो डिपेंडेंसी है दैट इज प्रोजेक्ट्स के अंदर आपका एक्सपेंसर मॉडल्स की डिपेंडेंसी है। तो इस तरीके से मैं आप जो है ये एक्सपेंसर मॉडल है, जैसा मैंने आपको बताया कि ये मेरे ऑब्जेक्ट कंसिस्टेंसी के लिए एंड रीयूजेबिलिटी के लिए ये मैं एक्सपेंसर मॉडल को मैंने अलग कर रखा है। ये एक बेनिफिट है। दूसरा, कोड रीयूजेबिलिटी कहाँ यूज हो रहा है? हमारा एक्सपेंसर UI का जो है ये भी अपने आप में एक कोड रीयूजेबिलिटी है कि मैं ये एक UI या एक यूजर इंटरफेस में बना रहा हूं जिसको कि मैं डेस्कटॉप में भी यूज कर रहा हूं, विच इज हियर। आप अगर डेस्कटॉप डिपेंडेंसी देखेंगे प्रोजेक्ट में तो यहाँ देखिए एक्सपेंसर UI का मैंने यहाँ पर डिपेंडेंसी डाल रखी है। और अगर मैं वेब की बात करूं तो वेब में भी मैं एक्सपेंसर UI यूज कर रहा हूं इस तरीके से। और अगर मैं आपको रन करके दिखाऊं तो ये देखिए, मैं ये दोनों एप्लीकेशन API और वेब जो है वो दोनों साथ साथ चलेंगे। और यहाँ पर आपको रन करके मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूँ। ये देखिए, ये आपका स्वैगर हमारा चल गया, ये आपका API चल रहा है एंड दिस इज योर वेब एप्लीकेशन। सो इस तरीके से हम इसमें लॉग इन करके चला सकते हैं और ये हमारे दोनों एप्लीकेशन चल रहे हैं। तो इस तरीके से आप एक क्रॉस प्लेटफॉर्म जो है वेब एप्लीकेशन, फुल स्टैक वेब एप्लीकेशन .NET को यूज करके बना सकते हैं। रही बात जो मैंने आपको बताया था कि डिजाइन पैटर्न्स, डिजाइन प्रिंसिपल्स की अगर हम बात करें, तो जैसे मैंने आपको बताया था कि कुछ डिपेंडेंसी इंजेक्शन या इन्वर्जन ऑफ कंट्रोल जो है वो .NET अपने आप ही देता है। तो आप अगर startup.cs देखेंगे, आप किसी भी ASP.NET कोर एप्लीकेशन के startup.cs को देखेंगे तो यहाँ पर देखिए कि आपका ये आई कॉन्फ़िगरेशन और ये आपका जो कॉन्फ़िगर सर्विसेज हैं, दिस इज बेसिकली डिपेंडेंसी इंजेक्शन। IOC कंट्रोलर है यहाँ पर, जहाँ पर कि मैं ये देखिए कि मैं इंटरफेस के साथ मैच कर रहा हूँ एक क्लास को, जो कि जिसको कि हम चेंज भी कर सकते हैं। कल को जैसे ये आई लॉग मैनेजर में मैंने लॉग मैनेजर यूज किया है, इसमें लॉग मैनेजर में मैं nlog यूज कर रहा हूँ। कल को अगर मैं कोई और लॉग यूज करता हूँ, जैसे सीरी लॉग यूज करता हूँ, तो यहाँ पर ये बस लॉग मैनेजर चेंज कर देने से मेरा वो चीज चेंज हो जाएगा ऑटोमेटिकली। बाकी हर जगह मुझे यूज करने के लिए, बाकी हर जगह मुझे कोड नहीं चेंज करना पड़ेगा। तो दिस इज हाउ आई हैव रिटन लूजली कपल कोड विच कैन बी चेंज लेटर ऑन इफ नीडेड। सो इस तरीके से आपने देखा कि एक हमारा फुल स्टैक एप्लीकेशन जो है .NET कोर में या .NET में हम किस तरीके से एक क्रॉस प्लेटफॉर्म फुल स्टैक एप्लीकेशन जो है वो बनाते हैं। ठीक है, तो ये था डेमो हमारे एक फुल स्टैक क्रॉस प्लेटफॉर्म एप्लीकेशन का, और इसका जो सोर्स कोड है वो भी ओपन सोर्स है, गिटहब पर अवेलेबल होगा। तो मैं आपको अभी बताता हूं इसके बाद अब जाना कहाँ है, जाए तो जाए कहाँ भाई। तो कहाँ जाना चाहिए सीखने के लिए? सबसे बेस्ट रिसोर्स अगर मैं बोलूं तो सबसे बेस्ट रिसोर्स है आपका माइक्रोसॉफ्ट ऑफिशियल डॉक्यूमेंटेशन विच इज learn.microsoft.com। इसके अलावा माइक्रोसॉफ्ट, अगर आप इस साइट पर जाते हैं learn.microsoft.com पे, तो माइक्रोसॉफ्ट बहुत सारे चैलेंजेस वगैरह भी चलाता रहता है, जहां पर कि आप पार्टिसिपेट करके गुडीज वगैरह जीत सकते हैं, और प्लस आपको एक कम्युनिटी मिलती है जिससे कि आप अपनी चीजें शेयर कर सकते हैं। ऑफ कोर्स जैसे कहते हैं ना कि नॉलेज बांटने से बढ़ता है, तो अपनी चीजें जब आप शेयर करते हैं और लोग भी अपनी चीजें शेयर करेंगे, दोनों अपना नॉलेज शेयरिंग करेंगे, तो आप दोनों का नॉलेज बढ़ेगा। सो ज्वाइन कीजिए learn.microsoft.com। इसके अलावा आप गिटहब कलेक्शंस ढूंढ सकते हैं ऑसम टेक्नोलॉजी के नाम से। मतलब ऑसम टेक्नोलॉजी सीधे मत सर्च करना, जिस भी टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में जानना है उस टेक्नोलॉजी का गिटहब एक रिसोर्स जरूर मिलेगा आपको ऑसम के नाम से। मतलब आप अगर गिटहब पे सर्च करते हैं awesome.net तो आपको एक awesome.net की पूरी लिस्ट मिल जाएगी गिटहब पे, जिसपे कि .NET से रिलेटेड जितने भी रिसोर्सेज हैं, फ्री की ई बुक्स, फ्री के कोड, ओपन सोर्स कोड, जितने कंट्रोल्स हैं, उन सब की सारी लिस्टिंग, सारा डॉक्यूमेंटेशन आपको ऑनलाइन मिल जाएगा। तो ये आप ऑसम टेक्नोलॉजी, ऑसम ब्लेजर सर्च करेंगे, ऑसम ब्लेजर करके एक लिस्ट है, और तो ऑसम जो भी टेक्नोलॉजी आप कहेंगे, हर टेक्नोलॉजी के ऊपर आपको ऑसम की एक लिस्ट मिल जाएगी। वहां पर आप रिसोर्सेज ढूंढने के लिए जा सकते हैं। तो आप अगर प्लान्ड वे में लर्न करना चाहते हैं, गो टू learn.microsoft.com। अगर आप रिसोर्सेज ढूंढना चाहते हैं किसी भी फ्रेमवर्क से रिलेटेड, किसी भी टेक्नोलॉजी से रिलेटेड, तो जस्ट सर्च ऑन गूगल ऑसम, और वो टेक्नोलॉजी का नाम ऑसम ब्लेजर, ऑसम .NET, ऑसम ज़ैमरीन, इसकी एटलीस्ट इन तीनों की तो लिस्ट मेरे को पता है, ये तीनों लिस्ट बनी हुई आपको मिल जाएंगी। तो आप जिस भी टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में जानना चाहते हैं ऑसम के नाम से सर्च कर सकते हैं। प्लस ऑफ कोर्स जो मैंने डेमो दिखाया वो आपको मेरे गिटहब प्रोफाइल पे मिल जाएगा, विच विल बी github.com/techirathor/expenser। तो एक्सपेंसर आपको डेमो मिल जाएगा। इसके अलावा मैं हर संडे को लाइव स्ट्रीम करता हूं, तो उस लाइव स्ट्रीम में भी मैं एक्सपेंसर के कोड को कई बार दिखाता हूं, उसमें कई बार चेंजेस करता हूं, तो वो अभी आप देख सकते हैं। सो आई थिंक दैट्स ऑल फ्रॉम माई साइड, थैंक यू। और मुझे और मेरे हमारे इस क्लाउड लंच एंड लर्न कम्युनिटी को जितना हो सके अपने दोस्तों के साथ शेयर कीजिए। कोई क्वेश्चंस है तो आई एम देयर फॉर द क्वेश्चंस, मैं सवालों के जवाब देने के लिए तैयार हूं। बाकी टेकी राठौर के नाम से कहीं भी सर्च करेंगे मैं आपको मिल जाऊंगा। तो थैंक यू।
बेहतरीन बेहतरीन बहुत बढ़िया सेशन था। आप कमेंट्स में देखिए, दीपक देवतिया कह रहे हैं कि अरे वाह दिलचस्प परिचय, मैंने आपको गूगल पर ढूंढ लिया।
वाह, थैंक यू, थैंक यू,
बहुत बढ़िया है। एंड आई रियली अप्रिशिएट कि उसने सारे उसके बाद उसने कमेंट्स हिंदी में लिखे। ग्रेट, वेरी क्रिस्प,
वाह, थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
बहुत ही आई थिंक बहुत ही क्रिस्प सेशन था, आई ऑलवेज से, है ना, आपका सेशन बिल्कुल रिदम में चलता है, डन 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 डन, एंड वेल क्यूरेटेड है।
मैंने बेसिक आइडिया यही है कि यार जितने लोग, जितने ज्यादा हो सके, एटलीस्ट ये जो मिलियन डेवलपर की अगर हम बात करते हैं तो मिलियन या मिलियन से ज्यादा डेवलपर डॉटनेट के जो है वो यूएस, यूके और यूरोप में हैं। इंडिया में अभी भी डेवलपर्स कम है डॉटनेट के। तो मैं तो यही कहूंगा कि ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोग डॉटनेट सीखें। और डॉटनेट सिर्फ एक फ्रेमवर्क नहीं है, पूरा एक इकोसिस्टम है, तो आप कुछ भी बनाना सीख सकते हैं इसमें। तो मैं हर तरह के हेल्प के लिए अवेलेबल हूँ, आप हर तरह का एप्लीकेशन बना सकते हैं। That's what I wanted to say, that was my main goal of this session, मैं ये कहूँगा।
तो मैंने आपका एक फीडबैक लिया, राइट, आपने कहा कि ऑसम सर्च करा, तो मैंने उतने में ही मैंने ऑसम जितना हो सकता था मैंने सब सर्च कर लिया, चाहे वो जावास्क्रिप्ट का, चाहे फुल होता है, चाहे वो यूनिटी का, आप कुछ भी अगर सर्च करो तो आपको ऑसम GitHub पे जरूर मिलेगा। और वो एक इतना अच्छा वेल क्यूरेटेड रिसोर्स होता है, पूरे लिंक्स का, इन सब का, आपको वहां पे बहुत कुछ मिल जाएगा, आप कभी आप कभी गूगल भी नहीं करोगे।
एग्जैक्टली आपको ये ऑसम का जो रिसोर्स का कलेक्शन है ना, इसका मुझे आइडिया जो है आज से 2 साल पहले लगा था। और उसके बाद मैं ऑलमोस्ट हर सेशन में, जब भी किसी टॉपिक के ऊपर सेशन देता हूं, चाहे वो ब्लेजर का हो, चाहे वो ज़ैमरीन का हो, चाहे वो डॉटनेट आर्किटेक्चर का हो, मैं हमेशा बोलता हूं लोगों को कि यार स्पेसिफिक, या तो आपको स्पेसिफिक प्रॉब्लम आपको पता हो उसके बारे में सर्च करो, अदरवाइज अगर आपको सीखना है तो बेस्ट है कि आप ऑसम उस टेक्नोलॉजी के नाम से सर्च करो और आपको उस टेक्नोलॉजी के सारे रिसोर्सेज मिल जाएंगे, चाहे वो बुक्स हो, चाहे वो वीडियोस हो, चाहे वो आपके ट्यूटोरियल्स हो, हर चीज आपको ऑसम की क्यूरेटेड लिस्ट में मिल जाएगी। एटलीस्ट ब्लेजर, डॉटनेट और ज़ैमरीन, इन तीनों के तो ऑसम लिस्ट मैंने देखी हुई है और मैं इस्तेमाल भी करता हूं, उसको मैंने स्टार भी कर रखा है उनको। तो ये मैं यही सजेस्ट करूंगा कि आप लोग भी करो और उसको स्टार करो आप लोग, मेरा सजेशन ये रहेगा।
या मैं देख रहा हूँ, मैंने अभी तक और सर्च किया, मैंने पाइथन भी सर्च किया, जैंगो भी सर्च किया, मुझे पता है 47 टाइम्स फास्टर है वो लेकिन मैं पाइथन का देख
वो
रहा हूँ,
47 टाइम्स फास्टर, वो 47 टाइम्स फास्टर नहीं है, डॉटनेट फास्टर है, फास्टर जैंगो से 47 टाइम्स फास्टर है। सोचो,
बुक्स है,
एक
ऑडियोज
दो
है,
गुना नहीं, 47 गुना।
ये बहुत अच्छा रिसोर्स है, आई थिंक। टू बी वेरी ऑनेस्ट, इंस्टेड ऑफ बहुत सारा नेटवर्क में सर्च करना और दूसरे आर्टिकल्स में, राइट, अगर वो इस यहाँ पे जाएगा तो इतना कुछ नया है यहाँ पे देखने के लिए, राइट। और आई डोंट नो लोग कैसे इतने हर टेक्नोलॉजी पे, हर प्रोग्रामिंग लैंग्वेज पे लोग मेंटेन कर रहे हैं। दिस रियली ग्रेट।
अलग लोग हैं बेसिकली, डिफरेंट पीपल आर मेंटेनिंग। ब्लेजर के लिए अलग बंदा मेंटेन कर रहा है, डॉटनेट के लिए जेवियर करके एक बंदा है, वो ज़ैमरीन के लिए जेवियर करके एक बंदा है, ही इज माइक्रोसॉफ्ट MVP या शायद अब माइक्रोसॉफ्ट के एम्प्लॉय है। ही इज द वन हु इज मेंटेनिंग दैट गिटहब रेपो। और इसके लिए ब्लेजर के लिए 2 लोग हैं, वो मैनेज कर रहे हैं। तो इस तरीके से मतलब अलग लोग मैनेज कर रहे हैं। और ये बेसिकली एक आइडिया की तरह चला है कि पहले किसी ने एक लैंग्वेज पे बनाया था और उसके बाद बाकी लोगों ने उसको फॉलो करके उसी स्ट्रक्चर में बनाना शुरू कर दिया।
पेज स्क्रॉल करते हुए खत्म नहीं हो रहा है मेरा, इतना रिसोर्स है, बहुत बढ़िया है। बहुत बढ़िया लगा रवि, बहुत बढ़िया सेशन था, राइट, हर बार की तरह।
थैंक यू।
और मुझे पता है आप बहुत एनकरेज करना चाहते हो कि यंग लोग भी डॉटनेट में आए, राइट, ये आपका एक
बिल्कुल
है ना, एक मिशन एक तरह से, क्योंकि यूजुअली थोड़ा सा आई थिंक जो नॉलेज स्प्रेड किया गया है, जो बात कही है कि नहीं पुराना है, आउटडेटेड है, ऐसा नहीं है ना। तो
बिल्कुल
तो ये है। एंड या आई थिंक आपका ट्विटर हैंडल्स, फेसबुक, लिंक्डइन, यूट्यूब सब वही है। तो या अगर इस तरीके से
हर जगह टेकी राठौर
अगर इस तरीके से अगर आपका यूट्यूब का चैनल भी, तो डेफिनेटली लोग जाएं और इनके चैनल को देखें। बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग होगा कि कंटेंट सिर्फ हिंदी में हो, टू बी ऑनेस्ट, क्योंकि जो इस टाइप का मैं कहूँगा इट्स अ वेरी प्रीमियम कंटेंट, इट्स अ वेरी प्रीमियम कंटेंट।
कोशिश है ऑब्वियसली, यूट्यूब के अलावा काम भी है तो कोशिश है कि हिंदी में कंटेंट बनाऊं। इंग्लिश में सिर्फ वहां पर एक ही कंटेंट होता है, दैट इज टेकी ट्यूजडेज। बाकी उसके अलावा अब सारे कंटेंट मैं कोशिश करता हूं कि हिंदी में ही बनाऊं, अपार्ट फ्रॉम टेकी ट्यूजडेज। बाकी सब कुछ, लाइव स्ट्रीम भी मेरी हिंदी में ही होती है, तो लाइव स्ट्रीम जो भी ज्वाइन करेगा मैं उसको हिंदी में ही बताता हूँ, हिंदी में ही समझाता हूँ। पिछले 2 हफ्ते से लाइव स्ट्रीम जो है मेरा वो लाइव क्वेश्चन आंसर था, जिसमें कि मैंने लोगों के सवालों का जवाब दिया था, तो उसकी भी रिकॉर्डिंग है, प्लस टाइम स्टैम्प के साथ है। तो आप अपने क्वेश्चंस भी देख सकते हैं, डॉटनेट रिलेटेड या करियर रिलेटेड क्वेश्चन से, उनके भी मैंने कईयों के जवाब दिए हुए हैं, तो आप वो लोग भी वो चीज़ें भी देख सकते हैं। तो ऑब्वियसली कोशिश है कि कंटेंट हिंदी में ही हो, इंग्लिश में भी है, लेकिन इंग्लिश में सिर्फ टेकी ट्यूजडेज है। टेक रिलेटेड कंटेंट, अब जो डॉटनेट रिलेटेड कंटेंट है मोस्टली वो हिंदी में ही होगा। दैट इज माय गोल, कोशिश इसी की करूंगा, देखते हैं, बाकी तो टाइम बताएगा।
चलिए, बहुत कर लिया हम लोगों ने एक दूसरे के प्रमोशन इसे कोई ना कोई
सही बात है,
इसे कोई ना कोई
सही बात है।
जरूर जाके देखेगा। तो रवि, फाइनल कोई
Okay.
फाइनल लास्ट थिंग आप रैप करने से पहले, ये ट्रैक अभी यहाँ खत्म होने वाला है, तो एनी कोई भी फाइनल चीज जो आप कहना चाहें, जिससे कि हम उसके बाद हम इस ट्रैक को रैप कर देंगे।
ना, आई थिंक मेरे ख्याल से तो भैया, जैसे कहते हैं कि हर किसी को कहा जाता है कि आत्मनिर्भर बनिए। अभी आजकल आत्मनिर्भर भारत का चला हुआ है, तो आप भी अपने एप्लीकेशन जो है वो आत्मनिर्भर बनिए और डॉटनेट में बनाइए। ऑब्वियसली डॉटनेट माइक्रोसॉफ्ट की टेक्नोलॉजी है, लेकिन आप इसमें जो है सब कुछ कर सकते हैं, तो इसको सीखिए। और मैं तो यही कहूँगा कि डॉटनेट में बहुत स्कोप है, आप किसी भी तरह का एप्लीकेशन बना सकते हैं। तो बाकी सेल्फ प्रमोशन, मेरे को हर जगह फॉलो कीजिए और बाकी अगर आप करना चाहते हैं तो सब कुछ रिसोर्सेज अवेलेबल हैं, रिसोर्सेज की कमी नहीं है, आप सीखने वाले बनिए, आपको सीखने को जरूर मिलेगा। दैट्स द मेन थिंग, क्रक्स यही है।
चलिए रवि, बहुत बढ़िया लगा आपको इस सेशन में हो सके। हम लोग मिलते हैं किसी अगले और सेशन और अगले कॉन्फ्रेंसेस में। really thank you for your time, really appreciate it, and yeah, have a nice evening, and yeah, see you soon. Bye bye, namaste.
Thank you, jai hind, bye bye, namaste.
Jai Hind. All right, with that amazing session by S. Ravi Kumar, Senior Solution Architect, who's going to really talks about and unpack C# and .NET and Visual Studio. We move to the final. Actually, it was the final session for the track 1. There are many other tracks going on simultaneously, but we're going to end this track, but don't go anywhere, right? Because I have added links in the chat. It's this link that you see here now. This is the YouTube URL for the Cloud Lunch and Learn channel, where you can find the following broadcast, and this is the exact URL of the second broadcast for this YouTube track. So definitely go and check it out. Thank you so much everyone who has joined this track. It was lovely hosting you some of the really amazing sessions, starting from, I think I hosted people from 7-8 different countries. So really excited. Thank you so much. This is only 1/4 of the event, and there's still a lot more to go. So thank you so much once again. I'm a host, Steven Sam. I really want to thank all organizers and speakers. A great event they have put up together. So definitely tune in, visit cloudlunchandlearnmarathon.com to check all the latest updates, recordings, and all. That was my part in this event. Yeah, thank you so much and enjoy the rest of the marathon.